Live.
How are you holding up, doctor?
Well, considering as well as could be expected. It's pretty horrific out there. Unfortunately, from my standpoint, people come in, a lot of them are not salvageable.
We are staffed to run how many operating rooms right now?
We're staffed to run 3 operating rooms until midnight.
What did you see today?
Seen the most horrible way a man can treat man.
What I thought I'd like to do is to check up on the status of the patients who are in our intensive care unit now.
This is one of our first patients we saw in the emergency room. He's a 50-year-old white male. He was actually an insurance broker. He was just in his office and was actually on the 78th floor of the second tower and was evacuating the tower and experienced all these explosions and made his way back down. Came in with penetrating abdominal wound and also open shoulder separation, dislocation, and he's actually miraculously doing very well.
Air ports throughout the country will be closed at least through noon.
This is in every way comparable to a war zone and to a battlefield.
When we saw the first explosion go off, we saw about 30 bodies just come out of the sky and just thuds all over the place.
The true first responders are the ones that paid for it with their lives.
There's a lot of dead emergency workers there.
Apparently a firefighter found in the rubble.
Many of them responded to the Trade Center when the first plane hit and were buried in the rubble. Unlike most people, EMS workers tend to rush towards the scene of an accident, and unfortunately many of them have been trapped and are injured.
This patient is a 79-year-old man who had an obvious fractures of the facial bones, basically disconnecting the facial bone with the rest of the craniofacial skeleton. If they can't breathe, they can't live. So we did that immediately on him. We had a direct decision that it was one pipe.
This is the place, though, where life hangs in the balance.
That's correct. This is a unit where patients, after they're cared for, stabilized, are brought in here for further management.
We have to bring a mask. Yeah. Bring your mask.
It's funny because we said, well, if they happen to hit the World Trade Center again, what would we do? And we'd be able to call for more help. We'd be able to call, and we did get that. We got help from other hospitals.
You just said that during your most recent training.
Right.
Yeah.
What if they hit the World Trade Center again?
Yes. We went to the windows and we looked out and we said, okay, this is no longer a game. This is reality. I saw the smoke. I saw my truck out there covered with soot. I saw people running here with blood on their heads. This is no longer a game. This is not a TV show I'm watching, a movie. This is reality. This is what we do.
Keep on breathing.
Unfortunately, it's not really all that nice all the time. So we'd like to talk a little bit right now about this patient behind the curtain, if we could.
Please.
This is an unfortunate 29-year-old gentleman who suffered severe injuries, was brought into the emergency room. He worked at one of the Wall Street firms, and despite our best efforts, we weren't able to stop the bleeding. We brought in the orthopedic surgeons to try and fix his pelvic fracture. But once again, despite all that and infusing massive amounts of blood products, we weren't able to save his life. We've heard about the successes, and you saw the people running away from the building and a lot of the news stories, and obviously those are the people who have survived. And only after we begin the process of actually being able to enter the towers, or what remains of the towers, and bringing these other people out, then this story will be much more common.
The hardest case, single case, I've been in practice for 20 years. It's the hardest case that we put so much into trying to save his life.
Can I bring someone in to see the body?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
As physicians, as healthcare professionals, we're taught to fight this battle a single patient at a time.
If there's anybody who is a paramedic, a nurse, a doctor, that can make their way to Pace University, we need anyone that can come and give a hand so to free up the doctors.
One of the young ladies saw the building coming down above her, jumped out of the window onto some rubble below, and I think she was about 9 stories high. In a normal day, we would say might need amputations or a year and a half of reconstruction. It's really a tragedy, but really she's alive, so it's a win, and it's a triumph of the human spirit to escape such a disaster like that.
very excited about being able to save this guy. I have heard that he was a guard of the observation deck. He came with extremely serious, life-threatening, fatal injuries into the hospital. We were lucky that we recognized the problem immediately and were able to treat it effectively. So the fact the patient's actually going to live, he has a great chance of doing well. Situations like this, when you have a guy that you can get back to his family and get him back, that's makes it all worth it, and that makes the years of sacrifice seem worthwhile.
We've been told by EMS to expect as many as 500 more casualties as they start to go through the rubble. We just don't know when that's going to start.
So in many ways, the worst might be still to come.
The worst is we just don't know when the worst will be. Anybody who wants to stay in the hospital, to stay nearby, or has to stay in the hospital because they can't, can stay here. You're going to make sure that you have an adequate number of rested staff. These are human beings who care about other human beings, and because of them, other people are alive. And I think that this is a wonderful story that has to be told during this time of tragedy.
Late last night, some of the same doctors and nurses you just met left the hospital to go to a field unit where we're told emergency surgeries were being performed to help save even more lives. Tom?
Thank you very much, Stone Phillips. If you'll just permit me a personal observation about the city in which I have lived for the last 25 years and loved so much. That was a family portrait of New York. Men and women of so many different shades of skin pigmentation, tough, compassionate, talented, working together trying to save other New Yorkers, many of them anonymous to them, but all united by this tragedy. That goes on in the city every day in so many different ways, and it's always a message that I try to convey as I move across America, because the stereotype of America is so often so different. And joining us now is New York City's former police commissioner, Bill Bratton. Mr. Bratton, this is a tough town, but it's a great town. It's also a wounded city, and it's going to take its toll. New York is going to go through a very difficult time beyond the first 48 hours.
Well, Tom, if you can appreciate this, you've written a great deal about the greatest generation, World War II. The fire department in one day in this city lost 2% of the fire department in this incident. That's worse casualties than was suffered on D-Day. And most of the senior leadership of the fire department among those casualties. Phenomenal.
The New York Police Department, as well as the fire department, is going to be greatly stressed. They're working overtime. They're down there under the most difficult possible psychological as well as physical conditions. The NYPD was having some trouble recruiting members just in the past month or so. How does it respond and bounce back from all of this?
That is the strength of what is truly the world's greatest police department, a department that I was privileged for 2 years to be a part of, that I love so dearly, that New Yorkers love. It is maligned from time to time, unfortunately, sometimes deservedly so because of the actions of a few. But what you've seen the last couple of days is what New York City, what New York's finest and New York's bravest are all about. They are the best, and they will continue to exhibit the courage and the professionalism. You just showed doctors doing what they do so well. Well, yesterday, New York's finest and bravest showed what they do day in and day out, sometimes with accolades, sometimes with indifference, at all times very poorly paid for what they are expected to sacrifice. New Yorkers in this country are blessed that so many have chosen to serve in that way. And ironically, I think those sacrifices, that I think the recruiting problems, particularly of the NYPD, as a result of this situation, will be over. I think once again this department will truly draw to its ranks the best and brightest in New York and the surrounding area.
Mr. Commissioner, you were a key player in turning the tide in the war on crime in this city. We have had a great reduction in crime in the past several years. But are New York City policemen now, and women, are they also going to be asked to take up more security roles in the wake of this terrorist attack?
Certainly, and there was an earlier report talking about the rethinking of the military in this country that has, for the last 10 years, let's face it, been focused on having no fatalities while trying to engage in activities around the world. The military, I'm sorry, they're expected to take fatalities. You can't engage with just technology. After the tremendous losses, both among police and fire and EMS here, as well as God knows how many civilians, in dealing with this situation, the military is going to have to move beyond a zero-based calculation and literally do what it takes to really, once and for all, move against these forces of terrorism. America today is being sorely tested. Like yourself, I'm a great believer in the resilience of this country, and particularly this city. And this city is the future of this country, let's face it, the melting pot, where so many people from all over the world, Muslims as well as Catholics and Protestants, they all live here. I'm one of those recent transplants. I love the place. I live, eat, and breathe New York City, and it is what America is all about. We're going to rise above this, and I'd like to, if I could, just take this opportunity to just also compliment the leadership in the city, Mayor Giuliani, the people working around him. Let's face it, the mayor and I have had our differences, but in these instances, nobody does it better than he does, and it has really helped New Yorkers to draw it together, to have leadership like that, and it's a privilege to be a citizen of this city.
All right, thank you very much, former Police Commissioner Bill Bratton, who in fact did have a well-publicized feud with Mayor Giuliani, and in effect lost his job as a result of all of that. Ironically, on Tuesday, yesterday, there was a mayoral primary to determine the successor to Mayor Giuliani. That had to be canceled. If you were to take a vote in Manhattan today, probably by consensus, Manhattan and other borough residents would elect Mayor Giuliani to the lifetime post of the mayor of the city. But there are term limits, and there will be a new mayor in the next term. On day 2 of the attack on America, so many families still don't know the fate of their loved ones. As the rescue efforts do continue, how do relatives and friends cope with the uncertainty? In far too many cases, how do they cope with their grief? There is help, it turns out. We get more on that now from Dateline's Edie Magnus.
There may be an emptiness in the New York skyline, but it doesn't compare with the emptiness millions of people are feeling today. They are trying to cope with the loss of family members, co-workers, neighbors, and fellow Americans, and anguishing over what the victims might have endured.
It's the empty feeling of not knowing if he's dead or alive or if he was tortured. I just don't close my eyes at night because at least I don't have to see what I think happened to him.
Kristen Galusha was one of hundreds lined up at Bellevue Hospital. She was trying to get information about her missing boyfriend. Andrew Bass hadn't heard anything about his wife either.
And it is just unbelievable that the agony that tears at your heart and what goes through your mind, mainly at your mind when you go to sleep. Because I thought, I woke up and first thing I thought, Felicia went to work, and then it hit me. She never came home from work yesterday.
For many of these people, the last contact they had with a loved one came from panicked phone calls made to and from the World Trade Center immediately after the plane struck. Dilette Villa.
Actually trying to find my stepsister. She worked on the 96th floor, I believe, of the first tower. And she called after the first explosion and was able to tell someone that she had gotten down to the 70th floor but was choking and she needed help. And we haven't heard from her since.
Desperate to find those missing, people here said they've tried the city's emergency numbers, but all the circuits are busy. So with pictures in hand and no place else to go, people like Beth Burris come here.
We've come to Bellevue today as friends have gathered for an employee of Aon who worked on the 105th floor of the World Trade Center 2. He was in his office. We understand that he got down one of the staircases and was the last seen on staircase 78. His name is John Niven. He is survived by his wife and 18-month-old baby Jack.
As grim as it might appear, these people do not seem capable of giving up hope.
Although your brain knows that it happened, you can't even feel it. You can't integrate it. So it feels like it didn't happen.
In fact, according to trauma therapist David Grand, There is something about the entire horrific event that is unreal and almost impossible to accept.
Gradually, within the next few days, it begins to set in.
Grand knows how devastating tragedies like Lockerbie, Oklahoma City, and even the 1993 World Trade Center bombing were. He's treated victims of terrorist bombings before, but says this one is different.
I have never experienced personally or professionally anything like this.
He says this atrocity is so much bigger, so much more monstrous. The healing process is that much more difficult.
But here it's mass murder. And here it's mass murder that was perpetrated by people for something that we can't understand. It's beyond our capacity to understand. It becomes the most incomprehensible and the most senseless of losses.
Grand says that the magnitude of the attack is actually a double-edged sword. On the one hand, the pain and loss is so widespread, it can intensify one person's suffering. On the other hand, there may actually be some comfort in sharing an experience like this with so many other people.
It's so crucial for us to recognize the commonality of our experiences and to come together with them and share the experiences and offer mutual support to each other.
At Bellevue, they may still be holding out hope for the living, but a block north, there's another line of people outside a makeshift morgue. Instead of hoping for the best, they are trying to confirm the worst, holding dental records to try to see if the city has found matching bodies. Counselors are there trying to provide solace.
Trauma therapists are facing a situation they've never worked with before, of this nature and of this scale.
But Grand says at the end of the day, there's only so much these counselors can do.
The most important thing is the support of family and friends. And family and friends to be there to provide for their emotional and physical needs, and not to communicate anything primarily, but to listen and to help a person to know that they're not alone.
Also, he says people have to accept that things have changed, that it wasn't a bad dream.
So there really needs to be an absolute reminder that the World Trade Towers, that the two towers are gone, and that they're not coming back.
For those who are suffering the physical or emotional effects of trauma, Grand emphasizes that there is treatment that works. But he says healing can last a lifetime, and some days are bound to be worse than others.
We're in the earliest stage of this right now. Even just the basic saving of life stage, trying to recover bodies, trying to treat people who've been injured. It's important for us to really anticipate the coming year and the culmination of that a year from now, which is the anniversary reaction.
The psychological toll, not just for the family members, but for all Americans as they watch those scenes play out again and again on their television sets. The search for those responsible for the attacks has taken FBI agents and other federal law enforcement authorities to Florida, it turns out, where NBC's Kerry Sanders, part of our journalistic terrorism task force, has been following the investigation, and the trail there races back and forth across Florida. Kerry?
It does, and the real focus of the investigation is on in Venice, Florida, which is on the Gulf Coast, at the Venice Flying School. Federal agents went there and carted away about 10 boxes of records from the school, and they went to that location after they looked at the passenger manifest on these suicide jets, and they caught one name, and the name that really got their attention was Mohammed Atta, 33-year-old. We have a picture of Mohammed, and his name caught the counter-terrorist task force's attention because they had seen that name before. He's suspected in involvement in the bombing of a bus, a terrorist bombing of a bus in Israel in 1986. Well, the authorities went over to the Venice Flying School and quickly realized that he had studied to fly along with his cousin at the school there. He enrolled in July and was there through January. I spoke to administrators at the Venice Flying School today who told us that these two individuals who showed up, the other one, the cousin, Marwan al-Shahi, apparently had no problem making payments to take these classes. The cost of getting their commercial pilot's license, $25,000 each. They always paid on time, they paid with checks, never a problem. The agents have now taken that information that they carded and they've taken it back, and They have a command center here, about 400 agents coming and going, but throughout the day they have been serving search warrants all over the state. In Vero Beach, which is on the East Coast. They've been in Hollywood, Florida. They spoke to some representatives in Hollywood, Florida, of a bar, and the agents went in there with photographs. One of the people in the bar who works there said it looked like it was one of those photographs that might be out of a passport because of the information that was included there. And they showed him the picture and said, "Do you know this guy? Have you seen him before?" And the manager at the bar said, "Indeed I have. I saw him on Thursday. He was in my bar with somebody else. He got into an altercation and a fight. They were drinking a lot and was refusing to pay his bill. And then finally said, I can pay my bill," pulled out a wad of cash and said, "I'm an American Airlines pilot. I can afford this, of course." Well, they have now identified that the picture that they brought in was indeed the person who was in that bar on Thursday, Mohammed Atta. So at this point, the authorities are trying to see how this all links together and whether just 2 people took the classes there at the Venice Flying School or whether there were perhaps others that all got their certification there.
All right, Kerry Sanders, who's been doing first-rate detective work for us in Florida, with an update on the trail that led to Florida and the pilot training of 2 of the men that died, we believe both died, when they crashed the airliners into the World Trade Center towers. Let's go now to Boston and Dateline's Chris Hansen, who's one of our crack investigative reporters and a member of this terrorism task force that we've organized here at NBC News. Chris?
Tom, we have some new information tonight. You may recall the rather wild scene outside the Copley Plaza Hotel today, the Westin, where 3 people were detained. And the reason they were detained is because, according to investigators, they're using a credit card that had a name on it of a suspect that the investigators wanted to question. Well, in fact, that was the same name, but now we are being told by our affiliate here, WHDH, that police and investigators believe it is just not the same person, that this, while it looked like a very serious arrest, while there were bomb-sniffing dogs and while there was a SWAT team, that apparently this was a case of mistaken identity, and these 3 people who were detained for a good part of the day, Tom, tonight have now been released.
All right, thank you very much, Chris Hansen. Chris, let me ask you a quick question.
Sure.
That airline passenger who had the altercation with the 2 men in the airport parking facility and then reported that to federal authorities, do we have any idea where that person is?
Well, he's still out of town. I do not know the city he's currently in. Obviously, we'd love to talk to him just as much as the federal investigators wanted to talk to him. He provided a significant lead. The big break in the case today, at least here in Boston. We believe that once air travel gets back to normal, he'll probably be returning to the Boston area, and as soon as we humanly possibly can, we're going to try and talk to him.
All right, thank you very much, Chris Hansen. If you're watching, the number to call is 1-212-664-4200. We'd be interested in hearing from you. We don't know who the traveler is or where he is at this hour, but obviously he provided a key break to federal investigators. In these days of increased aviation security, it is unusual for one plane to be hijacked. But then, how did the terrorists manage to hijack 4? As Dateline's Lee Thompson tells us tonight, tragically, it may have been much easier than anyone could have anticipated.
Airport X-ray machines, metal detectors, and security screeners are the final line of defense in the war against anti-terrorism. So how is it that all of them failed us so completely yesterday?
It was very crude. It was very effective, but very crude.
Aviation consultant Mike Boyd says this attack was so effective because our vulnerabilities were so obvious.
We have a situation where some terrorists were able to get on the field, into the cockpit of an airplane, and crash it into a building. That's fundamental security, not extraordinary security.
While the FAA was focused on developing sophisticated explosive detection equipment to prevent a bomb from getting onto a plane, critics charge they failed to protect flyers against a low-tech Trojan horse-style assault. Though it's not entirely clear how all the hijackers breached security, it's likely some of them simply walked through security checkpoints with their weapons concealed by little more than a nod and a smile.
Thank you very much.
Small knives or cutting tools like these are often overlooked or have been permitted to be carried aboard aircraft. Shaving items like these razor blades seem innocent enough, but could easily be used with deadly intent. While law enforcement continues to investigate the hijackings, calls from passengers aboard the doomed jet suggest it was handmade weapons or something similar to these that were used to commandeer the planes and threaten or kill the crew. How could terrorists get past the multitude of electronic scanning devices? For one thing, these checkpoints are manned by people who aren't well trained.
Almost anyone can get a job as a security screener at American airports today because these are low-wage, low-satisfaction jobs with people that are very low-skilled, and there's very high turnover, so they're always looking for new people.
Investigators are also speculating that the terrorists may have been able to infiltrate airport staff, such as catering or baggage handlers, gaining access to secure areas of the airport.
One of the most difficult things in the world to protect against in any security system is an insider.
Billy Vincent is a former head of security for the Federal Aviation Administration.
When they bring those catering supplies on board, you have to remember that that individual, like anyone else coming in the security area, is not screened. They could have carried whatever they wanted with them.
Government reports have warned for years that background checks for airport personnel are inadequate. In fact, in 1996, Dateline producers working undercover had no trouble being hired at Newark and Atlanta Hartsfield airports. At Newark Airport in New Jersey, where one of the hijacked planes departed yesterday, our Dateline producer was hired on the spot, no references checked. Within 2 days, he was screening bags at a security checkpoint with no training. He was able to gain access to planes, cockpits, and other secure areas. While changes were made after our report, problems persist. Dateline has reviewed FAA records of all violations against airlines, airports, and individuals over the past 2 years. The number of security violations are almost double the number of all other kinds of violations combined. Today, the FAA issued new orders for airport security. From now on, you'll no longer be allowed to check your bags at curbside. You won't be able to access boarding areas without a ticket. And according to Vincent, you won't be able to bring pocket knives, cutting tools, or even scissors aboard planes. But experts warn even those procedures don't go far enough.
Even more interesting is they did not prohibit the passenger from carrying all of these carry-on items that they're inclined to do on board an airplane. I find that amazing.
Instead, Vincent and others point to more extensive measures many foreign countries have had in place for years. For instance, the international airport in Zurich, Switzerland. Heavily armed soldiers patrol the terminal, armored vehicles on tarmacs, and highly trained government employees operate scanning equipment, scrutinizing passengers and carry-on bags. International airlines like Israel's national airline, El Al, are legendary for their rigorous security.
The security is amazing. They go through every bag.
Terry Tripler is a travel consultant.
They physically search every person. You do not know exactly when you're going to leave, or you will sit on the ramp somewhere, and then at a moment's notice, you take off.
But that's not likely to happen here. Tripler warns, however, that whatever we do will impact air travel as we know it.
I think the security during the Gulf War was a Sunday school picnic compared to what we're going to see when it comes online. I think we're going to be telling people, rightfully so, to get out to the airport 2 and 3 hours prior to their flight.
Are we, the American public, partially to blame here because we have insisted, indeed demanded, that we go to the airport and just get on that plane?
We want everything fast. You know, we're in a fast food world. We want to get out to the airport, get on the plane, and get where we're going. And we want a $198 fare on top of it. We're going to have more security, longer check-in lines, and we're going to have to pay more money.
Something that after yesterday, most Americans are probably willing to pay.
How much would you pay to know that you were not going to be on one of those flights yesterday? How much is it worth to you? $10, $25 a ticket? The American people, the American traveling public, we have to answer that.
That's Dateline's Edie Magnus telling us about the new world that we'll all be occupying as soon as commercial air traffic is resumed. And we don't know exactly when that's going to happen. NBC's Robert Hager says it may not happen tomorrow either, because the CIA and the FBI are still very concerned about security considerations. I'm joined now by someone who knows very well those two agencies. He's William Webster, former federal judge from Missouri, who has been both the director of the CIA and the FBI. Judge Webster, thank you very much for being with us tonight. I think most Americans are saying, how in the world could this have happened without us knowing something in advance? A lot of other people are saying, you know, we have such enormous capacity to process information. We're processing more than we can handle. What is the answer?
I don't think we know the answer to this particular situation, Tom. Everyone hopes and expects that the intelligence community and the law enforcement community will be alert for these things. They have been successful in the past in a number of these cases. I think that now is the time to focus primarily, as we have been doing, on the attention to the victims and their families, the leads that will lead to an identification of those who were responsible and an appropriate response. In due course, we'll find out in lessons learned, were there things that could have been observed? It seems to me that it's very possible, despite the number of people involved here, that this organization, if it was an organization, appears to be, was able to operate on such close hold, using means of communication that are not readily detectable by surveillance techniques, that they were able to pull it off. That's not an excuse, but certainly we should reserve judgment until we can look at it in an informed way.
There have been so many warnings about America being vulnerable to the threat of terrorism, but not much of a response in a proactive fashion from either our leaders on Capitol Hill or in the White House, Republican and Democrat for that matter, nor has there been much popular will for committing those resources.
There's always a price to pay. There's a price to pay for the additional protection. There's a price to pay in terms of privacy, freedom of movement, which we treasure in this country. There has to be a balance. The American people are always ready to do what's necessary. They need to be informed and to know what's necessary, and they'll stand up for it. I just want to say I've never been more proud than I am tonight of how Americans have reacted to the last tragic 2 days, particularly those who were on scene and provided rescue attempts, our firemen and our police officers, many of whom became casualties themselves. And they, you know, they stood in our place, and I hope they won't be, their families will not be forgotten as we try to sort out what can be done for them.
Well, I'm confident that they will not be, Judge Webster, and we thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Judge William Webster, who's been both the director of the CIA and the FBI and a federal judge. Heartbreaking stories are emerging tonight about what passengers endured in the final moments of those fatal hijacked flights. People calling on their cell phones, panic and love in their voices to say farewell to their families. More on that now from Dateline's Josh Mankiewicz.
A math whiz, a business consultant, a pro hockey scout, a grandmother, a mother of 3, passengers all on a journey begun in innocence and ended in horror. A candlelight vigil remembers 49-year-old Jane Orth. She took a company buyout from Lucent Technologies, and she was using the money for a trip to Australia, a trip that would have had her change planes in L.A. She leaves behind 3 children.
My mother was a one-of-a-kind lady.
It sounded as though Mark was, yes, afraid. I know that he was a little flustered because he said, "Mom, this is Mark Bingham."
Alice Hoagland's son Mark was calling on his cell phone from United Flight 93. It was the last time they would ever speak.
I got on the phone, "Mark," and he said, "Mom, this is Mark Bingham. First thing, I want you guys to know that I love you." And I said, "Mark, we love you too."
United Airlines flight attendant Cece Lyles was a former police officer in Fort Pierce, Florida. After her flight was hijacked, she also managed to make a cell phone call to her husband.
The only thing I'm just going to say from that is my wife said she just called to tell me that she loved me dearly, and just to tell the boys that she loved us. So she said that's my last memory.
She was the best woman I ever met in my life, and I just love her so much. She was a great mother.
Among the casualties, conservative commentator Barbara Olson, wife of U.S. Solicitor General Ted Olson. Just before her plane hit the Pentagon, she called her husband on her cell phone, telling him, "Can you believe this? We're being hijacked." Then the phone went dead. Also killed was David Angel, the award-winning creator and executive producer of the TV show Frasier. He was returning to Los Angeles with his wife after a holiday at Cape Cod. The captain of American Flight 11 was John Oganowski, a 22-year veteran of the airline. His brother, Jim.
I ask all of you for your prayers, for as I refer to him as Brother John.
On the passenger list, 41-year-old businessman Edmund Glazier, the chief financial officer of LA's MRV Communications, an optical network company.
He was just a wonderful person. He was a very warm individual. He was respected by so many people. Everyone who knew him was just always had a lot of respect for him.
31-year-old Danny Lewin was a math whiz and a hugely successful internet entrepreneur. He was born in Denver, raised in Jerusalem, and served in the Israeli army. Richard Ross was a management consultant. He loved to sail. Canadian Ace Bailey played pro hockey in Boston, Detroit, St. Louis, and Washington, D.C., and was proud to have mentored a young Wayne Gretzky. Ace loved the ice so much he stayed with it as the chief scout for the LA Kings and was associated with 7 Stanley Cup teams. He also had 7 knee operations. Mark Bavis was also a scout with the Kings. Today they skated in practice with black armbands. 78-year-old Mary Alice Wallstrom had 16 grandchildren. She and her daughter, Carolyn Bugh of L.A., were aboard the first plane to hit the World Trade Center. They were returning from Boston, where they were helping Carolyn's twin daughters settle into art school.
My mind is like reeling with the senselessness and the waste. It's just waste.
38-year-old Tom Burnett had twin 5-year-old girls and a 3-year-old daughter. He worked at a medical supply company and was scheduled to take a later flight, but he got to the Newark airport early, in time to catch United Flight 93.
I've lost the husband I've always dreamed of having. I've lost a precious gift that God gave me 9 years ago.
When the plane was taken over, Burnett called his wife 4 different times and told her he and 2 other passengers were going to try to overpower the hijackers.
I feel very proud of him. He would laugh at being called a hero. He always thought that word was very overused. And he would tell you he was just trying to get home.
Tonight, other families are trying to find some small comfort in the hope that their loved ones might have died trying valiantly to save their own lives.
We know that since this was the only airliner of the 4 that did not make it to some target destination, that it is likely that the passengers did something to thwart these men, and I hope that Mark had a chance to participate in that, and I'll bet he did. I'll bet he did.
That's Dateline's Josh Mackenwitz tonight with the stories behind those people who were lost on the airlines. And there is a development tonight here in Manhattan, another evacuation. We don't know full details. Dateline's Stone Phillips is on the phone with me now. Stone, what do you know?
Tom, I have moved from my camera position up at Times Square down to 34th Street. I'm actually standing in front of Macy's looking up at the Empire State Building. Police units responding to a call just a few minutes ago told us that a bomb-sniffing dog gave a positive reading to a package inside the Empire State Building, and as a result, the bomb squad has been called in. For the past several minutes, police have been moving people out of this area. We have been evacuated. In fact, we're being asked to move even as we speak right now. We're being asked to move. They've evacuated people. The location of the Empire State Building is 5th Avenue at 34th Street. We are being evacuated 2 blocks away to 7th Avenue and 34th Street. But people were running, being rather urgently moved out of the area. We don't know if what has been found. I'm looking up at the building right now. There has been no explosion of any kind. There are lights up at the top of the tower, and up at the red light at the very top of the needle on top of the Empire State Building. Still vivid from here. So that's where things stand at this point.
Can you stay on the cell phone for just a moment, Stone?
I will.
Okay. Do we have any idea where in the Empire State Building that package may have been located?
We don't at this point. I asked, and there was no word. The police are moving us back here. We don't know, Tom. And the word we got was inside the building.
And it was it? You have no idea about whether it was a called-in bomb threat or whether they were just doing a routine inspection of the building when they came upon the package?
You know, I don't know. The only word we got was that it was a bomb-sniffing dog that was in advance of a bomb squad, and after the positive reading, the bomb squad was called in. Streets here are now evacuated. Still some people running down 34th Street towards 7th Avenue. And the police have obviously cordoned off this whole area.
All right, I'm going to let you ring off here so that you can continue to gather information for us, and we trust that you'll check back in when you get anything additional for us. I think it's also worth pointing out that there have been a number of bomb scares in Manhattan in the last 36 to 48 hours. At Stuyvesant High School, which later became a triage center, there was a bomb scare yesterday. It's very close to the World Trade Center. There have been other calls, many of which we probably don't even know about. But this is a bomb-sniffing dog that has found a suspicious package and responded to it positively. So police are doing the prudent thing, clearing everyone out of the area and everyone out of the Empire State Building. The Empire State Building is a commercial building. It's not a residential building. So it is unlikely that there were very many people in there, except perhaps maintenance and janitorial people, or perhaps one or two other people who may have been working late. Although it's also important to point out that this city, for the past 36 to 48 hours, has been operating on downtime. The mayor even said yesterday, stay home today, be with your family. Later this afternoon, with Governor Pataki at his side, Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki both said that it's time now to try to resume our lives. We have to make a statement, and of course the commerce of the city has to go on as well. People have to go about their business, go back to their jobs, earn their paychecks, or if they're small business owners, they have to begin to develop some income as well. It can only take this economic hit for so long. To bring you up to date on other late developments, the White House is confirming and saying that, in fact, the White House and Air Force One were targets. They have credible evidence to that effect. Tim Russert reported earlier that Dick Cheney at one point was moved out of an office that he was operating out of when that plane that eventually crashed into the Pentagon made a circle over the Pentagon, over the Capitol, then over the White House, and then went back and hit the Pentagon. We're also told by Ari Fleischer, the White House press secretary, they have credible evidence that Air Force One was a target. But of course, he said for security reasons, he couldn't share that evidence with the public. The FBI raids have found new evidence in the hunt for hijackers in Florida and also in the Boston area, in cars and apartment buildings. But 3 people who were detained for questioning in Boston were released tonight. One more portion of what was once the World Trade Center has crumbled, and the desperate search and rescue efforts go on. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 people perhaps may be trapped in that rubble. The numbers are simply unaccountable because no one can say for sure how many people were in the building. A number of them did get out. They're trying now to reconcile the roster of workers who should have been there at that time and those who are still missing. The latest from Wall Street tonight, the stock market will remain closed again tomorrow for the 3rd straight day. It's the longest break in trading since the outbreak of World War I. CNBC's Maria Bartiromo joins me now with the financial fallout. And Maria, this is going to have a real impact, not only on the American economy, but on the economy around the world.
For sure, Tom. At this point, people are expecting most consumers to stop their spending or at a minimum slow down their spending. I would expect that people will not want to travel during these times, and certainly they will not be traveling to American symbols like a Disney World or large buildings. So I would expect the airline industry and business travel to slow down quite substantially. Over the near term, I am certainly expecting a negative impact on an already fragile economy.
Why are they unable to open the New York Stock Exchange? Do they have a problem with the electronic circuitry there?
There is electronic circuitry problems, but really it is logistics. I mean, when you go down to Wall Street, just getting to the New York Stock Exchange is frankly difficult because of all of the rescue crews around. And the thought process is that you really don't want to disturb that at this time. You want to keep that going and really not be interested in opening the markets right now. I think most people believe that is the best thing to do.
And what about the Chicago markets? Will they remain closed as well?
Yes, all of the markets together are doing a coordinated effort. I mean, of course, the European equity markets were open today and they actually closed higher. But I don't think most people are really thinking about that right now. I really would not make too much of the performance of the markets.
Okay, Maria Bartiromo. By the way, I guess they are going to be doing some bond trading tomorrow, but no equity trading.
That's right. Bond trading is open partially. And also, as I mentioned, the international markets are open. People are expecting that the equity markets will open probably on Monday, but at the earliest, possibly on Friday.
All right. Thank you very much, Maria Bartiromo of CNBC. And of course, there is some speculation as well that a lot of the major financial figures in America and around the world will make a statement to terrorism by sending many, many more buy orders than sell orders when they do open on Monday. They want to make a statement about the stability of not just the American economy, but the global economy, because they are so intertwined these days. We're going to show you now a shot in Washington, D.C. That is the Pentagon, where the rescue work continues tonight. The horror is far from over at the heart of the nation's military establishment. And we get more on that story now from Dateline's Mike Taibbi.
Dawn in the nation's capital rose out of a clear sky, the first light revealing not the promise of a new day, but the punishments of an unprecedented morning after. A street musician spilled a somber tune, the city's flags at half-staff, and the vitality of the capital replaced by a lingering sense of dread.
It's a wake-up call for our country, basically.
There were signs of increased security measures in every direction. National Guardsmen in fatigues lining downtown streets, impromptu police checkpoints, and helicopters circling overhead. A city bunkered down. At the Pentagon, many employees did return to work, though it was anything but business as usual.
Our lives have changed. I think it's as close to war as I ever want to be.
The western wedge of the concrete fortress was still smoldering this morning. 5 floors destroyed at ground zero of the airliner's impact. The death toll is still unknown. Anywhere from 150 to 200 people feared lost, still buried under the rubble, their loved ones in the awful limbo of not knowing. For Tracy Rowenhorst, it has been a relentless vigil. We found her camped outside the Pentagon, not far from the mass of reporters. She and her friends have stayed here, watching and waiting all night and into a long day.
Actually, right here since 1 o'clock this morning.
Tracy isn't just facing the spot where a commercial airliner crashed into the Pentagon. She's facing her husband Eddie's office. So, she told us, she will not leave this spot, for she believes it's as close as she can get, and that she'll get the first news about Eddie here.
I've been angry. I've been crying here hysterically. I have been exhausted, and I'll be here still.
In the meantime, at his home in Woodbridge, Virginia, his mother, Jane Merrill, has set up a command center of sorts ever since she first heard the news that her son was among the missing.
My first thought was that it was like Pearl Harbor. Yes, this is Jane Merrill calling, and my son was in the area where the plane went through.
She is on the telephone almost constantly, calling emergency rooms, the Pentagon, anyone who might tell her anything at all about Eddie. No one does.
Thank you. Bye.
And you're calling the hospitals and you're hearing nothing.
Right.
That would give you an indication one way or the other.
Right. They're saying he's not on the list.
Sitting at their desks.
Right.
Doing their work.
Right.
And all of it disappearing, or possibly disappearing in a flash.
Yeah, just one day. You get up the next morning, and it's not the same.
Rowenhorst is a family man with 2 young daughters who's worked as a civilian accountant at the Pentagon all his adult life. It's the only job he's ever had. He loves it.
I know that if there's any way possible, even if he were suffering, he would fight to get back to, you know, his girls and his wife and his family.
But it is the slimmest of hopes, for this has been a tragedy of timing. Rowenhorst's office was just relocated 3 months ago to the first floor of the outer ring on the west side of the Pentagon, directly in the path of terror. Now, his mother, Jane Merrill, has to deal with explaining that harsh reality to his 2 little girls. The oldest, at 7 years old, knows exactly what it could mean.
You know, she is concerned. Well, you know, what if my daddy dies? And, you know, I don't want my daddy to die. And
Jane Merrill, a mother, does not want to think that survival for her son is improbable, if not impossible.
people can hang on for a long time, even if they're injured, and especially if they have the fight and the drive and the faith.
And Eddie has all of that.
Right. Right.
By 2 in the afternoon, there was absolutely no smoke showing, and there were no other signs of an active fire. It seemed the job of the firefighters was virtually done. For Tracy, and for the others awaiting word, there was one key question. When would the nature of the mission change from search and rescue to recovery?
I hold out all hope until they tell me otherwise.
But emergency and medical workers say there's little hope of finding any survivors under the rubble. Assistant Director of Emergencies, Dr. John Severa.
The information that we're given is simply that they don't anticipate having any live casualties in the immediate future.
One Pentagon employee who did survive was Patty Benner-Anson.
Instantly, people started screaming, "Get out of the building, get out of the building."
She knew as she fled the scene that whatever she'd learned and taught in 20 years as a national security analyst would be of limited use now, assuming she got out alive.
And as I was running through the Pentagon yesterday, I kept thinking to myself, it's happened. The world just changed. Everything that I was working on that was on my desk is not relevant.
What was relevant yesterday morning was that people around her were in a desperate race to survive, and not just adult colleagues.
Another overwhelming scene was that's where the daycare center is, and all of these daycare workers trying to handle everything from newborns to toddlers. There's parents that don't know if their kids are okay.
When her own ordeal was finally over, she paused to reflect.
But I wanted to stand there and let that image of the Pentagon with the billowing black smoke just burn in my mind. Because the greatest symbol of attacking American strength is, to me, was to attack the Pentagon.
That symbol is one of the world's largest office buildings, 435,000 cubic feet of concrete with 17 miles of corridors.
This was something that stood for the invincibility of this country. Now, it is no longer that.
Richard Wilson is a professor of architectural history at the University of Virginia. He says the concrete building is as stable as it gets.
If you're going to have a building and expect it to sustain this type of an impact, then perhaps the Pentagon type is the best.
But can any of our national symbols be protected?
We're a free and an open society, and as long as we're a free and an open society, it's going to be very difficult to prevent these kinds of things from happening.
Neil Livingstone is an expert in international risk management. He concedes that only the most drastic measure imaginable, shooting down a passenger-laden civilian aircraft, might have prevented yesterday's unimaginable assaults.
We don't easily shoot a plane out of the sky. We don't easily kill 200 people who may be in some type of emergency. We're going to have to rethink that, obviously, and be in a position to say that if a plane deviates even a very, very little bit off that flight pattern, that we may have to take some type of extraordinary action.
But Livingstone says that long before we take those extraordinary steps, we have to look at the root of the problem.
If you don't solve these problems where they originate, over in the Middle East or wherever these terrorists came from, then you can't expect us to defeat the problem solely at the airport. Some days you may get lucky, other days you probably won't be lucky.
And Tracy Rowenhorst, her husband still missing, ends the day as she began it, waiting.
I'm joined now by James Woolsey. He's the former director of the CIA, and he joins us now from Washington. He served during the Clinton administration. Mr. Woolsey, let me ask you, first of all, why it is so hard to gather information and intelligence on these terrorist cells that exist in the subcontinent of Africa and throughout the Middle East.
Well, terrorist cells themselves often are small, perhaps loosely associated. One part may not know what another is doing. You will possibly need to penetrate a large number of them in order to have some picture of what is going on. And one thing that I'm particularly concerned about is 6 years ago, shortly after I left the CIA job, the CIA implemented some guidelines in response to a mess down in Guatemala, which made it more difficult, not impossible, but more difficult to recruit people with violent pasts or human rights violations in their pasts as spies. Now, that's sort of fine from a moralistic point of view, but you know, there's nobody in bin Laden's organization who's not a human rights violator or Hezbollah. If you want to recruit spies inside terrorist organizations, you're going to have to deal with some fairly nasty people and pay them money, the way the FBI does when it's dealing with the mafia. So we make things harder sometimes on ourselves than we really should. There's one final point here, Tommy. We may not, in this case, be dealing solely with autonomous terrorist organizations. There are a number of indicia that bin Laden's group was involved. That may well turn out to be true. Indeed, they may have been the central operators. But that doesn't mean that there can't be some state sponsorship or guidance or assistance behind them. And one candidate for that, one possible candidate, is the government of Iraq.
That has not been introduced by anyone, but Saddam Hussein today said, in effect, that America has it coming. And obviously, the United States has been launching not only electronic spy planes against southern Iraq, but it's been launching more attacks again recently since the inauguration of the Bush administration.
Been trying to maintain the no-fly zones in the north and south so that he can't operate aircraft there. That's right. I'd just assume those be no-drive zones as well, and that we keep him from operating vehicles in those areas. But that's just a personal view.
There are so many electronic transmissions these days on computers, on cell phones, and other areas. Brent Scowcroft, whom I know you know well, is a former national security advisor to George Bush, the 41st president of the United States, is saying that we're almost in overload here, that we're developing more information than we can process. Was that a problem when you were at the CIA?
It is a problem, particularly the satellites taking pictures. You pick up a lot more ones and zeros than you have the intelligence analysts to go through. Often you pick up a lot more foreign language transmissions than you have the interpreters to go through. That is a problem. It's not always a problem in terms of penetrating terrorist groups, however. Sometimes the difficulty there is not enough raw information because they're so hard to penetrate, because you really kind of have to do it with spies. It's not easy to collect intelligence on them in other ways. And because of some of those self-imposed disabilities that I described earlier.
In a larger sense, it's also a very complex political and diplomatic problem, because fundamentalist Islamic radicals, and we have to separate them from law-abiding, faithful people of the Muslim belief, but fundamental Islamic radicals who have developed such a deep hatred for America are scattered not only across the subcontinent in the Middle East, but also they have taken root in Southeast Asia and the Philippines as well.
Yes, it is a very troubling phenomenon. And one thing, again, coming back to Iraq, need to realize is that a number of these fundamentalist groups and individuals have increasingly close relationships with Iraq. The Ba'ath Party, Saddam's party, historically was, like the Communist Party, was an anti-religious party. But a decade or so ago, that began to change, and Saddam has gone out of his way to make common cause with some of these fundamentalist terrorist groups, and they with him. It's a very unhappy alliance.
All right, thanks very much, James Woolsey, who was the CIA director during the Clinton administration, now associated with the Kennedy School at Harvard. We want to go to Dateline's Stone Phillips now. There has been a development in Midtown Manhattan at the Empire State Building. Bomb-sniffing dog got a positive read from a package that was found there, and the area was evacuated. Stone, what's the latest?
Tom, I'm now on 42nd Street at 5th Avenue. This entire area has been evacuated. Police units continue to respond. The building has not changed. I mean, we're still seeing the same thing as we look up at the Empire State Building. I did notice as we moved down 42nd Street that subway workers were up out of a subway station, so apparently they have also evacuated the subway system in this area. People have been evacuated west all the way to 8th Avenue, which is 3 or 4 blocks away from 5th Avenue and 34th, where the Empire State Building is. So this is obviously being taken quite seriously. As you mentioned, the bomb-sniffing dog got a positive reading. Bomb squads responded. We've had no information about what they have found.
All right, thank you very much, Dateline Stone Phillips, and I know that you'll be getting back to us as there is additional information developed either there or from police sources at police headquarters in Manhattan. One of the great concerns in this country, of course, would be a mindless attack on people of Islamic faith, and there are some 7 million Muslims in America. We have a very substantial Arab American population, especially along the eastern seaboard and in the Detroit area. And a living icon of modern America today released a statement to NBC News about these attacks. Muhammad Ali, the greatest, the champ, said, "I am a Muslim. I am an American. As an American Muslim, I want to express my deep sadness and anguish at the tremendous loss of life." He went on to say that if the culprits are Muslim, they have twisted the teachings of Islam. But, as I said, the attacks may already be making it difficult for certain groups in this country. More on that now from Dateline's Rob Stafford.
Inside this mosque, a prayer for peace. Outside, taunts from flag-waving teenagers. Arab Americans across the country, still stunned by the terrorist attacks, are now bracing for the aftershock, worried outrage over the bloodshed will be taken out on them.
How can we all as a community come together and send a positive message out to the rest of the community to put our energies together in a positive way, not a negative way?
Religious leaders called for calm and tolerance in this Arab American neighborhood in suburban Chicago. 2 Muslim schools here were evacuated yesterday for fear of reprisals. They remain closed today. Police nearby pulled down a sign of hate and put every available officer on the street. The mosque is under guard. The police chief says the local sporting goods store has agreed to stop selling guns. What were you concerned about?
The atmosphere right now, nothing good can come from the sale of guns or ammunition at the present time.
So far, only threats have been reported. But words are enough to frighten 14-year-old Alia Salian.
We're just riding in our car, minding our own business, and somebody just said, "F you Arabs."
Her mother, Rada, no longer feels safe in the country she's lived in for 20 years.
Every time I stop where the stoplight, I look, like I'm just looking, and people, stick fingers at me and talk and go back to your countries and Arab, like a lot of bad words.
The Tawil family says they feel the same way. Karen is American-born. Her husband, Tawfiq, was born in Jerusalem. Illinois has been his home for 17 years. They have 5 children. You get the news. What went through your mind?
Well, basically, when I heard the news, I was shocked like anybody else, and I still, until now, I'm in a shock, and I'm very saddened about what happened. I still cannot believe it.
When you see the pictures of Palestinians in your homeland jumping and celebrating what happened in New York and Washington, what goes through your mind?
Basically, every nation, there's some people are ignorant.
They compare the Palestinians who celebrate the attack to the American teenagers waving a flag outside their mosque. To them, both represent just a handful of people who they say have an extreme point of view. What are you guys doing?
We're showing our love for our country.
The Tawil family says the flag waving is scaring their kids. Karen is a soccer mom who was afraid to take her children to practice yesterday. She went anyway, saying she wouldn't give in to fear.
I need to teach my children to carry their head up high and be proud for who they are as Muslims and citizens of this country. That we wouldn't.
Dateline's Rob Stafford tonight with one of the many consequences of this terrorist attack and the unfortunate consequence of Arab Americans and people of the Islamic faith who have been targets for discrimination and taunts, and some very vile things have been said about them, and some mosques, of course, have been attacked. As you have been hearing this evening, people have been pulled alive from the ruined mountain of steel and glass and concrete in lower Manhattan. In the midst of all that mayhem, some heroic behavior. Here's Dateline's Hoda Kotb.
Yesterday, while it seemed everyone was trying to flee the city, there were people going the other way, running toward Ground Zero. Firefighters and police were called in from dispatch, but for others, the call came from an even deeper place.
I felt I needed to be here. With the special training that I have, I thought I needed to be here to help out. The hospital was called.
Dr. Anthony Colantonio is a trauma surgeon from Long Island. Incredibly, he rode his bicycle from Long Island to get into New York City.
It'll make everything worthwhile, just finding one or two human beings that are alive, get them through this.
And a story that seems almost impossible to believe. A police officer who told rescuers that he was near the top of one of the towers, he thinks the 86th floor, when it collapsed. Somehow, he survived.
He just rode down with the building as it collapsed. So I think that's a miracle.
When you look at the devastation here, it's hard to imagine that anyone survived. But somehow, some people did. One by one, stories of hope are trickling out. And it's those stories that are giving weary rescue workers the energy to keep going.
It was just unbelievable.
So physically with your hands, you're just lifting up pieces of concrete, anything you can get your hands on?
Concrete, metal, and would form a line with the rest of the police officers, the firemen, and EMTs, and just pass it right down the line, right out.
Firefighter Mark DeLuca came from Massachusetts to pitch in. Standing on top of 25 feet of debris, he and his company formed a human assembly line, passing chunks of concrete down piece by piece, searching for survivors. But after 8 hours, they found nothing.
Well, I thought the longer we dug, the more slim the chances were of finding anybody alive.
But then there was a moment where things changed.
Mm-hmm. Everything was very quiet, and then when everyone started cheering, and then when they started to bring out the fireman, then we realized that he was still alive, and that's why everybody was cheering, and it was a great thing.
That's where we were working last night, in the pit there.
Dr. Colantonio has yet to leave the scene of destruction since arriving yesterday. He's part of a large team of rescuers who risked their own lives searching, hoping to find survivors.
The floor is creaking around you, big gaping holes all around you, there's smoke, it's pitch black. It stinks, there's fire everywhere, it's hot.
The team located one man, a Port Authority policeman who was desperately trapped.
He was wedged in rubble from his chest on down.
Dr. Colantonio says the officer was fighting for his life, and they were fighting for him too.
We got intravenous lines in with him, stayed with them, got him some oxygen. Eventually the rescue workers were able to pry him free.
Incredibly, after 8 hours of arduous and careful digging at about 7:30 this morning, the police officer was freed and immediately brought to the hospital. We have no word on his current condition.
I think heroes is somebody who does something that they don't have to do. I think speaking for all the health professionals here and really all of the rescue workers, we're doing something that we have to do. And again, hopefully we'll recover some life.
Even facing tremendous grief over the loss of his fellow colleagues, this fireman represents the amazing fortitude and inner strength of so many rescuers to keep going, searching, praying.
Just looking through, looking for my friends, looking for everybody's friends out here.
That's just what this rescuer was doing, looking for survivors when he himself became a victim as the building collapsed around him.
At one point it was just black. I thought I was blind, but it was just the soot and it was just the darkness. If it wasn't for me turning on my flashlight, people started to see the flashlight and everybody just started calling out for help.
And perhaps the most amazing story of all, maybe even a miracle, Tony Dayer, a physician from NYU Downtown Hospital, relates what a victim, a police officer, told him.
I don't know exactly where they found him, but he apparently had been on the 86th floor. He said he described it as riding the building down when he felt it collapse. They extricated him, and he was in very good shape, apparently. There were no significant internal injuries.
The police officer was alert and conscious and is currently in a hospital with some leg injuries. And the last hero wasn't found on the ground, but rather in the air of United Airlines Flight 93. Before the plane crashed in Pennsylvania, passenger Jeremy Glick told his wife by cell phone that he and his fellow passengers had a plan to resist the terrorists by possibly tackling them. He knew there was a good chance he would die trying. Before the plane went down, he told his wife to have a good life and take care of their 3-month-old baby girl. In the end, United Airlines Flight 93 was the only hijacked plane that day not to hit a major target. Jeremy Glick, a hero who would not live to hear himself praised.
Dateline's Hoda Kotb tonight. We're going to go back to Midtown Manhattan now, where Dateline's Stone Phillips has been monitoring the situation at the Empire State Building, where they thought for a time they may have detected a bomb, but now all clear, Stone, I gather.
That's right, all clear. Tom, I'm standing at the corner of 42nd and 6th Avenue. Pedestrian traffic has been allowed back into the area. Vehicular traffic is now moving through the area, so apparently it is an all clear. A large area of Midtown had been evacuated as far east as 34th and 2nd Avenue and as far west as 8th Avenue and 34th Street. So it was a large and very tense operation here with a lot of police units responding. But at this point, as I say, pedestrians and cars allowed back into the area.
Thank God, Stone. We don't need any more bad news. And of course, it is the price of a war of terrorism, the psychological cost of all of that. We're going to have more of these kinds of episodes in which they think that they found a bomb, or people call in a bomb threat of some kind, or people plant some kind of a fake bomb, the demented minds that live among us that would do that as well. It is a sobering thought as we watch all of these images on television. Of course, as adults, we can, with some emotional price, grapple with the uncertainty of all of this, the reality of this terrorist attack. It's not easy for us, but we're also being closely watched by children. Maria Shriver is in the NBC Bureau in Burbank tonight. She joins us now with some parental guidance. Maria, Laura Bush was talking about that today in her appearance at Walter Reed Hospital.
That exactly, she was, Tom, and you're right. Kids are watching their parents, and educators and other people are telling their parents to present a calm exterior, reminding them that they are role models for their children. And there probably isn't a school-age child in this country who hasn't heard or seen about what happened in New York and Washington yesterday. And thousands of them are going back to school around the country. New York schools are supposed to open tomorrow, asking some very tough, complex, and emotional questions.
Around the country today, kids went to school with anxiety, fear, and terrifying images frozen in their minds.
Most vivid mental picture I can put in my head is walking down that street, walking through all the ash, the inches and inches and everything everywhere, and just thinking about body parts around and like a shoe. I saw a picture of a shoe, and it's really just so disturbing.
I saw on the news she looked like a kid who was maybe our age, and she was sitting in a van, and there was blood like all over her face and on her arms.
The plane was actually literally sucked in by one of the towers and then just diminished. It was gone. And that picture kept on replaying over and over and over.
Educators and parents everywhere are facing the daunting job of trying to assuage our children's fears, many of which have to do with those images.
Turn off the TV, especially for younger children. They cannot benefit and can be psychologically traumatized by continued exposure to scenes of explosions and fires and airplane crashes. And in particular, they aren't able to discern whether or not it's a replay or whether it's a new event.
Marlene Wong is head of Los Angeles' Unified School District Mental Health Services. As one of the nation's largest school districts, LAUSD has been on high alert since yesterday's tragedy. Today, a crisis team worked with kids in Granada Hills High, outside Los Angeles.
Marlene, you worked with the kids in Oklahoma City. What did you learn from that experience that you and your counselors can apply here?
The first thing we learned is how do we create a calm environment in the school, despite the fact that there's chaos out in our world. How do we make a safe environment for children?
The images of airplanes hitting buildings, of high rises of flame, of firefighters and rescue workers injured and killed, affected children of different ages in different ways. Former Colorado Governor Roy Romer now heads the Los Angeles School District. In 4 different memos yesterday, he told parents, teachers, and school administrators to remain calm for the sake of their children, to role model, and to talk, talk, and talk about violence, freedom, democracy, and safety.
You got to be dead honest with kids. There's some questions we don't know the answers to yet. You got to admit that. But if you tell the truth and you're really supportive and you encourage them to bring it out, to talk about it, that gets rid of the psychological damage to some degree. But let me tell you, I think all of us are puzzled. How are we going to protect skyscrapers, from airplanes on suicide missions? I don't think we have an answer to that.
While everyone struggled for the right words, the one thing everyone from educators to the First Lady agreed with was limit the images your children witness.
It's a time for parents to make sure their young children don't spend a lot of time in front of the television to try to protect their young children and keep them from being fearful.
The nation's biggest school district and the one most affected by yesterday's traumatic events still remain closed today. Dr. Harold Kopowitz is the director of New York University's Child Study Center and has been working with New York City school officials to prepare administrators and teachers for the damage these kids may start exhibiting.
There'll be a jitteriness. They may be more irritable. They'll have more trouble concentrating. And particularly, the children who are at most risk are ones who have lost their father or mother or a close family member. Those children are really having a trauma that all of us think is a nightmare, and yet they're living that nightmare.
But Koplowitz also cautions parents not to think that just because their children weren't there, they weren't affected. He says children around the country might exhibit physical symptoms ranging from stomach aches to headaches to emotional changes.
It wouldn't be unusual for a young child to want to sleep in a parent's bed or to want the parent to sleep in their room. They may hesitate about being adventurous and wanting to go to someone else's house. They might also have trouble concentrating and want to talk about this again and again.
And Wong says it's especially important to offer children constructive solutions.
At one school that I heard about, some of the kids decided they were going to have a blood drive for some of the victims in New York. Some of them decided they were going to write letters to kids in New York schools. A constructive action, it doesn't have to be something so dramatic or some huge project, but some gift.
Today, the victims of a tragedy once considered the worst act of terrorism in America reached out to children back east. Along with thousands of teddy bears, they sent the promise of survival and support.
I would tell them that the people in Oklahoma care for them. These bears are to comfort the kids in New York City and let them know that it's all right and everything's going to be okay, and to give them hope.
All experts agree that support, patience, and love are the most effective tools to help children navigate these difficult times.
It's a terrible time to be a parent. I think, how do you explain to young people at Columbine High School, which is a wonderful community, a great high school, highly intelligent children, how do you explain that 2 of their classmates would kill them? How do you explain Oklahoma City?
Every parent says, I'm trying to make my child feel safe. Is that an impossible task in 2001?
No. I don't think so. I think we still, despite the fact that this has occurred, I still think, and when you listen to Mayor Giuliani, and when you listen to the president and different people in government, they still have the resolve that we're still in good shape.
Tom, we should mention that within about an hour of doing that interview with Marlene Wong, Governor Romer got a call from the New York School District asking that she come there to New York to lend her expertise to crisis counselors, child psychologists, and psychiatrists who are going to be dealing with these students as schools open tomorrow. So as soon as the airports open, he said that she will be on her way to give whatever help she can give. And he also said that the LA School District will do anything to help the New York School District. Tom?
All right, NBC's Maria Shriver, journalist and mother herself. Thank you very much for that report tonight. Thanks, Maria. We're going to go to NBC's Ann Thompson now, who is in Lower Manhattan, where she has been keeping track of the rescue and recovery efforts that are still underway in the area of the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers that came down, and the other buildings that are in danger there. Ann?
Tom, in the last couple of hours, they have moved the heavy equipment back in, cranes, bulldozers, blowtorches, to try to cut through some of the steel and try to remove the tons of debris that remain at the World Trade Center. But the volunteers and the firefighters coming out are telling us it's not just equipment. In some cases, they have set up chain lines of firefighters and volunteers to remove the debris by hand, piece by piece, especially in areas where they think they might find people alive. Now, they have also sent down rescue workers into cavities in the South Tower, cavities under beams, trying to look for people there. I talked to one man who went into that rubble in the South Tower, and he said what really stuck with him were the personal items that he found. A firefighter's jacket, but no firefighter. Shoes that were still tied. Laptops, pearls, toiletries that he believes came from one of the planes. So far, they still are hopeful that they perhaps will find some people alive, but tonight, no sign of that. But they continue working, and they will work through the night. Tom?
All right, thanks very much. NBC's Ann Thompson in Lower Manhattan. Still no good news from down there, and it is hard to overstate the Herculean task before those rescue workers when you think about two 110-story towers collapsing in all the rubble, so tightly compacted, it will take them a very long time to get through it all and to get to the thousands of people who could be trapped in there. Let's go back to Washington now. NBC's Andrea Mitchell, who's going to stand by and give us a report now on what we can expect from the nation's capital tomorrow. Andrea?
What we can expect from the State Department is continuing to build these coalitions. We've heard from the Saudi ambassador tonight, Prince Bandar, saying that if it can be proved that Osama bin Laden was involved, Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states will stand with the United States. Colin Bell beginning to make progress with NATO allies, as you heard earlier, their endorsement of U.S. action if it can be proved that it was from outside the United States. Principally, this will be coming in intelligence sharing, and Tom, that is a critical need.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Andrea Mitchell. So one day after this attack, one day more of agony, shock still creeping in as reality slowly is seeping in across the country. Today, Americans were determined to carry on together and apart. That story now from Dateline's Keith Morrison.
Today, as it sank in, a lot of people wanted to do something, anything. How American is that?
I want people to think about their freedoms, not take it for granted, as many of us do, you know, myself included.
There was, no surprise, a rush to patriotism. This went on outside Atlanta, but people all over the country got out their flags and put them up. Flags everywhere. Kmart reported a run on flags. Maybe it was a way to deal with how sad so many people seem to feel, with the weight they woke up with this morning. Strange how different people react differently. At some gas stations, and there were several, prices were jacked up, even though officials had already made it perfectly clear there was no supply problem. At one station in Oklahoma City, the owner apologized, offered refunds. A strange day. A few people got ugly, defacing mosques. The windows were shot out of this Islamic center in Irving, Texas.
If somebody was here, they could have been killed.
But then, not far away in Dallas, there was an interfaith news conference. Muslim, Jewish, Christian, decrying terrorism and what happened in Irving.
We are your friends. We are your friends. We are American.
At recruitment centers around the country, there was a big jump in the number of people offering to serve in the armed forces. A Marine recruiter told us he expected this. But did anyone expect that lineups at blood banks would be so long? And not just in New York and Washington. Here in Fresno, California, people were waiting 3 to 5 hours to give blood, a chance to do something.
It's well worth it.
Why is it worth it?
Well, this is the only thing that we can do to save them. And it's better 5 hours here, like you said, than 5 hours over there having to, you know, all that they're going through.
In Seattle, at the airport, a food service announced it's going to use plastic cutlery from now on. Harmless utensils only. And today they even passed the hamburger buns through metal detectors. From the outside, some airports looked abandoned. This is Los Angeles, evacuated yesterday. Stringent new security rules announced today.
Once the airport is open,
SkyCap curbside check-in service will be discontinued until further notice.
In South Carolina, this inspector at the Greenville-Spartanburg Airport took his sweet time checking and checking. Nobody was complaining, but then nobody was flying either. These people are waiting in Atlanta, trying to figure out what to do.
Right now, it's up in the air what I'm going to do. Whether I'm going to try to stay here and get a flight tomorrow or maybe take Greyhound, I'm not sure what my plans are right now.
This is a sports arena in New Brunswick, Canada. These are passengers who were bound for the U.S. yesterday and diverted. Tens of thousands of passengers were waiting in places like this all across Canada. Today, the Canadians opened their airports, and most of these people will be getting home tonight. The mail should be so lucky. In Sacramento, California, a major hub for the Postal Service, tons of mail just sat there, not going anywhere. Courier services frozen too, naturally, waiting for things to go back to normal. But catching up will take a while.
Don't know when transportation is going to be able to take our mail, and so until then we're going to be using ground transportation.
Financial districts in places like San Francisco were very quiet. The stunning Golden Gate Bridge, an American symbol if there ever was one, was closed again to pedestrians. Theme parks, tourist attractions which had closed just in case, mostly opened today. And most government buildings reopened too, like the state capitol in Sacramento, California. Everywhere people were getting on with things. More deliberately, though, as they worked their way through brand new security systems. And with an eye on events and an apparent determination to do something.
Dateline's Keith Morrison tonight. We have our first poll, and 600 people were polled overnight. 80% approve of President Bush's action, and fully 2/3 think that this attack was more serious than Pearl Harbor, which got us into World War II. We have to remember, we are in for a long haul. The rescue and recovery efforts are yet to be successful. We have the funerals, the memorials, the healing of the great gaping wound in our American psyche. It'll also require this country to reconnect to its institutions of governance to provide counsel and support to our elected leaders. In recent years, America has been a culture of division and cheap confrontation. Now we are standing on common ground, and it will take common effort to get across this very difficult new landscape in America. We want to remind you that on many of the NBC stations you'll see your local news, or you'll see Forrest Sawyer coming up in just a few moments. I'll see you tonight at 11:30.
Live from WXI TV in Atlanta, you're watching 11 Alive News at 11.
I looked up, and at 500 feet above or in front of me and about 150 feet up in the air was an American Airlines jet just going tremendously fast.
An Atlanta man tries to come to terms with what he saw yesterday as Metro friends and families gather to find strength in each other. 38 hours after the attacks, the FBI follows several leads, rescue crews continue their search, and the president plans retaliation.
Welcome to this special half-hour edition of 11 Alive News at 11. Hello, everyone. I'm Wes Sargentson.
And I'm Brenda Wood. More than 36 hours after the deadly terrorist attacks on New York and the nation's capital, the country continues to mourn tonight. There is still little information about how many people have died. Here in Atlanta, Hartsfield Airport remains closed as passengers wait for word on when flights will resume. And hundreds came together tonight at a vigil in Piedmont Park to remember the victims. We'll have more on those stories in just a moment. First to New York, where a murky cloud of dust and debris continues to hang over the New York skyline. As we're looking at live pictures right now, as the search for survivors continues in both New York and Washington, the grim reality sets in that the death toll could be staggering. We're looking now at ground zero as the rescue efforts continue. There is some good news. Rescuers in New York have pulled 5 people out of the rubble alive. They have pulled them out alive. But now There's late word of an evacuation around the Empire State Building tonight. A bomb squad is inspecting a suspicious package inside the building that bomb-sniffing dogs reportedly had a positive reaction to. We'll have more on that as it becomes available. Meanwhile, here in Atlanta, airline passengers remain stranded at Hartsfield Airport because of the attacks yesterday. While there's no word on when all flights will resume, there are reports that some international flights that were diverted on Tuesday may arrive in Atlanta sometime early tomorrow. 11 Alive's Walt Macaborski joins us from Hartsfield with the very latest. Walt.
Brenda, big surprise about a half hour ago. We heard a jet take off. Nobody knew what it was. We called and we found out that they are letting some jets leave for medical emergencies or medical supplies, some mail, and some payroll checks. You talked about the international flights, possibly tomorrow. The flights diverted from Bermuda and flights diverted from international flights to Bermuda and Canada will be allowed to land sometime tomorrow morning, and they might open the airport around noon. Maybe. There will be no flights out of Hartsfield International Airport and no timetable. All planes will be grounded until airport officials comply with FAA guidelines.
It could be a second day. All right, it is possible it could be the day after tomorrow.
Security teams and bomb-sniffing dogs patrol the airport around the clock. Security is tighter than ever before.
We'll continue to be tight and to tighten up even more with what we've learned over the last couple of days about the vulnerabilities that some of our systems have for knives and other types of weapons.
Some people arrived early in the morning hoping to fly home, but officers turned them away with little or no information, and most people put it in perspective.
I have thought for 2 days, this is inconvenient, but I'm here. We have plenty of food to eat. We had a good bed last night. She's here. It has not been inconvenient in the sense of some have lost everything.
You know, a little inconvenience is nothing. It's nothing. We're so used to being convenienced, but it's nothing compared to what other people will have to live with.
When the airport opens again, it will not be business as usual. Do not come to the airport. Check to see if the airport's open. We have links on 11alive.com, and you can tune into AM 830 if you're near the airport. And there will be major changes. No curbside check-in. You can only go into the concourse if you have a ticket, and there will be random security checks. For right now, the airport is closed. No word on when it will reopen. Maybe tomorrow. Reporting live from Hartsfield International, Walt Macaborski, 11 Alive News Tonight.
All right, thank you, Walt.
We are learning more about what happened on board those doomed U.S. airplanes that were hijacked and used as weapons of terrorism. Tonight, a former Delta pilot says the crew on those planes likely never had a chance. 11 Alive's Jerry Carnes is here with more on that. Jerry?
Wes, Neil Soderman lives here in Atlanta, but for the last couple of days, the former Delta pilot has been at his summer home in the Northeast watching as the horror unfolds on his television. By telephone tonight, he told us all the training given to commercial airline crews to help deal with hijackers wasn't nearly enough in this situation.
It was just incredible.
For 3 decades, Neil Soderman flew airplanes just like the ones used as bombs on America. All the crews of commercial airlines are trained and retrained every year to deal with hijackers. Soderman says the people in charge of these planes likely didn't have time to act.
I believe they were either murdered or maced or stunned with some sort of gas. Is there any possibility that an airline pilot for any airline would fly his airplane into the Pentagon or the World Trade Center or the White House? Absolutely not.
The situation was apparently different on board the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania, far from any possible target of terrorism.
I think the pilots realized what was going on and said, "Not with my plane, you don't."
The former Delta pilot believes the problem begins with security at our nation's airports.
It's just egregiously lax, and there will be more situations like this.
In the past 3 years, at least 2 government reports have been critical of security at airports across the United States. The studies point to lapses that allow people into secure areas, even on board planes, without authorization. While not directly addressing those reports, the general manager of Atlanta's Hartsfield Airport says security here is fine.
We have a very tight operation here and have had a tight operation. Will continue to be tight and to tighten up even more.
Neil Soderman believes the heightened security that will come at all U.S. airports is long overdue. Soderman says these terrorists would need only about 100 hours training on much smaller planes in order to take over the controls of a commercial jet in the air and then guide it into a building. He is concerned about security at our nation's airports. Obviously, that is changing.
And we all are. Thank you,
yes,
Jerry. Tonight, federal agents are trying to track down information about an email address that may be connected to yesterday's attacks. Atlanta-based Earthlink is one of several major internet service providers that received court orders from the FBI today. Company officials say they're cooperating fully, and although they can't talk about details of this request for information, they say it was very specific.
When the FBI sends requests like these, they are looking for instance, emails that are related to a particular individuals. So they are not out monitoring all our emails or just trolling for information. They are looking for specific information.
The FBI has set up its own special website seeking information on the attacks. Already, more than 700 tips have come in.
While federal officials try to hunt down those responsible for the attacks, people all around the country, including right here in Metro Atlanta, continue to deal with their grief. Hundreds showed up tonight for a vigil in Piedmont Park. 11 Alive's Karen Greer was there for that somber occasion that many hoped would begin the healing process.
Hundreds gathered in Piedmont Park for one message: unity.
Just to see it on TV, then it just brought tears in my eyes. Just seeing, everything that happened.
Unifying to remember those lost in the atrocities committed against innocent victims, unassuming Americans.
I just wanted to kind of get an idea of what other people were thinking, and in the Atlanta area, and just be a good opportunity just to come together in such a trying time in our country's history.
I shall light a candle of understanding that shall not be put out in your heart.
As they light candles, they mark the fire that burns forever in their hearts.
I shall light a candle of understanding in your heart, and it shall not be put out.
Parents with young children who want to heal the wounds of terrorism.
I feel very rejoiced that everyone's gathered together and has such wonderful feelings towards every family that's been hurt. We've all been affected in some sort.
Tonight, the light of the world is seen, and the beat of the drums echo into the night. Karen Greer, 11 Alive News, tonight.
Tonight's vigil was organized via the internet. Members of AmeriCorps National Service Program helped get the word out to the community. Vigils and prayer services were also held in other parts of the country tonight, including the nation's capital.
It is shocking. It is unbelievable. But it did happen.
Georgia Representative John Lewis was one of several members of Congress and Capitol Hill staff who gathered tonight to remember the victims of yesterday's attacks. The congressional prayer service was held in the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol. People from all parties and faiths gathered to express their grief and to pray for guidance as the nation tries to respond.
We've just learned the all clear has been given at the Empire State Building tonight. Police and bomb-sniffing dogs had been looking for explosive devices after a report that a bomb was in the building. Again, the all clear has been given on the search for a bomb at the Empire State Building. Meantime, the search for victims has been slow going. NBC's Kendis Gibson has the latest.
A sea of floodlights illuminates Manhattan's mangled iron ruins, even as the rubble grows. The World Trade Center complex looking like something out of this world. By canine and by hand, the grueling search for survivors continues. Michael Peck was helping with the rescue efforts when the Twin Towers came tumbling down.
I was very lucky that God was watching me because I could have been very easily killed there.
The rescue effort is rapidly turning into a recovery. Meantime, the threat of other buildings collapsing continues to keep everyone on edge. Even those who are blocks away can feel the impact each time.
When you're watching it on TV, what you're seeing is the worst of it. And what you see here is the fact that there are some really bad people out there in the world and that there are more good guys out here.
Despite the around-the-clock effort, rescuers expect they'll be here for weeks, perhaps longer. We are starting to get a sense of the magnitude of casualties involving in this attack. So far, some 50 bodies have been recovered. Some 11,000 people have been or are being treated by area hospitals. Reporting from New York, Candace Gibson, NBC News.
Federal agents continue their search for suspects in the attacks. Agents wearing bulletproof vests and carrying shields stormed the Westin Hotel in Boston today. They took 3 people into custody, but they were later released. The 3 people had reportedly been linked to a credit card used to buy tickets on the flights that crashed. The investigation also led agents to an apartment in Florida. It's the last known home of Mohammed Atta. Atta and another man reportedly took flying lessons from Huffman Aviation, a Florida flight school. Authorities found a car registered to both men parked at Boston's Logan Airport, where 2 of the 4 jetliners were hijacked.
Military sources also announced today that the Pentagon was not the intended Washington target of the terrorists. Instead, they say the White House and Air Force One were part of the plan. According to investigators, the plane took off from Dulles Airport and first flew past the Pentagon, heading to the U.S. Capitol. The plane then flew over the Capitol and circled towards the White House. Officials again say that was the intended target. Tonight, it's unclear why the plane kept going, finally crashing into the Pentagon, and it's unclear what evidence officials had that the White House was indeed the target. A Marietta man was among those who watched as the American Airlines flight went down in the nation's capital. Randy Ort returned home tonight after driving home all day. A few hours ago, he sat down with 11 Alive's Jennifer Leslie to describe his reaction to what he saw.
Even though Randy Ort spent 11 hours alone driving home from Washington, D.C., he says he still needs more time to try to come to terms with what he witnessed Tuesday.
I don't think I've really synthesized it totally as of yet. I'm sure that the impact will occur at a later date.
Ort was on his way from his National Airport hotel to a business conference in D.C. when he saw a commercial plane coming in fast and low.
I looked up, and at 500 feet above or in front of me and about 150 feet up in the air was an American Airlines jet just going tremendously fast. About 8 seconds later, it exploded. The flames were in the air. The gas and the fumes were in the air. So I thought, my goodness, it's crashed at the airport.
It wasn't until he pulled over, got out of his car, and walked up a nearby hill that he realized the plane hit the Pentagon.
I saw the damage, but I could not see physical evidence of the plane itself. The tail, nothing of that nature was showing. Many people had gotten out and had looked, and everyone was screaming, "I can't believe it, I can't believe it."
He had heard about the earlier attacks at the World Trade Center in a cell phone call from his wife.
When my wife left me the voicemail message, she said, "Whatever you do, be careful. This is what's happened in New York." And did not know that less than 5 minutes later, I'd be in the middle of a second type of tragedy.
In the hours since, Ort has taken the time to think about the importance of family, faith, and the American spirit. Even after watching an attack on our freedom, he's convinced the nation is now stronger than ever. Jennifer Leslie, 11 Alive News.
Randy Ort says he turned to prayer when he heard early radio reports yesterday that another hijacked plane was on its way to D.C. That was the one plane that did not make it to a target.
While America tries to shake off the horror of the suicide missions in New York and Washington, the surprise attacks come as no surprise at all to at least some terrorism experts, including the one hired by both the Pentagon and the World Trade Center. 11 Alive's Keith Whitney joins us with more on that. Keith.
Wes, Jeff Beatty is president of Total Security Services International. He was a consultant to both the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. He says that security experts at both places had discussed the deadly scenario that played out Tuesday morning, a scenario considered low probability but extremely high consequence. The scenario of hijacked kamikaze jetliners crashing into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon was horrific. But it was also a scenario that security experts at both facilities had discussed.
It's a scenario that the people at the World Trade Center worked on to make sure that when the ambulances showed up, that one of them wasn't packed with thousands of pounds of explosives to bring the building down.
It was less than 2 months ago that Jeff Beatty was at the World Trade Center consulting on security countermeasures against terrorism.
Just as we will learn from these attacks, so will they. And they will continue to probe for our weaknesses, and they will look at where they can strike us again.
Beatty believes the plane that hit the Pentagon was headed for the Pentagon and not the White House or Air Force One. And that leaves a chilling possibility.
Only accounted for 4 airplanes in this operation. The one that went down in Pittsburgh, probably as a result of a struggle, and the 3 that hit their targets. That means that there's probably one terrorist cell out there that for one reason or another did not conduct their operation.
That's a scary thought. Now, Beatty says the terrorist attacks will likely now morph into something else, probably something low-tech but high impact, like package bombs or gunfire at public places. Weapons of mass destruction can also not be ruled out, he says. We may all be the same people, but it's becoming clear that we all live in a new America. Keith Whitney, 11 Alive News Tonight.
Former Vice President Al Gore is giving his full support to President George W. Bush tonight. You recall last year's hotly contested presidential race between the two, but a crisis like this puts all that bitterness to bed. Gore is in Vienna, Austria, where he is saying Americans need to stand together.
I know that President Bush has talked to many of our allies, and that's a comforting thought. But we as Americans must also follow the President's leadership in making certain that this is our single-minded focus.
Georgia Senator Zell Miller wants the U.S. to punish its enemies. In Congress today, he called for retaliation against suspected terrorists.
The perpetrator and those who gave them safe haven should be in our bomb sites. We must strike the viper's nest even if he's not there. This diabolical plot was probably hatched there. I say bomb the hell out of them. If there's collateral damage, so be it. They certainly found our civilians to be expendable.
And a controversial proposal by Representative Bob Barr is reportedly gaining popularity on Capitol Hill. Representative Barr wants Congress to pass a Terrorist Elimination Act, which would overturn a long-standing presidential order that prohibits the assassinations of enemy leaders.
And Governor Roy Barnes has strong words as well.
Those who have done this are thugs and cowards. They should be hunted down and punished. Any nation that gives them aid or comfort or harbors them is an enemy of the United States, and we shouldn't tolerate it as a people.
In honor of those killed in the attacks, Governor Barnes signed an executive order today for U.S. and Georgia flags to be flown at half-staff on all state buildings and grounds until further notice. Other Georgians are also ready to take action. Some have even gone so far as to ask about joining America's fighting forces. Recruiting stations all over the Atlanta area are reporting a big jump in the number of calls from men and women who want to know more about enlisting. Some are showing up to get the process started. Many potential recruits are young first-timers. Others, though, have served before and want to serve again. Either way, they say yesterday's terror attacks made them want to take action.
I, owe something to my country. When all of us are tested, our freedoms are put in jeopardy. Obviously, I want to be someone who helps defend that.
There was a man, he's 44 years old, and he's like, if there's a loophole you can find to get me in, I'll go.
Not so for the 44-year-old. He's 10 years over the maximum age of 34.
And sports is still not getting back to regular duty. As a matter of fact, some won't get back to duty until Monday even.
For a long, long time, the NFL is still unsure about its weekend. The Falcons are scheduled to play the Rams in St. Louis. Coach Dan Reeves, who once coached in New York, was emotional at his weekly news conference today.
It's hard to think about football when you got, prayer thoughts, people that you, love and care for, and children. It's just tough. And I don't know what the league's going to do. I wish they'd make a decision and let us know something, because it's just it's hard to keep your mind on this. And our players are having a tough time. I don't know. I think it's just the whole country.
The SEC announced this afternoon that all conference games will be played as scheduled. That includes Georgia's game against Houston in Athens. The SEC also said it will donate $1 million from this weekend's receipts to help victims of the attacks. Now, some other postponed events this weekend. The ACC has all 7 games and all sports suspended through Saturday. That includes number 10 Georgia Tech and number 6 Florida State. Likely a rescheduled date could be December 1st. The Big East, all 6 games postponed. All PGA Tour events, including the World Championship in St. Louis, Major League Baseball postponed until Friday. The Reds, by the way, will take a bus home from Chicago, where they finished playing the Cubs. Saturday's middleweight championship fight, including Felix Trinidad Jr., postponed, and qualifying for the New Hampshire 300 canceled. The lineup will be determined by the point standings. Well, the Thrashers hit the ice today at training camp. Sam Crenshaw reports the attack on America has touched the NHL.
Camp is always exciting, no matter what team or what sport, but the excitement has been tempered a bit here with the Thrashers as well as around the NHL, as the attack on the Twin Towers yesterday had a definite impact on the NHL. United Flight 175 that crashed into the World Trade Center was bound for Los Angeles. King's director of pro scouting, Garnett Ace Bailey, was on board that flight. A former NHL player, Bailey was respected throughout the league.
We're really going to miss him. When he walked into a room, he just brightened it up. He always had a good smile on his face, and he loved life. And it's a sad testament to what society is, and hopefully from it, things will get better.
When you mention Ace Bailey's name in the hockey circle, it's a name that instantly everybody recognizes, and it's not because of his talents, it's because of his dedication to the game.
Last season, the NHL expanded to 30 teams. Like other pro sport leagues, air travel is taken for granted. Now that could change.
We can't let this affect us. If it does, then they've won.
A sobering thought for a team that opens its preseason Saturday night. In Duluth, Sam Crenshaw, 11 Alive News.
Thank you, Sam. The NHL has canceled all of Saturday's preseason games. That includes the Thrashers game with Nashville at Phillips Arena.
All right, thanks, Freddie. America's skies remain empty tonight except for military airplanes. No word yet when commercial flights will resume. Tonight, emergency workers are faced with a problem, though, how to get help to New York and to Washington. Among the solutions, Georgia's Angels. 11 Alive's Joel Thomas is at DeKalb Peachtree Airport with their story. Joel?
Well, imagine you've got blood down in Mississippi. You've got D.C. calling down to Atlanta saying, send us your Red Cross director. We need some help. But at the same time, the government says it wants no planes flying. It's caused a very unusual situation at PDK.
This is like, a very dead parking lot today. Very somber, kind of eerie to be at PDK and have it be so quiet.
So if airports are shut down, where are they going? Atlanta's Red Cross leader is hopping an Angel flight, specially permitted volunteer flyers ready to get in the air on an emergency mission.
Our phones have rung off the hook today, not only from people wanting help, but from our pilots. We've got a list of about 60 pilots on standby.
So as a private pilot, we are requesting special permission from the FAA to offer disaster relief to go pick up the blood in different areas of Mississippi.
And that plane is gone. Right behind is the Red Cross leader's flight. It's taken lots of federal paperwork, hours worth, but for now, this is how America flies.
We're meeting the demand today. The important thing I feel, and everyone should know, and everybody wants to do something today, they want to do it yesterday, they've got to keep that same spirit for the next 2 or 3 weeks.
And the Angels are determined. They say as long as the FAA keeps commercial flights grounded, the more Angels they'll put into the sky. At PDK, Joel Thomas, 11 Alive News tonight.
All right, thank you, Joel.
You bet.
In Metro Atlanta, donors showed up early at area blood bank offices, ready to roll up their sleeves, all in the name of patriotism. The first donors began showing up at the Atlanta Red Cross's Monroe Drive Center at 5 o'clock this morning, 2 hours before it opened. Here and across the state, Georgians are literally giving of themselves to help their fellow Americans in need. Many waited for as long as 3 hours to give the gift of life.
You know, I would wait as long as it took, pretty much, because it's worth it, and I want to do whatever it takes to really honor those who lost their lives. The innocent lives were lost yesterday, so this is just a small part that I can do.
The Red Cross is also particularly interested in people donating platelets. They're the part of the blood that causes clotting. Georgia Agriculture and Consumer Affairs officials are keeping a close eye on gas prices at the pump tonight as reports surface about price gouging at some area service stations. Fears of short supply has led to skyrocketing prices across the country, and it wasn't long before consumers across Georgia started reporting price gouging, with premium up as high as $1.90 a gallon. It's got Atlanta consumers like physician Dirk Robertson up in arms.
If people are going to price gouge, take advantage of gasoline, it's the lifeblood of this country. It's like charging more for blood as a physician. I can believe it's happening, but I find it irreprehensible.
State officials report that after initial spikes in gas prices, costs have seemed to settle down a bit. Report any discrepancies at once to the State Department of Agriculture at 1-800-282-5852.
Yesterday's attacks have silenced the New York Stock Exchange, and for the first time since 1933, it will likely remain silent for the rest of the week. That's the longest closure ever. Some trading will resume tomorrow, that's some, but the exchanges themselves will not reopen until Monday. The big question tonight is what happens to the investors when the doors finally do open for business? Our business editor, Bill List, joins us with a closer look at that.
Well, Brenda, some thoughts before then, of course, and tonight the thoughts of Metro Atlanta's financial community is not focused on the resumption of the trading of stocks and bonds, but rather on the emotional and professional ties that brokers and analysts have had with Wall Street and their colleagues in the World Trade Center. Now, tonight, many of those relationships are shattered, and the last thing either financiers or investors really want to talk about is money.
I think people were emotionally drained. They weren't worried so much about where the markets were going. They just wanted to talk to somebody. And I think people are not worried so much about the money, but they're just traumatized by the event.
And the world's financial community has taken notice. Trading in Europe came to a halt as the world's markets awaited word from New York on the resumption of trading at the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, and the American Stock Exchange. Full trading on the New York markets is now scheduled to begin on Monday, but could be delayed even further if downtown New York remains shut down. When trading does resume on a full-scale basis, what can investors expect?
Historically, if you look back over the last 60 years or so, after a crisis, you're going to see a 5 to 15% sell-off in the market right away. It's going to scare a lot of people. Unfortunately, a lot of people are going to run scared and get out of the market. It's probably the worst time to do that.
The crucial lesson of history, says financial analyst Roger Key, is
in almost every situation, a year after the crisis, the market has come back to where it was before the crisis.
Georgia State University's Director of Financial Planning, Conrad Ciccatello, agrees.
Don't try to rush in and sell. Don't panic in response to this, because stock market investing is a long-term proposition, and you really shouldn't be in the market if you can't afford to take drops in the short term.
Bottom line, investors must have patience and share a long-term thinking. The short term will not be easy for anyone.
And talk of recession now circulating is being viewed by analysts tonight with caution. But economists like the director of the Georgia State Economic Forecasting Center, Rajiv Dahawan, says it is now more likely, but he predicts that it will be mild. Now, economists do say, although we can expect an economic slowdown as the nation's financial, industrial, and consumer sectors regroup, history has shown that in the long term, the economy could and will rebound. We just have to be patient, Brenda, and we have to just stay the course.
Oh, we've had our seatbelt on for several months, but we need to tighten it now.
Absolutely correct.
Right. Thanks, Bill.
Okay.
And we end with a program note. Stay with 11 Alive and NBC for continuing live coverage of Attack on America. Next, NBC and MSNBC resume coverage with continuous live updates. And beginning at 5 a.m., 11 Alive News Today will bring you local and national developments on the attack.
Thanks for joining us for this special edition of 11 Alive News at 11.
This is an NBC News special report. Attack on America. Here is Tom Brokaw.
Good evening. We are now nearing the end of the second full day of America's new war with terrorism, and still the recovery and rescue efforts continue in New York and at the Pentagon. The death toll is expected to go very high in New York alone, probably into the thousands, because of the number of people who are in the two 110-story twin towers of the World Trade Center. In Washington, at the same time, military options are being organized. The president is attempting to put together an international political alliance, so when military options are taken, there are countries that are behind us and beside us as well. And the FBI and federal law enforcement investigation continues, not just in Boston and in Florida and in Washington, D.C., but around the world at this hour. These are live pictures tonight of that memorable and so disquieting scene in Lower Manhattan, where once the twin trade towers of the World Trade Center stood. Other buildings have been endangered. The New York stock market will not be able to open tomorrow, and flights in this country will not be going tomorrow either. That effort will continue through the night, and we're now told by city officials it may take from 30 to 60 days to work their way through all of that rubble. Right now, we'd like to take you through the extraordinary, horrifying series of building collapses, which without aerial pictures have been difficult to visualize. So we have developed an animated sequence to show you just what has happened. The first event, of course, was the North Tower of the World Trade Center. It was struck by an American airline flight 11 at 8:48 a.m. yesterday. 18 minutes later, the South Tower was hit by United Airlines Flight 175. It also burst into flames. Just before 10 o'clock, the South Tower collapsed, disappearing into a huge cloud of smoke and debris. A half hour later, the North Tower caves in, it too disappearing in a thunderous roar. Then later, number 7, World Trade Center, another building weakened by the earlier collapse, it too comes down. Today, number 3, World Trade Center, a Marriott hotel within the complex, it also collapses. And tonight, nearby, One Liberty Plaza, a 54-story building, still standing, but at risk of buckling as well. So that's the situation from a structural point of view. Now, here's the latest on what we know tonight. New York City is requesting 6,000 body bags. The Boston hotel search today turned out to be a false lead, despite the dramatics outside with heavily armed law enforcement people going inside. 3 people were detained for questioning in Boston, but they were later released. More than 400 FBI agents have been dispatched to Florida, where it turns out 2 of the hijackers took pilot training last year and went on a bit of a drunken spree in recent weeks in a bar down there and refused to pay their bill and then identified themselves as airline pilots. We'll have more about all of that during the course of this next 90 minutes here on this NBC News special report as we continue our coverage on Attack on America. And my colleague, NBC's Ann Thompson, is back at her post in Lower Manhattan tonight, and she has the latest for us on what is the rescue and recovery recovery operation. But unfortunately, Ann, I think more and more the emphasis is going to be on recovery, not rescue.
Tom, that's so true. I talked to some EMTs from nearby St. Vincent Hospital who were up there tonight, and they came back and they were awfully discouraged because they said there's just not a lot for any medical personnel to do up at the site, because now the focus is on removing debris and hope. They still hold out hope that they will find people perhaps caught beneath the steel beams and cavities that may exist there. But they know that with each passing hour, that hope grows dimmer and dimmer. Now, as you said, One Liberty Plaza was the focus of a lot of concern tonight, led to a mass exodus of personnel and equipment about 5:30 tonight because of the fear that it would collapse. About 8 o'clock, we saw that trend reverse, and we saw transit workers, we saw firefighters, police start to go back up Church Street here and go back to the site of the attack. They have continued to do that all night, so even though there is no official word, all the evidence seems to indicate that the imminent threat of collapse of that building has indeed passed. A couple of problems facing the rescuers tonight. First of all, the issue of patch fires. We are told that there are patch fires in both the remains of the South Tower and also where the 7 World Trade Center buildings stood, and that is making it very difficult for particularly the people who are in there trying to remove those steel beams, because the fires, of course, heat up those steel beams and make it almost impossible to remove them. The second problem is that there is so much dust and so much ash up there that it is so blanketed everything. One rescuer told me, he said it's hard to distinguish what's actually there as you go through the debris. So they're being very careful, in some instances removing the debris by hand, because that's the best way they can get it out. But those are the 2 problems facing firefighters or rescuers up there tonight: patch fires and the ash that covers everything, and it is also making it very difficult to breathe. Tom?
NBC's Ann Thompson. The wind apparently has shifted, because even in Midtown New York, we can smell the acrid scent of that smoke and dust now, Ann.
And Tom, it's really awful. We are about 9 blocks from here, and this is not a new piece of jewelry. I mean, this is a mask, and when I am not on the air, we all wear it. My crew that's standing around, they have these masks. Some people are wearing gas masks because the air is just so thick with this dust and ash, and it does have a very acrid, pungent odor tonight. It's much different tonight than it was 24 hours ago. There is something in the air, and it makes it very difficult to breathe. We're 9 blocks away. Up there, it's got to be just awful.
All right, we're gonna see if we can't get a health expert up on all of that in the course of the next 90 minutes or as well, because that could be a real health hazard for the city if that stays up, not just during the nighttime hours, but if we have some kind of a temperature inversion here tomorrow and it blankets the city in some fashion, or the wind continues to blow it north of 14th Street, which is the cutoff zone for where people can get in and get out of. Let's go to NBC's Pete Williams now, who covers the Justice Department for us. He's been working the phones hard all day, talking to his law enforcement sources. Pete, any late developments in the investigation tonight?
Well, Tom, we know that the FBI has conducted searches now, or is preparing to conduct searches in 5 states, at least probably around a dozen searches, those well-known, the ones you saw earlier today in Boston, the ones in Florida, but also elsewhere, as authorities find themselves with a very large number of leads, what one official today called a tremendous number of leads in this rapidly expanding worldwide investigation, leads that are partly the result of solid detective work and partly the result of lucky breaks. Federal agents respond immediately. More than 4,000 FBI special agents and 3,000 support staff already on the case, sweeping the nation for evidence from fragments at the scene of the attacks to any documentary proof of what the suspected terrorists were up to. Between 3 and 6 per plane, authorities now say.
The United States Attorney's Office's terrorism units and the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Forces are obtaining the passenger manifests, rental car receipts, telephone logs, videotape from parking garages, and pay telephone videotape records at all scenes for review and appropriate follow-up interviews.
Scrutiny of those passenger lists leads the FBI to this flight school in Florida, where officials say they believe at least 2 of the terrorists received pilot training during the past year. A man who worked at the flight school says he allowed both of them, who described themselves as Germans, to briefly live with him and his wife.
While they were here, I know that they had used this address initially, and I know that because I would get insurance renewals for them addressed to them at this address for that call.
In Boston, agents swarm area hotels where registration records match suspicious names from passenger lists of the hijacked planes, detaining, then releasing at least 3 people, holding them on immigration charges briefly. And in a hugely helpful break, the FBI impounds a car found at the airport after a witness says it was driven by 2 Arabic men. In it, authorities say they discover airplane technical documents. FBI officials say they want to make certain no other conspirators remain at large where they could mount further attacks.
Our first effort is to identify any associates in the United States who might be related to the hijackers and to remove those associates, investigate, and arrest, given the evidence, those individuals, and to remove any threat to the air system in the future.
Among other searches today, agents descend upon this mailbox rental office in New Jersey, where some of the suspected terrorists may have received their mail. And the FBI is also serving search warrants on some of the nation's largest internet service providers. They're eager to learn more about an email account that they think some of the suspected terrorists may have used. Also, they're looking in Pennsylvania, where a landlord said he thought he saw some airline technical documents in a hotel room, or rather in a room rented by a suspicious person. So the FBI is checking that out as well, Tom. So many leads, among them the fact that the hijackers apparently used both cash and credit cards that also left behind a trail of evidence. So they, unlike normal investigations like this, where the FBI has lots of leads but nothing very solid, they say tonight they have about 2,000 leads, many of them they consider quite promising and productive.
All right, thanks very much, NBC's Pete Williams tonight. We're going to go to Boston now, to Chris Chris Hansen, who is a Dateline investigative reporter, and he's a member of a task force that we've organized here on terrorism for journalistic efforts. Chris, it appears that this was a fairly, until they got into the air, that this was a fairly careless group of people, but then they may not have cared because they knew they were going to die in these hijackings.
Well, that's exactly right, Tom. As Pete mentioned earlier, you know, there was this car that has been found that the two brothers have been linked to now, two of the hijackers, according to federal authorities. On the one hand, you have to wonder, if you're going to pull off this massive terrorist plot, do you really want to get into a scuffle with another airline passenger in a parking garage? But, you know, apparently these people didn't care. But that's how we're starting to piece together the backbone of this case. For instance, we know because this passenger called after he found out what happened at the World Trade Center. He gave authorities information about these two men he described as being of Arabic descent. He described the car. Federal investigators were able to take a look at that car. They found flight manual type documents in Arabic. That car has been seized, and you can bet that federal authorities are going over it with a fine-tooth comb, looking for any other evidence they can find. The other development this evening here in Boston, of course, that big, almost raid-like operation that took place at the Copley Plaza Westin Hotel, not too far from here. It was almost like a SWAT team going in. Investigators had received a tip that there were 3 people staying there. There was a connection to a credit card. The name was similar to a suspect that they were hunting for in connection with this case. They weren't taking any chances. They evacuated the hotel, bomb-sniffing dogs. The people were detained, not officially arrested, and late this evening they were released. And Tom, I think we're going to see some of this as we go along here. You know, they can't be right on every raid, but there is a significant amount of information that's being developed here in Boston, and I think we're going to see some more successful operations tomorrow, Tom.
All right, thanks very much. Dateline's Chris Hansen, an investigative reporter in Boston, where there has been a great deal of law enforcement activity today. 400 FBI agents were sent to Florida because 2 of the hijackers, we believe 2 who died in this hijacking, took pilot training down there and lived in the area and were out drinking in recent weeks. NBC's Kerry Sanders has been keeping track of their activities as he has been able to piece it all together. Kerry?
Well, just a short distance from here at the FBI headquarters in North Miami Beach, the agents were in Hollywood, Florida again tonight, serving yet another search warrant, going into an apartment complex, calling in local law enforcement to also assist them to dust for fingerprints. They left with several boxes of evidence, bringing them back here. The attention really focusing on one person, Mohammed Atta, 33 years old, somebody who they know because they've seen his name before, linked to a bombing of a bus in Israel in 1986. Well, Tom, we've moved down now to the FBI headquarters here in North Miami because a material witness has been flown into this area now and brought to the headquarters here. We don't have much more information on who was brought here or why. Meantime, the FBI task force that is set up here looked over the passenger manifest, and when they looked at it, some counter-terrorist agents saw a name there, and it jumped right off the page at them, Mohammed Atta. They linked him to a suspected car bombing or bus bombing in Israel in 1986. 33-year-old Mohammed Atta on the flight manifest of one of the suicide flights. One of those who the FBI suspects took the controls of the hijacked jet. Where did he learn to fly? Venice, Florida. Visited today by FBI agents who carted away at least 8 boxes of records. NBC News has learned those records show Atta and his cousin, Marwan al-Shahi, spent 7 months in training here. Employees at the flight school say money never seemed to be an issue for them. The cost, $25,000 each to get a commercial flight rating. The plane Atta and his cousin flew to get their FAA certification, this Piper Seneca. The FAA's designated pilot examiner says he barely remembers either man from their 3 flight tests late last year. Dave Whitman says while neither could fully command a 757 or 767 with their flight experience, they could take control in the air and easily direct a jet like that into a target.
As far as just flying the airplane, such as driving it around the sky, it's not that much different.
Were Atta and his cousin legally in this country? That's something the FBI is now tracing. But flight school owner Rudy Deckers says he was suspicious.
We don't think that these people came in a normal way, not that we can know that. But the normal way is that they get a permit to enter. And a few of them are in reviews in the last couple of years, and that's okay by us. These people came at our door and wanted to get training done. And you know, what can you do? I mean, for us, it's a customer.
The FBI today visiting an apartment in Coral Springs, Florida, where Atta once lived.
Can you tell us if you found anything?
No, ma'am, no comments today.
At the same time, in Hamburg, Germany, another address used by Atta. Police there leaving with evidence. By all accounts, in Germany and in Florida, Atta and his cousin kept to themselves, except for last Thursday at this bar in Hollywood, Florida. It's believed both men came in, drank heavily, and then refused to pay the bill. FBI agents showing Atta's passport photo to bar staff and listening to the manager recount the argument.
If there's an issue where you can't pay your bill or something, just tell me, okay? Let's stop, you know, let's cut to the chase here. And the guy got like very, very offended, and he said to me, he said, "Oh, I can pay my bill. I'm an airline pilot." And I was like, "Okay." And that's what I told the FBI agents, and they were like, "Oh, really?"
Now, WTBJ, the NBC affiliate in Miami, has since spoken tonight to a man who says that these names didn't mean much to him until he thought for a moment and realized these folks, Muhammad Atta and Marwan al-Shahi, the cousin, after they left Venice, Florida, came here to South Florida and took 3 separate classes in a flight simulator to learn to fly a 727. Now, it's important to note that's a very short period of time. The 727 is different than a 757. There's analog gauges in a 727. In a 757, it's much more sophisticated. But the gentleman, the experienced pilot who gave them these training classes, said that it would be enough to get into the 757 and be able to man the controls of a 757 and direct that plane. Now, just a short time ago, brought in here to the FBI headquarters on the back of a flatbed truck, a vehicle. The license plate had been removed. It's a little Escort, I believe, a Ford Escort that was brought in here. The FBI was contacted tonight after Muhammad Atta's picture was shown on NBC, and somebody at a car rental agency said, "I know that guy. I rented him a car, and I rented it to him just several days ago." So the FBI went up there. They've pulled the records. They've been able to find out that the car was indeed rented to Muhammad Atta's cousin, Marwan al-Shahi. They brought the car down here. They're going to try and process it here. They do have some records, like the Visa number for the Visa card that he used, but at this point they're in the process of trying to take all these pieces and put them together. But I think, as you pointed out, Tom, there seems to be a wealth of a trail here after the fact. But as much as the agents will be able to sort of put it all together, the real question is, where does it lead to people who are still alive? Because it's believed these people died in the suicide crashes.
And does it in fact lead to Osama bin Laden, who is the #1 suspect in the minds of just about everybody in law enforcement agencies, national security advisors to the president himself, and others, although they're not talking about that publicly at this time. That's the next connection that has to be made. By the way, Neil Soderman, a former senior pilot for Delta Airlines and one of their flight instructors who flew 757s and 767s, said hitting the World Trade Center was not the problem. If they had enough training, they could have done that. But he said the pilot who took the plane into the Pentagon, that was a different flight altogether that had left Dulles Airport in Washington and then circled around the Capitol before going in. He said that was a much more precise piece of flying. So most pilots are saying that if they'd had some rudimentary pilot training, they could have, once the plane got off the ground, they could have sat in either the right-hand or left-hand seat and controlled it into the World Trade Center, which in fact they did. So that's what's been going on with the investigation. A lot of activity in Florida tonight. In Washington, the lights are burning late at the Pentagon as they continue their search and rescue efforts there, but also military planners are examining contingency plans that they may have to put into effect once the United States determines who is responsible for all of this. Lights burning late at the White House and the national security offices, at the State Department as well, as they attempt to put together an international coalition of allies. And General Norman Schwarzkopf knows all about that because this is the very model that worked so well for him and for President George Bush the 41st during Operation Desert Storm. It does appear that this new president, the son of the former president, is using that model which was so successful, General Schwarzkopf.
There's no question about it, Tom. A flying squad went out right away as soon as we decided we were going to have to do something about Saddam Hussein. Flying squads went to all sorts of different capitals explaining what it is we intended to do. At the same time, of course, former President Bush made many, many telephone calls himself, and many other members of his cabinet made phone calls around the world, and that's exactly what we see going on right now.
It's pretty clear, based on the briefings that we had today from Donald Rumsfeld and from Secretary of State Colin Powell, and even from the statements of President Bush, that this is not going to be some kind of short-term diplomatic and military operation, that we are in a whole new phase of American life, trying to mobilize world outrage and allies in a war to end all wars against terrorism.
Well, it's the most difficult of all possible targets that you could be dealing with, and they have to develop a wide range of options. First of all, they have to decide, where they are and what it is we want to do, and having done that, they have to look at every single option, consider the logistics required, the transportation required, the intelligence that's required to put together a plan, and then, you don't want to fail. You want to make absolutely sure when you finally kick off the plan that you're going to succeed, and that's the toughest part of all.
You're so familiar with many of the leaders of the Arab states. Earlier today, I was talking with the Egyptian foreign minister who expressed on behalf of his country and President Mubarak outrage at what had happened here. But when I said to him that the United States may have to attack a country that is harboring either the headquarters or the leader of this terrorist organization, he drew back and said, well, we would expect that there will be a respect for international law. It does become a far more complex situation once you go beyond Osama bin Laden, if in fact he is the perpetrator of all this, and begin to attack a country like Afghanistan, General.
Yeah, I like to think the Egyptian reaction was sort of a holding pattern. What they said, they were tremendously helpful during the Gulf War. They contributed major forces and really were one of the linchpins, as far as I'm concerned, of the Allied forces that we finally went overland with. So they were with us then, and I expect they will be with us in the future.
General Schwarzkopf, we had a discussion earlier tonight with Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. He says that they have reduced the alert status of troops around the world, but they're still flying caps. That is, fighter planes are still in the skies in places where they haven't been over the United States. But he talked as well about not putting additional stress on our military readiness. When does that begin to be a concern?
Well, it varies entirely upon the situation. I hate to say that because that's sort of a pat answer, but for every different kind of force, the requirements, spare parts, logistics support, and just the personnel readiness alone. You can't keep the personnel, pilots sitting in a cockpit forever. They want to get out, they want to go home and visit with their families periodically. But he still said we were at DEFCON C, and DEFCON C is just one step down below total complete standby. So it doesn't mean that they've completely relaxed. They've just taken one step backwards, but they're still ready to go.
When you were a young man growing up in New Jersey, there was a great deal of concern about Nazi attacks from the Atlantic on the eastern seaboard of the United States. Did you think that you would see at this stage of your life this scene? This is the USS George Washington, one of America's premier aircraft carriers, and it's stationed just off Long Island, General.
Believe it or not, Tom, I can remember in New Jersey when we would pull down our shades at night because we were afraid that we were going to be attacked from forces from the sea, and blimps were patrolling off the coast of New Jersey. And now we have aircraft carriers, sitting off the coast of New York. But it is also reassuring that we have that power and we have that ability to bring our forces in and remind the American people, number one, that they're there, and number two, to have a capability to respond if necessary.
General Schwarzkopf, thank you very much for being with us again tonight. You're going to have another long day tomorrow, so we're going to let you go at this hour. Let's go to NBC's Andrea Mitchell, who covers national security affairs for us and the State Department as well. A big piece of urgent business is to get put together this political coalition around the world NATO, our most reliable allies, have already said, Andrea, that they'll invoke Article 5, describing this as an attack not just on the United States but on all members of NATO. That means that there will be heightened military and political cooperation. But the real test probably will come among those moderate Arab states in the Middle East.
Exactly. Now, while NATO has taken this step, it is preliminary. They first have to be persuaded, which we expect they will be, that this was an attack from outside the United States. That done, they would then agree to this kind of support. The principal effect, they say tonight to me, will be in intelligence sharing, which is a big deal. The next step, of course, to try to rebuild that coalition in the Gulf. And in fact, there was a small bit of progress on that today. You know Prince Bandar, the ambassador, the head of our diplomatic corps here, the ambassador from Saudi Arabia. Well, Prince Bandar came out today and very forcefully said that he does not want Saudi Arabia to be connected in any way with Osama bin Laden, despite bin Laden's Saudi birth, because he has been disinherited and his passport revoked because of his terrorist activities. So the Saudis are beginning to edge forward a bit more in a high-profile way. This still, while U.S. intelligence officials, Tom, are re-examining every bit of information, trying to figure out why there was no warning, why they could not anticipate this assault against America. How could the terrorists operate right under our noses? And why didn't billions of dollars spent on intelligence give us an early warning? As they hunt for the culprits, Bush administration officials are also asking tonight, was this a colossal collapse of intelligence?
We did not get the cueing we needed. We did not get the intelligence information needed to predict that this was about to happen or be aware of this kind of event coming our way.
Tonight at headquarters of the top-secret National Security Agency, analysts review hundreds of millions of pieces of information intercepted before yesterday's attacks, searching for an overlooked warning, a pattern of activity.
It isn't just simply information that predicts operations. It's information that talks about meetings among suspicious people, traveling activities, movement of finance.
The problem, experts say, too much information, too little smart analysis.
We're getting to the point where our ability to collect information far exceeds our ability to analyze it. We need some help.
And terrorists speak in codes on the internet, use chat rooms, instant messaging, emails, and rarely, if ever, an explicit threat.
You just don't pick up a phone call saying we're going to blow up the World Trade Center tomorrow. That's not how it works in reality. It's far more complicated, and that's the difficulty.
It is not cheap. Before the attack, the counterterrorism budget request for next year, $13 billion, more than double what it was 6 years ago. And today, the president talks about spending billions more.
This morning, I am sending to Congress a request for emergency funding authority so that we are prepared to spend whatever it takes.
And tonight at Langley, CIA Director George Tenet goes on closed-circuit television to rally thousands of demoralized troops, telling the nation's spies, quote, "Though we did not stop the latest terrible assaults, you, the men and women of CIA, have done much to combat terrorism in the past. Put some spirit in your steps, square your shoulders, focus your eyes. We have a job to do." And say experts, that job is getting a lot more complicated and more dangerous.
There are groups out there that really are no longer just trying to get publicity and make a political point. They're trying to kill massive numbers of people.
Interestingly tonight, Sam Nunn and Brent Scowcroft, two experts in this field from different political parties, both say that if we really want to stop terrorism, we have to sacrifice some of our cherished civil liberties. We have to agree to invasions of privacy on the internet and to some suspensions of civil liberty, going after some of these people who get into the United States and once they're here are illegal until there is a case against them. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Andrea Mitchell. I suspect that will be part of the reality that we'll all have to deal with in the first hours after the attack. So many people were saying we can't give up our liberties to defend our liberties, but this country is going to change, not just at airports, but in our daily lives, in our working lives as well. By the way, there is a price tag, and what the president will ask Congress for tomorrow, he's going to ask for an emergency allocation of $20 billion altogether to begin to deal with this war on terrorism. The House of Representatives will also take up a bill giving tax breaks to victims of the terror, such as a penalty-free withdrawal from their IRAs and other measures. So that will probably be in Congress tomorrow, and My guess is that they will pass very swiftly, because there has been an astonishing show of bipartisanship. Not so astonishing given the nature of the attack here, but we have been witness to so many petty political differences in Washington in recent years. And then last night, that memorable scene of the House and the Senate, Republican and Democrat alike, getting together to express their solidarity with the president and singing "God Bless America." I'm joined now by two men who have been in the middle of these kinds of episodes in the past. On the right-hand side of your screen is Ray Kelly, who was the police commissioner in New York City in the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center, which did not bring it down, but did cause so much damage in terms of human tolls and physical damage. And on the left is Andrew Young, the former UN ambassador, who is now the president of the National Council of Churches and a member of the U.S. Commission on National Security. Let me begin with you quickly, Mr. Ambassador. Based on what you have been seeing in Washington so far, your friend Colin Powell is the Secretary of State, the President, and Donald Rumsfeld, how do you assess the steps that the administration has taken in the first 36 hours?
Well, actually, it's been remarkable. And I think that I also have to say I've been really impressed with you and the news teams. You've done a wonderful job of helping to educate us and keep us informed. The U.S. Commission on National Security for the 21st century intellectually anticipated this and talked about restructuring national security for a national security homeland security agency. And I'm sure some of those things are being done quietly, but even though we talked about it for 2 years, in my mind, I could never anticipate anything like this. And we lived through, in 1996, the bombing in the midst of the Olympics. And one of the things about the American people is, with all of our problems, with all of our differences and diversity, in a crisis we come together and we make a way where there is no way. And I think that's what we're called to do now.
Ray Kelly, you were police commissioner in 1993 when there was that terrorist attack with a bomb in the basement of the World Trade Center. In New York, I think that we thought that we had survived the worst of it at that time.
Oh yes, no question about it. Obviously, those terrorists tried to topple the buildings as well. They wanted to topple one into the other. They didn't succeed, and quite frankly, conventional wisdom was if you couldn't do it at the base, then you couldn't do that. And it was just unbelievable to see what happened yesterday, where two aircraft brought down these symbols of America. So. It's a jolting event. You can just imagine what a painful process it is for the police officers and firefighters who are at the scene now, digging through that rubble with so many of their comrades buried under that rubble. As many as perhaps 300, and of course the casualty count is now believed to be the death toll in the thousands. So this is a quantum leap above, of course, what happened in 1993.
As we share with our viewers now and with you as well, a slow-mo version of what a New York City fireman videotaped during a training exercise yesterday, the first attack on the World Trade Center, building number 1. This is the American Airlines Flight 11. You'll see the camera pan up to the sky. There goes the plane into the building. And then, of course, just a few moments later, the second plane came to hit the second building. As we begin to respond to all of that, tonight you heard Andrea Mitchell say Sam Nunn and Brent Scowcroft are already declaring that America is going to have to give up some of its liberties. Do you think that that's going to be the case, Ambassador Young?
Well, it's already the case, and I think that even as we do this, we've got to advance some of our liberties more aggressively. And that is our freedom of speech and the kind of thing that the president is doing now, talking to people around the world, because there's no place in the world, I don't know a single country where there has not been some terrorist threat already. So that we have allies in almost every country. And I think that even in the Arab world, there's Muhammad, the prophet's sayings that says, Allah loves the ink of the scholars more than the blood of the martyrs. And I think we have to strengthen those reasonable sentiments in every country possible, because we can, and I think You know, the global economy is an amazing success, but it has been just successful enough to make the people who are left out of it more insecure, more angry, and more prone to manipulation by terrorists.
And Ray Kelly, you were the former U.S. Customs Commissioner. What's going to happen with immigration in this country as a result of this terrorist attack?
Well, hopefully it's strengthened significantly. I think there's been a deficit in that area for quite a while. You know, Ahmed Rassam came across the border in 1999. He was stopped by customs agents. He had 150 pounds of explosives. Turned out he was headed for LAX to do massive destruction at that airport. I think last year we had almost 500 million visitors coming into our country. The resources of Customs and the Immigration Service have remained static for the last 10 years. They need significant increase in resources. They need better training. We need better resolve. It's got to be more difficult, in my judgment, to get into this country as it is now. We've seen lots of incidents where people get into Canada, and again, the Canadian standards are shockingly low as far as letting people into Canada. Then they come into the U.S., and this appears to be what happened in this case as well. So I think we have to greatly strengthen our ability to protect our borders as far as who's coming into this country is concerned.
And Ambassador Young, a final word from you. There have already been some shocking incidents of attacks on Arab Americans in this country and people of Islamic faith. This also will be a test for America, and as we try to make progress toward developing more tolerant attitude toward each other.
Well, it will be, and we are doing that. I mean, even a down-home place like Atlanta that you used to live with us a long time ago, you'd be surprised to realize the diversity. But we decided in 1960 that we were going to be a city too busy to hate. That worked with blacks and whites. It's beginning to work with the Asian population, the Hispanic population, and the Middle Eastern population that's coming into this region. I hope we can keep that up and expand that level of tolerance and understanding nationwide and worldwide.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Young. When you said that about me living there, I just flashed through my mind how much we have all been through together here in the last 40 years.
And I came on tonight largely because I know that it was the news media that helped us get through the 60s with a minimum of violence and bloodshed. Right. And hopefully the global information system, which is, I mean, people are watching us and watching, you know, these network programs all over the world. There isn't anywhere I go in Africa where there isn't a dish. And I think people are outraged all over the world because they can't anticipate anything this tragic happening in a civilized 21st century.
I'm sure that
let's let this be the last anywhere in the world.
I know that Commissioner Kelly must endorse that as well. Thank you both very much for being with us this evening. I'm very grateful to you. I know it's been a long day and we have many long days ahead of us. We've asked Dateline Stone Phillips to give us a kind of summary of all that we have been through during this, the second day of the war on terrorism.
Dawn, the day after the worst day in modern American memory. Americans wake up to a world changed forever. And on the first day of this new and uncertain era, a soldier-turned-statesman talks of a war that must be fought and won.
We're mad. We were assaulted. But our spirit wasn't assaulted, and our fighting spirit was not assaulted, so we want to respond. You don't attack America like this and get away with it.
In the debris field where the iconic Twin Towers once stood, 18 search and rescue teams, hundreds of people, have been working all night long, sometimes digging with their bare hands, hoping to reach survivors.
I think anybody that was up in the building, you know, I don't think there's much hope for them, but hopefully there are people who maybe came in on the PATH train or were in the stores below and they're just kind of stuck. They might still be alive.
Driving those hopes, the incredible story of 6 firefighters rescued on Tuesday from a pocket in the ruins so intact that one of them was said to be surprised the building had collapsed around them. And this morning, reports that at least one other police officer had also been pulled out alive. New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani this morning.
We were able to move 120 dump trucks out of the city last night, which will give you a sense of the work that was done overnight. So Some of the debris has already been removed. More of it is being removed, and it'll be done by barge all throughout the day today.
And the question on everyone's mind, how many died? The mayor says he is preparing for the worst.
The numbers that we're working on are in the thousands. Obviously, we hope that's not the case.
At the city's hospitals, the hope is there would be more survivors to treat.
They told me the story of how they've had physicians down at ground zero at the site. One person was trapped and they thought they'd have to amputate his leg. They were able to get him out without doing that, and he is alive and here thanks to that tremendous dedications.
And that police officer rescued this morning, word now of his heroic effort to save others before he himself became trapped.
He said that as soon as they discovered him, that the EMS personnel at the scene were doing an outstanding job of comforting him. They were giving him water to drink. They were doing, he said, a great job of trying to get him out of the scene, but it was very difficult, very dangerous. He was actually pinned for quite a while until they were able to get him out.
This morning at the Pentagon, the all-night effort merely to extinguish the fires is still underway.
We were never able to fully extinguish the fire in the roof structure. We were able to get it mostly knocked down, and again, because we're having extreme difficulty making access under the slate roof, it's to be expected to take a while to get there. We have had the fuel from the jet catch fire again, and we're now in there with some additional hand lines and some phone lines with aircraft firefighters inside of the insides of the Pentagon, trying to suppress it, this time with firefighting foam.
And even as the struggle to contain the fires continues, the death count begins. Word this morning that the number would exceed 100, mostly from the Army and Navy, and some intelligence personnel. From the White House this morning, another address from the president.
The deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war. This will require our country to unite in steadfast determination and resolve. Freedom and democracy are under attack. The American people need to know we're facing a different enemy than we have ever faced. This enemy hides in shadows and has no regard for human life.
As he did last night, the president seeks to reassure Americans that life would go on, but it is going to be different.
The federal government and all our agencies are conducting business, but it is not business as usual. We are operating on heightened security alert. America is going forward, and as we do so, we must remain keenly aware of the threats to our country. Those in authority should take appropriate precautions to protect our citizens.
Across the nation, it is clear things are far from normal. This morning, air travel still shut down, stock markets closed, sporting events postponed, Broadway shows dark, and U.S. military forces worldwide on high alert. Warships patrolling the waters off Washington and New York, AWACS radar planes patrolling the skies. As rescuers toil, another high-stakes effort is underway to find those responsible for the carnage. NBC's Chris Hansen reports investigators are making swift progress.
Authorities may have identified some of the actual hijackers, and here's how they think they might have done that. Yesterday, they got a phone call from a passenger who had left Logan and arrived at his destination. Of course, he saw on the television monitors what had happened at the World Trade Center. He called investigators to say that he had had an altercation with two men he described as being Arabic in the central parking garage near the American Airlines terminal here at Boston Logan. He described the car that they were near, which was turned out to be a rental car, a Mitsubishi sedan. Investigators arrived at the sedan, took a quick look, and they found inside that there were flight training manuals in Arabic. They were able to connect that sedan to two men who are now identified as brothers, both of whom have passports from the United Arab Emirates, one of whom is a trained pilot. 2 to 3 other suspects may have come across the border into the U.S. from Canada and flown here yesterday morning from Portland, Maine, to take part in the hijackings.
And today in Florida, FBI agents spend hours questioning instructors at a flight school and confiscating potential evidence. Their focus, 2 men described as Middle Eastern who trained at the school last year. By midday, reports that the FBI has connected the two with yesterday's terrorist acts. NBC's Kerry Sanders reports the Florida angle is developing quickly.
They enrolled last July into the Venice Flying School, and they really completed their training there in January.
The investigation picks up pace this afternoon, with SWAT teams moving into this hotel in Boston, the city where 2 of the hijacked flights originated. Authorities reportedly looking for material witnesses, people who might have had contact with the growing list of suspects.
They believe they are linked to yesterday's attack. They say that credit cards that these men possess were allegedly used to purchase tickets on flights.
There are local news reports, unconfirmed, of 3 arrests. All we know is 1 person is taken away in a van, and it is unclear this afternoon what, if any, role he had in yesterday's attacks.
And federal investigators are confirming that they do believe that there is an actual terrorist cell here in the Boston area with direct links to Osama bin Laden.
As the search for suspects heats up, distraught family members search for loved ones. Thousands of people still unaccounted for at the World Trade Center and at the Pentagon, where hope for any survivors now seems to have all but disappeared. In New York, a long line of anxious Americans outside the city's Family Services Center.
Didn't really hit me until just now, you know.
I haven't heard from everybody, and it doesn't even, you know, it's like everybody knows somebody, and we're just all in this together, no matter who we are or what our beliefs are.
And from the families and friends of the passengers on the hijacked planes, heartbreaking stories of heroism and bravery. Tom Burnett, a passenger on the United flight that crashed outside Pittsburgh, called his wife, says Father Frank Calaccio, a friend of the family.
Yeah, he called her on the cell phone and told her that one of the passengers was already dead and that they knew that they were all going to die, and that 2 other men and he were going to try to do something, the conversation, and love you, honey, and that was the end of the conversation.
The speculation today that Burnett and his comrades were successful in bringing down the plane short of the hijackers' intended target in this western Pennsylvania field instead of a Washington landmark. On the same plane, Mark Bingham called his aunt and mother.
He just said, I want to let y'all know that I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again.
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
I hope it was quick. I hope he took an active part in thwarting the hijackers.
As the day wears on, fresh evidence of the magnitude of this disaster. Pictures released by NASA show the Trade Center fires so large they could be seen from space. And on this day after the towers collapsed, more scenes of absolute devastation. At 2:30, Secretary of State Powell gives a briefing. He makes it clear that not only the United States, but its allies around the world will be seeking the perpetrators. But as of now, no hard answers.
We have to make sure that we go after terrorism and get it by its branch and root. And so we will hold accountable those countries that provide support, that give host nation, if you can call it that, support and facilities to these kinds of terrorist groups.
Later this afternoon, more unsettling news that the White House may have been the initial target of the plane that hit the Pentagon. NBC's Jim Miklashevsky.
That it circled up over the Capitol and then headed down toward the White House, in the direction of the White House.
White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer confirms that account, also telling reporters that the president himself was a target, even as he flew with a fighter escort to those military bases yesterday.
That also was one of the reasons why Air Force One did not come back to Andrews, where some people may have thought it would.
There was also troubling news of a different sort today. The first reports of retaliation against Arab Americans. This mosque outside of Dallas, Texas, attacked. Its windows shot out. And New York's mayor registered concern on that front as well.
But we've had a few incidents that appear to have been directed against people because they may be regarded as Arab or or Asian, but nobody should attack anyone else.
The mayor also provided the latest numbers on casualties.
We so far have a body count of 55 people as of about a half hour ago. We were able to take out another person about 3 hours ago, 3 hours ago, a woman who was found still alive, taken to the hospital. So now there are at least 4 people that we've been able to take out.
But with so many people still missing, no one expects the death count to stay so low. Hospitals prepared for a second wave of survivors today find themselves instead waiting. In Washington, Attorney General John Ashcroft outlines some of the facts of the hijackings. It's a chilling recitation.
The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats. Our government has credible evidence that the White House and Air Force One were targets. A number of the suspected hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States.
Then at 5:15, another echo of the devastation as the remains of the South Twin Tower collapses and another skyscraper near Ground Zero begins to crack.
Yeah, the building is halfway gone and the rest of it is coming down.
At day's end, President Bush arrives at the Pentagon, an emotional visit by the Commander-in-Chief to inspect the damage and pay his respects to those who suffered some of the first casualties of this newest war. Night falls on a city and a country transformed. Tuesday, a day of horror. Today, in this city at Ground Zero, a day of stunned reflection.
That's Dateline's Stone Phillips taking us through this very long and difficult day. We're now into the 3rd day of this war on terrorism. By the way, Stone referred to the 3 arrests or the detention of 3 people in Boston. All 3 of them were later released, but Pete Williams checks in tonight to tell us that they have developed considerably more information about these suspects. He says that around 18 hijackers were involved altogether. You heard the Attorney General saying earlier from 3 to 6 hijackers on each plane. They now know all of their names. They attended 4 U.S. flight schools, and it's now believed that this operation was planned over the course of the last 2 years. So that's where we stand right now in terms of what the FBI knows and what NBC's Pete Williams is being able to share with us tonight. The Associated Press is also reporting tonight that the FBI is looking at a surveillance tape either at Boston Logan Airport or at Portland, Maine, where some of them got on a commuter flight to fly to Boston. We're told that there is a surveillance tape of some of these other suspects, we can presume, because we think that the 2 that were on Flight 711 left their car behind at Logan Airport. So there is an enormous amount of material that they did scatter around the country, calling cards of one kind or another, either rental cars or surveillance tapes. They can also do a trace on the internet, obviously, and it appears that some of them had mailboxes at one of the mailbox, etc. stores in the state of Florida. So by tomorrow morning, we should know a great deal more about these people who committed this heinous act, one of the blackest days in American history. NBC's Campbell Brown has been on duty since early this morning, and she remains there tonight. She's covering the White House for us in a muted Washington with the Washington Monument behind her. Campbell?
Well, Tom, it was an interesting day at the White House. We got some rather startling news from administration officials, as you heard Stone reporting a moment ago. Word from the White House that the White House itself, as well as Air Force One, were in fact terrorist targets. And as you know, Tom, the president has faced some criticism from both Democrats and Republicans for staying out of Washington in the aftermath of the attack. And that did put the White House somewhat on the defensive today, as White House officials announced that they did in fact believe that the president may have in fact been in danger, and yet they offered very little information to back up that claim.
Today, as the president gathers with his national security team to plan the U.S. response, administration officials make a startling announcement.
We have real incredible information that the airplane that landed at the Pentagon was originally intended to hit the White House.
According to military sources, the plane, which took off from Dulles Airport, first flew past the Pentagon, heading instead for the U.S. Capitol. The plane flew over the Capitol, then circled toward the White House. Officials say its intended target. What's unclear, why the plane kept going, crashing finally into the Pentagon. Officials also say Air Force One was a target. Information they learned as the president was en route from Florida to Louisiana's Barksdale Air Force Base. That's why they say the president was shuttled to yet another Air Force base in Nebraska, with fighter jets escorting the plane. But what exactly was the threat?
I'm not indicating what form it came in, John, and I will not.
Today, as new information about the attacks pours in, the president signals the administration's first priority to make sure the rest of the world supports the U.S. in whatever action Bush decides to take.
This enemy attacked not just our people, but all freedom-loving people everywhere in the world. The United States of America will use all our resources to conquer this enemy. We will rally the world.
At the White House today, security eases somewhat. Tourists are allowed back in. The First Lady visits with victims of the Pentagon attack at a local hospital. In a show of unity, the president invites congressional leaders from both parties to the White House and asks for their support in funding relief efforts. The nasty budget fight for the moment forgotten as Democrats pledge their help.
It is our strong desire to do this not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans.
Now, Tom, it is quiet here tonight. I can tell you that the lights were still burning over at the White House. And about 2 hours ago, several hundred people gathered out in front of the White House for a candlelight vigil to mourn those who had died. Hundreds more held a similar vigil earlier at the U.S. Capitol, again focusing on the victims. And aides are telling us tonight that we'll see the president over the next several days focusing on the victims, focusing on the families, trying to reassure Americans that the government is in control, that it is acting to try to meet this need in the aftermath, and is resolute about bringing the perpetrators to justice. Tom?
All right, NBC's Campbell Brown at the White House. Campbell, it's time for you to get some rest because you're going to have a long day tomorrow as well. So thank you so much for all that. Let's go to NBC's Jim Miklaszewski now, who's on a long day of duty at the Pentagon. Earlier tonight, we talked with Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. He said he still is not prepared to release what they think will be the death toll from the attack on the Pentagon because he wants to make sure that they're able to get a full accounting. Are you picking up any additional numbers, Jim?
Well, Tom, some Pentagon officials are estimating that a total of 150 to 200 dead, many still buried in the rubble behind us. That includes the 64 who were on the American Airlines jetliner that was piloted by terrorists that slammed into the building, creating the kind of damage you see behind us tonight. But for the first time in more than a day and a half, the skies above the Pentagon are crystal clear, void of any smoke. The fires are out. That means tomorrow that rescue workers and recovery teams can begin in earnest the grim task of recovering the dead still buried beneath the rubble. But also, investigators are particularly interested in finding the black boxes from that American airline, particularly the cockpit voice recorder. They think that will help them even more in their efforts to identify those who were behind the masterminds behind this attack. Now, investigators from the National Transportation Safety Board have been able to pinpoint where they think it is, but the area is too stable, too dangerous. So until recovery teams get in there to stabilize that debris, until then, the investigators won't be able to go in and recover those boxes. Unfortunately, however, Tom, we're told by experts that as tough as those black boxes are, you know, they can survive tremendous impact. They can be underwater, salt water for some period of time. They don't do too well in fires. And the fires here were extremely intense, fed by 6,000 gallons of jet fuel. So it's not clear whether, in fact, they'll be able to get the kind of information they need from those cockpit recorders. Tom?
Jim Miklaszewski, should we assume tonight that military planners who are at work in the Pentagon are already drawing up some contingency plans for when they do get ready to strike back?
That's absolutely right, Tom. And while people here in the Pentagon are loath to discuss any specific targets, any specific plans, we are told that there's a newfound resolve and commitment
not only to the kind of retaliation that would be swift and sure, but this time final. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld himself, in a message to the videotape message to the troops, declared, "We will vanquish this enemy." We're told that in these meetings that are occurring, in the planning sessions, that Secretary Rumsfeld himself is talking about a more broad-based final approach to either capturing or eliminating those responsible. The number one suspect, as you pointed out earlier, Tom, Osama bin Laden. And not only going after those who are directly responsible for the attack, but those who harbor the terrorist. In the case of Osama bin Laden, the Taliban. Now, whether that's through diplomatic, economic, or military means, those kinds of decisions have not yet been made. But whatever the decision is, everyone here recognizes that it's going to be very difficult, and it could result ultimately in very high American military casualties. Tom?
Thank you very much, NBC's Jim Miklaszewski tonight. Yona Alexander joins me now. He is a senior fellow at the Potomac Institute for Policy Studies and director of its International Center for Terrorism Studies. Mr. Alexander, as you look at all of this tonight, and you have made this an important part of your life, the study of terrorism in America, are you still as stunned as most people are by the cold-blooded efficiency of this attack?
Not really. Unfortunately, the writing was on the wall for a number of years. And as some of your colleagues indicated, we can trace the origins of this back to the first attack on the World Trade Center in '93. Because that particular vicious attack actually failed as far as the perpetrators are concerned. In other words, they aimed at the time to bring down this symbol of American prosperity, and they failed. And therefore, they tried some other means. And they plotted to attack the United Nations building and the FBI headquarters, the bridges, the tunnels, and again they failed. So they learned their lessons, and it took a number of years until they perpetrated this terrible act a few days ago.
As you have been working at the Potomac Institute and hearing in Washington, D.C., the many, many warnings that went out from people like you and other institutes and other commissions on international terrorism about how vulnerable America was, were you surprised by the fact that neither our political leaders nor the rank and file people in this country paid very much attention in the final analysis?
Well, that's really the problem. As you indicated, there were some very useful reports in the past 10, 20 years with very useful and practical recommendations. The problem is that many of these recommendations were not really implemented. And the bottom line problem is the question of perception. In other words, the perception of the threat on the part of leadership, on the part of the American people. For example, terrorism for many years was perceived as a nuisance, as an irritant, something that will go away. And it took us very tragic events to persuade the leadership that we're dealing with a very vicious strategy on the part of the enemies of the United States. And perhaps out of this tragedy, some good will come out of it in terms of paying closer attention to those perpetrators and those supporters.
Do you share the conclusions of so many people that it's very likely Osama bin Laden's operation?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said, you share the conclusion of so many others that this is very likely Osama bin Laden's operation?
There is no doubt that the footsteps lead to Osama bin Laden. In terms of his motivation and in terms of his commitment and the various attacks that were already perpetrated against the United States. So it takes a organized group, very sophisticated group, with a network around the world, in fact over 55 countries, including the United States and Canada and so on, to mount that kind of attack. And probably there is also some direct or indirect state support of this kind of activities.
Una Alexander, thanks very much for being with us tonight. We want to get an update now on America's airline situation, and for that matter, its private airplane situation. All planes in this country have been grounded. That has not happened in the 100-year history of aviation in America, and they probably will remain grounded through tomorrow. Let's get a report now from NBC's aviation expert, Robert Hager.
The delay will also give officials more time to prepare for a major crackdown on security. Sweeping searches of airports and empty planes using explosive-sniffing dogs. Clearing garages too close to terminal buildings where there'll be no parking from now on. Tougher searches of passengers and carry-on bags. No more curbside baggage check-in. Even plastic or metal knives banned from airport stores or concessions. And a temporary hold on carrying mail in passenger planes. The post office adding more trucks in the meantime. The Air Travelers Association's David Stempler.
The security lines at the security belts are going to be much longer, going to take much more time. There's going to be much more random checking for explosives, and so it's going to be a much longer process.
A few flights are allowed today to get some passengers from cities where they were diverted on to their original destinations. But thousands more remain stranded.
Does anybody want to be part of a carpool going to San Francisco?
Right now it's up in the air what I'm going to do. Whether I'm going to try to stay here and get a flight tomorrow, or maybe take Greyhound. I'm not sure what my plans are right now.
Hundreds of Americans returning from abroad left in Canadian cities where they were diverted. In Nova Scotia, many housed overnight in a gymnasium. Meantime, do other security precautions need fixing? For instance, how could weapons like knives get through passenger screening? Intelligence consultant Bruce McIndoe.
It's really very difficult, and with modern technology of plastics and ceramics that can avoid metal detection, it's a very steep challenge to try to control those kinds of things getting on planes.
But it doesn't help that until today, some knives were allowed on planes. From now on, they'll all be banned. One warning from officials, the hush-hush program that puts armed sky marshals, shown here in a drill, puts them on a few international flights now as a deterrent to terrorism, will now be extended to a few domestic flights as well.
Please don't move!
Tonight, a Justice Department source confirms this, and the pilots' union says it's pleased. But again, about that delay in resuming full flights. It's not because airports aren't ready and not because airlines aren't almost ready, but primarily because the FBI and the CIA prefer delaying until they're absolutely sure that the coast is clear and it's safe to fly again. Robert Hager, NBC News, Washington.
And now we have a report from the Boston Globe tonight that sources close to the investigation say that in one of those rental cars they recovered a ramp pass to Logan Airport, and that same car was probably used to case the airport during the last couple of weeks or so. Now that does coincide with reports that we'd gotten from Chris Hansen earlier that in addition to the actual hijackers, investigators believe that there was a wider network, a support group, if you will, around them of from 20 to 40 people, maybe even working in airport security or working down in the critical loading areas that could have been helpful to those hijackers. So Logan Airport will be they'll be going through that with a fine-tooth comb tomorrow. Mary Schiavo has written a book called Flying Safe and Flying. Give me the entire title, Mary.
Flying Blind, Flying Safe.
Flying Blind, Flying Safe. And she, of course, is the former Inspector General in the Department of Transportation. This is your worst nightmare come true, Mary.
Unfortunately, it is. The warnings to the United States government came from studies that my old office, the Office of Inspector General, completed over 6 years. And my successor did the studies over again in '99, and we were warned government repeatedly.
When you look at the airport security situation at Logan Airport, is that characteristic of what goes on around the country?
Unfortunately, it is, and that's because for domestic flights, we do not have the same level of security intentionally. The Federal Aviation Administration made a conscious decision because we had not had domestic terrorism against domestic flights. They said the risk was low because it had not happened. It's obviously a spurious argument in light of what has happened, but they just did not put the emphasis on it, and Logan was about in the middle of the pack in terms of complying with security.
Mary, the fact is that the American flying public is going to have to face up to much more stringent airport and airline security, but also probably higher ticket prices as a result of all that.
Well, yes and no. Immediately, we can, of course, tap into the Aviation Trust Fund, funded by our ticket fees and taxes over the last decades. And that fund has been growing. It's a very large fund right now. So immediately, we do have the funds necessary to do it. But in the long run, we are going to have to pay for security screeners who are actually trained, who have full background investigations. Literally all employees in secure areas of the airport will have to have background investigations. And we have woeful infrastructure. At many airports in this country, we even have little makeshift security stands, and we haven't invested in our airports literally for about 2 decades. That will all have to change now because passengers will demand it.
All right. Mary Schiavo, the author of Flying Blind, Flying Safe. She's been an outrider, as it were, at airports across America and in the airline industry, saying problems are coming, but not even Mary could have anticipated the magnitude of the problems that we are witness to tonight. Thank you very much for being with us, Mary. We appreciate it. Let's go to Mary Shaw now and talk about the very difficult human cost of all of this. Virginia Shaw has a report from us. Where are you right now, Virginia?
Tom, I'm outside Bellevue Hospital, and so far the mayor says 7 survivors have been pulled from the World Trade Center rubble. And the chance that more of the missing could be found alive still is bringing thousands of people to area hospitals like Bellevue in search of loved ones.
This is all we got right now is pictures and memories.
James Cartier at work on floor 105 of Tower 2 when the attack began. His brothers John and Michael in a desperate search to find him.
3 calls before, after the first plane hit, 1 call after the second plane hit, and we haven't heard anything from him since.
They are one of hundreds of families lining up all day at New York University Medical Center to check lists and register the names of the missing. Many frustrated by the lack of information.
I've been in Vincent, Jersey, Manhattan, Brooklyn. I called over 25 phone numbers, and what I get was busy tones.
All clinging to photos, clinging to hope. Across town at St. Vincent's Hospital, 500 people in line looking for answers. The faces of the missing. Catherine Robinson, 46 years old, a trader on the 47th floor. Myra Rodriguez, 39 years old, worked as a secretary on the 102nd floor. Pedro Graham, a 35-year-old broker on the 104th floor. Andrew Stern, 41, also a broker on the 105th floor. Jack Aaron, 52, an insurance man on the 95th floor. Each with a story, like 27-year-old Michelle Enrique. Her fiancé Craig Castro, planning to give her a ring next month.
I just wanted me to see it so I can give it to her, and then we can just spend the rest of our life together.
At Bellevue Hospital, the reason for hope. Survivors.
It's really rough. At one point, you thought you wasn't going to make it.
School security officer Hendrik Martinez, his wife by his side, says he had evacuated a group of students to safety when the first tower collapsed.
Just hearing that twisted steel and concrete coming down, I said, this is it. I'm done. When I finally got up, I pushed myself and I said, I got to get out of here. I'm going to make this. I kept spitting out black soot from my nose, from my mouth, and it was hard to breathe.
His heroism, part of the job, as it was for firefighter Michael Engel, injured while searching for victims in the rubble.
When the call goes out, help's needed. They're there, we're there.
As the rescue and recovery effort continues at Ground Zero, doctors here say they are prepared for a second wave of the injured. Like the families, they too are hanging on to hope, Tom.
Thank you very much, Virginia Shaw, tonight at Bellevue Hospital Center here in New York. And it's a heartbreaking story. So many of these families wandering from hospital to hospital with pictures of their loved ones and calling everyone that they know. And of course, the hope diminishes with every passing hour. Dateline's Dawn Fratangelo also spent this day with some of the most heroic people in New York City firefighters, and she filed this report for us tonight.
The date, September 11th, 9/11, will forever be etched in our minds. It's eerie to think that hundreds of people were probably dialing that date, 911, after the first plane slammed into the World Trade Center. And when those 911 calls started pouring in, New York's firefighters and police couldn't stand around in shock like millions of other New Yorkers.
You guys going back? Yes. It's our job.
They had a job to do, a job that would cost many of New York's finest and bravest their lives.
Every company across the city has lost somebody. It's hard. It's hard.
As the towers were burning, hundreds of firefighters and police were sent into the buildings. The firefighters were from some of the city's most elite rescue units, teams of 6 who were specially trained in building collapses. While thousands of panicked office workers were running down the stairs, hundreds of firefighters were running up.
I guess it was about the 27th floor. The firemen started coming up into the building. And I just felt that they were very brave, and we were kind of clapping for them and wishing them luck on their way in.
But they were not so lucky. As the rescuers tried to save more people, the towers collapsed. First one, and about 40 minutes later, the other crashed to the ground.
Are you thinking of the firemen because you fear that they were perhaps trapped in the building when it collapsed?
I think they probably were. I think there were a lot of them that did get trapped in there, and I think that's very sad. They were all nice, young, healthy, good-looking guys.
And it wasn't just the rescuers on the inside. As the cloud of debris rained down, it destroyed a command center where 2 of the fire department's top commanders were stationed.
I don't know what to say. We lost people that have given over 40 years.
Our job was never meant to be like this. This is something that nobody would ever figure could happen or would happen.
By late last night, as firefighters continued to battle fires and search the rubble, the numbers were staggering.
We've got over 300 people that are missing that we can't account for. We believe that many of them are gone.
In one fell swoop, entire on-duty companies from fire stations throughout New York were engulfed in the rubble of the collapsed buildings, all just doing their jobs. Now all just gone. The numbers keep adding up. 7 from a rescue squad, 8 from a ladder company, and from here, a captain and a beloved chaplain.
For 10 years, Michael Judge, Franciscan father and fire buff, ministered to the men and women of the fire department. Yesterday, he answered the call quickly and died in his line of duty, giving divine comfort.
He had a way about him that just soothed all your feelings and emotions, and it lets you go back to the firehouse thinking that this is okay and everything will be okay. He was a great man.
Support poured in from the neighborhood for the hundreds who simply answered the call. Their fire truck, windows blown out and covered with dust and debris from the blast, now a shrine. The Beatitude reads, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted." But without Father Michael, who will comfort them now?
In a time like this, Father Mike would be the one we would all turn to, and they took him from us. It's very, very hard right now.
And in Lower Manhattan, Rescue Squad 18 and Ladder Company 20 together lost 15 members.
This is astronomical. I think right now we're probably all in a state of denial, which is probably how we're getting through it. I don't think this is all going to set it. Right now we're too busy working. Later we'll think about it.
Their colleagues left behind feel they need to do something, anything. So first thing this morning, they boarded a bus heading for Ground Zero to find the fallen.
What do you hope to find?
Just
just hope to do what we can do, anything they want us to do.
We're gonna go down there and see if we can find them.
Missing are elite firefighters like Manny Mojica, who started out years ago with firefighter Brian McKeever.
Manny and I sat next to each other in Proby School. I always remember his smile. He's a good man. A lot of good men.
It's their second nature. In an emergency, police respond, firefighters rescue, and even after an unimaginable toll, they're still at it.
It hurts so much inside right now, and our main goal is just to try to get every person, every brother, every civilian out of that building right now and let them rest in peace. It's very, very hard, but we'll get through it. We have to.
Dayline's Dawn Fratangelo tonight with New York City firemen and firewomen who are going back to try to pull their fellow firefighters from the rubble and try to rescue others, obviously, who went down as well. When you realize the extent of the pain and the shock and the suffering and the loss, and we are just at the beginning of it all of us are going to need counseling, and we're going to need people of faith to help us through that. In New York, two of the most familiar figures are called the God Squad. And Rabbi Mark Gelman and Monsignor Tom Hartman join us now. They are two very familiar figures on television and on radio in this community. Rabbi and Monsignor, this is an assignment that no one, even in your business, would cherish.
This is as hard as it gets. Tom and I were asked by the governor to do the service for TWA Flight 800. It was the hardest thing either of us had ever done, and even though we're not directly involved in any ceremonies here, this is far worse. The overwhelming enormity of this is given flesh and blood and substance by the piece you just did. My dear friend Rabbi Joseph Potasnik is the Jewish chaplain for the fire department, and he knew Father Judge and Father Mike, and they just consecrated a firehouse in the Bronx, and he gave a sermon that day about how we should all love each other while we have each other, because we don't know how long that'll be.
Monsignor Hartman, I was at St. Patrick's Cathedral today, which all day long people were lighting candles and sitting either together or in solitude in the pews there. That must be going on in every parish in the greater New York City area, and my guess is across the country.
There's a real need to turn to prayer, to turn to God, to turn to community, to turn to goodness. A while ago we experienced Oklahoma City, and that area of the world that knew so much tragedy responded in a way in which people gathered around each other, they healed each other, they did it medically, they did it spiritually, they did it as a community, and the whole world embraced that community. That's what I pray will happen in New York City, that this will be something that will unify us. We already see so many events being canceled. If you walk through New York City, you don't see as much activity as usual. I think the whole nation and the whole world is stopping and thinking about how sacred life is, how important these people were to their families, and how terrible this act really was.
Gentlemen, I know that you are so popular in this city because you're so user-friendly, but at the same time, you have been tilting against a real trend to have kind of cheap confrontation, not just in New York City, but in our popular culture, and real division in America, in our politics, and in almost everything else. Do you think that this country is going to be changed profoundly by what we're going through?
I do. I think what happens today is that people understand two fundamental truths they didn't understand before. And the first is that there is radical evil in the world. We're a country of enormous optimism and, I think, kindness, but ultimately great naivete. It's just hard when you're surrounded by two oceans and you've never been invaded to believe and understand the depths of human fanaticism and depravity that exist. And people understand that now. And the second thing is to understand just how fragile and how vulnerable we have made our lives. We live in buildings that, if they come down, take thousands of people. We travel in airplanes that if they crash, take hundreds and hundreds of people. We do this because it's cheaper, and we do this because it enables us to create urban life. But there is an immense cost to this, and that cost is that we have made our lives vulnerable. People feel that now.
Monsignor Hartman, is there going to have to be some kind of an exceptional interfaith statement showing, if you will, of solidarity across all the faiths? Because as you know, across America today, tragically, people of the Islamic faith were attacked and their mosques were defiled by others who had a perverted sense of revenge.
Well, we've seen, regretfully, in New York, instances where cab drivers who are of the Muslim faith have been taken out of cabs and beaten up by people. We've seen, regrettably, Palestinians dancing in the streets. What Mark and I have found over the last 14 years of our friendship is that we can learn so much from each other, and religion should unite rather than divide people. We hope that this becomes a moment in which the Muslim community and the Muslim leadership comes forward and denounces this particular activity.
Thank you so much, Monsignor Tom Hartman and Rabbi Mark Gelman, the God Squad here in New York City, and they certainly have their work cut out for them in the coming days and weeks and months, for that matter. People who know about this kind of a deep wound to a community are the people of Oklahoma City. Here's NBC's Jim Cummins.
Many of the people whose lives were changed forever by terrorism in Oklahoma City gathered under the survivor tree.
And then as I sit there and watch the building crumble, I cried.
Doris Jones lost her daughter Carrie in the Oklahoma City blast. Now she weeps that once again families must wait for news about a loved one trapped in the rubble.
Your heart just is aching so hard for those families because I've been there. I know what they're going through and what they're going to go through.
The children in Oklahoma are doing their part by sending 1,000 teddy bears that were left on that fence around the bomb site in Oklahoma to schools in Washington and New York. And there's this poster at the bomb memorial now. To the people of New York City and Washington, D.C., you stood with us in our darkest hour, now we stand with you. John Hansen helped lead the rescue effort here.
Some of the brave men and women of the New York City Fire and Police Department were here with us and with the Urban Search and Rescue Team.
Hansen remembers they arrived that first night of the bombing, and Ray Downey was their leader. Downey survived Oklahoma City, but was killed during rescue efforts at home. Oklahoma Governor Frank Keating says Downey, one of the most decorated firefighters in New York, was a legend to many people in Oklahoma.
Ray Downey, our friend, who was willing to lay down his life for us, who did, in fact, lay down his life for our brothers and sisters across the land.
Hundreds of people here in Oklahoma have also donated blood to victims of the latest terrorist attacks, and the mayor offered this message of hope.
The sun is shining today in Oklahoma City. The survivor tree still stands in Oklahoma City.
Set one victim here, hold on to your faith, hold on to your friends, hold on to your family. Jim Cummins, NBC News, Oklahoma City.
And state officials in Oklahoma have taken out a full-page ad in tomorrow morning's edition of the New York Times expressing their solidarity, their support, and their sorrow for the people of New York City. What is always so striking to me during times of great national tragedies or crises like this, that this nation, the most powerful in the history of the world, almost 300 million people altogether, with the rich tapestry of our culture and our geography and our economy, that this nation becomes such a small family when we have to rally around the national cause of grieving and healing and getting on with the business of making sure that our institutions will remain intact and that we will not have to sacrifice too many of our liberties during the course of what is going to be a very difficult war against terrorism. That war is going on tonight, it will go on tomorrow, and so will our coverage. We'll have continuing coverage here in a few moments with Forrest Sawyer and Brian Williams, and a reminder, of course, that tomorrow morning on Today, Matt Lauer and Katie Couric. I'm Tom Brokaw. I'll see you again tomorrow.
The building rocked. We rocked and was shaking, shaking. The girl got frightened.
Oh, another one just hit. Something else just hit. A very large plane just flew directly over my building.
The 4 planes were hijacked
by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats.
Deliberate and deadly attacks, which were carried out yesterday against our country, were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war.
How are you doing? Well, I'm trying to hold up, trying to look for her and everything, but my kids are home, and I got 2 little girls home.
He's been pinned since the event. He was discovered during the night, and it took them several hours to get him out after they had identified him.
It's mayhem. It's like something out of a movie.
This is life-changing. There's no doubt about it.
NBC News coverage continues. This is Lower Manhattan, the plume of dust and smoke that does not seem to dissipate. The rescue effort, the recovery effort goes on. World Trade Center missing from the city skies. This is the close-up view. Heavy equipment working on the ground. Just shards of what used to be massive skyscrapers, hotels, office buildings. You see there a torch at work, the sparks flying just about in the center of the picture there, obviously trying to cut through steel to get to something, to get someone or something out of there. And here is the news at the top of the hour now this morning. Perhaps 50 terrorists have been involved in this. Federal authorities have identified more than a dozen hijackers involved in Tuesday's events, and the number, we're told, could go as high as 50. The rescue efforts have been hindered because 2 more buildings are close to collapse. You saw perhaps in that live picture some of the heavy equipment idle. A lot of people have been forced on standby tonight, which is an especially cruel outgrowth of this. And most aircraft in this country are still grounded. We're told, and these reports come and go all night, some flights that were interrupted were allowed to be continued and completed earlier today. And we are told, for example, that Newark Airport is open now. The reports, again, the sporadic air travel for the most part has been, as you know, completely shut down in the United States. Let's go to Lower Manhattan and get an update on the activity down there now, or lack of it, from our own Jeannie Ohm, who is there. Jeannie?
Brian, no matter how many times you look at that, it's so hard to imagine that the World Trade Center is actually gone. Now, from our vantage point, it would look like the smoke is dissipating, but that's just because there's been a shift in the wind. It's now blowing more northeastward, and in fact, that's why you're not seeing a lot of people around here wearing their masks, because the smoke, at least in our particular area that we're standing, it's not as burning, it's not as penetrating in the nostrils right now. Now, I just talked with a Department of Transportation supervisor, and if you pan over there, you can see how the dump trucks are all lined up. Well, it's not because the work has come to a standstill. You alluded to the fact that they're cutting steel. What they're trying to coordinate right now is to get the bigger dump trucks in so that they can pull out those large steel beams so that rescuers can get even closer. They say it's a lot easier to move the concrete pieces once they get the steel beams out of there. So yes, the work is continuing, but what they're trying to do is coordinate getting the big trucks in so they can get the big pieces out first. Now, the firefighters, they keep getting new reinforcements. They tell me that they're sort of on a 24-hour shift. They're working 24 hours straight, then taking a break, and they don't mind these long hours because they know that their colleagues are in there. They will do whatever it takes to try to make sure that they get to whoever might still be surviving out underneath that rubble. Now, you had mentioned that Mayor Giuliani had requested 6,000 body bags. And of course, no one out here wants to even venture a guess how high the death toll will actually climb. But that is a grim reality that people face out here. The people who go into Ground Zero and come out, they say the same things over and over again. And that's, they don't even want to describe what they're seeing. They say this is something no one should ever have to see in their lifetime. And in fact, earlier Lester in his piece had shown that someone said that this is a war zone, and that's exactly what they're describing at this time. And again, the activity, even though it seems to have tapered off at this point, it doesn't stop. Volunteers are still coming in. This is such a massive rescue effort, that they want to make sure that everything is coordinated, and they're coordinating hundreds of trucks out here, countless personnel. So it does seem like it's a time-taking process, and time is, of course, of the essence, but they are working as hard as they possibly can to try and recover more survivors. I do want to point out earlier and mention about search and rescuers saying that it is possible for people to survive. I want to point out, though, they say that there are several variables involved in that. One, of course, is that as long as there are no injuries, and they also point out a person needs to be psychologically tough. That's crucial to survival, that if someone is in there, that they don't panic, that they know that help is around them, that they're able to stay calm and knowing that rescuers are doing everything that they can to get to them.
Jeannie Ohm, thank you, Jeannie Ohm, for that report tonight from Lower Manhattan. Not far from there, New York's Bellevue Hospital, we have two guests standing by who are on a very special and emotional mission. They are Karen Wiley and Michael Rassweiler, and I hope I've gotten the names right. Michael, your father, and Karen, your father, Roger Rassweiler, an employee in Tower Number 1, has been missing. Tell us your story of the last 24 hours.
It's been very long, very hard. Every time we see it on TV, it gets worse and worse. But we have hope. And we thank everybody out there who's calling and who's praying and sending all your positive thoughts, and we really appreciate it. We've been getting a lot of phone calls, though, so please only call if you have any information, if you've seen my father, if you know where he is. The phone lines are getting tied up, and it's getting hard to get that information through, so
Understood.
Please only call if you have something that you can give us some information as to where he is. We've been walking around New York all day. We had 300 flyers we've been putting up and passing out to every fireman, every police officer, every hospital, every doctor, everyone and everybody in the city has been so kind to us, and we really thank you.
Tell us a little bit about your dad. What did he do, and for whom, and when was the last contact with him?
He worked for Marsh & McLennan, insurance. I believe it's in insurance. I'm not real sure. He was in the office. He left a message with a friend at 8:40, so we know he was there. I spoke to him Monday night, but that was the last time I talked to him.
And what floor did he work on?
He was on the 100th floor.
On the 100th floor. Okay. And
Yeah.
was the tower, forgive me, the tower he was in, was it the one struck first or second by the jet aircraft?
The one that got struck first. It was Tower Number 1.
Okay, so that we do know there were some people who were able to get by the spot that was hit in Tower 1, and everybody has a different story. What about co-workers, associates, peers of his at his place of work? How many, as a percentage of them, Michael, have been heard from?
We saw a couple on the street that were from his company. We just happened to run into them. We were all around the city today. We had 300 flyers, like my sister said. We have 300 more made at the house, and as soon as we're done with this, we're going back to get them, and we're coming back here.
Now,
we're gonna hang the rest of them up.
In your travels, I've been told that I haven't seen this firsthand. A lot of families are out there like you. Someone told me there's a television news van outside one of the hospitals that is covered in homemade posters just like yours, other families looking for their dad, mom, sister, brothers. And I bet you've run into a lot of people doing this very same thing you're doing.
Yes, and we're all trying to comfort each other through it.
I understand.
We're all going through the same thing.
It's amazing, though. I've came to this city for years, and I can't even emphasize how much we're like so appreciated that everybody's being really cool about this,
So
and
kind to us.
I've never seen anything like this.
All right.
And I really hope that I don't again.
Well, we will help you and hopefully just have in getting the word out, and especially in saying to people this is really not a good time to needlessly tie up their phone line and their voicemail. You see the numbers there, a Jersey number, a Jersey exchange. Just call if you do have information, if you've seen this man, their father. And Karen and Michael, good luck, and our thoughts and prayers.
Thank you. I'd like to say one more thing, if that's all right.
Sure.
I just want to say, Dad, I love you wherever you are. I have faith in you. I'm never going to give up, and I'm not going to leave this city until I find out an answer.
Michael Rasweiler and his sister Karen Wiley. Thank you both, and good luck to you both.
Thank you.
This is the kind of thing we've been covering all day long. The same thing visible in Washington tonight. Though the situation a little bit different there. We've had a little bit of good news tonight. The death count estimate at the Pentagon upgraded by the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, from a figure of close to 800 to a figure closer to 150, and we're sure hoping that that's a more accurate figure. This is a candlelight vigil. First word of this started circulating in the early afternoon. It started small and then attracted a little over 1,000 people, I understand, right there around the reflecting pool at the U.S. Capitol on a beautiful early autumn night. It would be more beautiful were it not so achingly, crushingly sad that this is taking place in a nation that has been brutally attacked by terrorists on two fronts, the nation's capital and here in the city of New York. Speaking of the attack on the Pentagon, we mentioned this before. They are, in a way, fighting a two-front war there in that building, with the concentric rings from the letter A on the inside to the letter E, the furthest outside ring. A very complex place to work, but right now they are battling physical destruction, a death toll, and they are also preparing to do what they do for a living in the final analysis, and that is prepare a plan of attack as soon as a specific enemy can be identified here. We get more tonight from NBC News Pentagon correspondent Jim Miklaszewski.
An army of FBI agents descends on ground zero, gathering up bits and pieces of possible evidence. But 24 hours after the attack here, nerves remain on razor's edge. The mere sight of a large plane in the distance sends people running for cover. The scene remains grim. There are no signs of life detected beneath the tons of rubble. The area remains too unstable for rescue workers to even get close, but there's little hope anyone is left alive. The Pentagon now estimates that between 150 to 200 people are killed, including those aboard the plane that slammed into the Pentagon. Tracy Rowenhorst's husband, Edward, worked for the Army and is among the missing.
Mostly I'm just here in case he comes out and that I can be somewhere in the vicinity where I can get to him.
Tonight, the U.S. military is on the move. Warplanes continue to patrol the skies over 41 major U.S. cities as the aircraft carrier George Washington arrives off the coast of New York to provide security and medical assistance. And in a videotaped message to the troops, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld pledges swift and sure retaliation.
We face powerful and terrible enemies, enemies we intend to vanquish so that moments of horror like yesterday will be stopped.
Osama bin Laden remains the prime suspect. Pentagon officials tell NBC News if there's enough evidence to link him to the attacks, the Bush administration is prepared to move quickly and aggressively. The sources suggest these would not be the kind of pinprick missile strikes that have failed to get bin Laden in the past, but an all-out military campaign designed to capture or eliminate the Saudi-born terrorists. In addition, the military campaign could be aimed at the Afghanistan's ruling party, the Taliban, for harboring bin Laden. Such an effort would require a military commitment the Clinton White House would not make, and a willingness to accept a large number of American military casualties. After yesterday's devastating terrorist attacks, former General Norman Schwarzkopf says it's a sacrifice the American people are willing to make.
I think the American public is angry now, and I think they're going to get more angry. Rather than less angry. I think they're going to expect action to be taken.
That kind of support evident tonight as rescue workers unfurl a huge American flag on the roof of the Pentagon.
And we are joined after that report by Jim Miklaszewski at the Pentagon by two former FBI agents. Rick Hahn, a terrorism expert, was FBI unseen crime commander at the World Trade Center '93 Oklahoma City bombing. And here in our studios, Joe Cantamesa, who has been with us for so many hours throughout. He worked on the World Trade Center bombing in 1993 as well, TWA 800. Gentlemen, starting with Rick, I'm curious, you've been watching all the day's developments and news coverage with us all day long. What items have you taken away from everything you've learned today, be it in the investigation into who's responsible for this and the downing of the aircraft, that you find notable?
For one thing, when you look at the comments of Attorney General Ashcroft, the fact that there's 4,000 agents involved in this investigation, that's nearly 40% of the agent population of the FBI. It's an incredible dedication of resources. And I think that the results that you've already seen, the fact that they've been able to identify some of the hijackers themselves, identify their associates, have tracked down where they, some of them at least got training in flying large aircraft, is pretty incredible and significant steps in identifying exactly who were involved in this conspiracy overall.
Joe, same question.
Clearly, as was pointed out, a significant commitment to resources. My concern on the level of resources and the information that's going to be gleaned from those investigative efforts is that they compile that data in the proper information systems and make sure that we have a total accounting of what actually goes on, because it's going to be covering a lot of areas and interviews conducted by a lot of agents.
Now, Rick, this is a tough question to ask because the FBI has been having problems. How good are they in the aircraft accident investigation business?
Well, I think the FBI is certainly second to none in terms of aircraft investigations. We have worked regularly with the FAA and NTSB in any air crash around the world that involved a U.S. carrier or U.S.-built aircraft, assuming that the host government would let us in. So we've been at this for years, and all over Europe, South and Central America, in terms of looking at aircraft, helping them go through their protocols of putting them back together. And we've always been brought in to look at the explosives damage look for the explosives damage, I should say, to the aircraft to determine whether or not it was a criminal act, as we did in Pan Am 103, just to give you an example.
Joe, you and I talked about this question last night for the benefit of those viewers who perhaps weren't with us. It's a question of jurisdiction. Who is the lead agency? Is it always the FBI? Who's got the power here?
Well, clearly, crime aboard an aircraft is an FBI jurisdiction. It's almost an exclusive jurisdiction. And the FBI is really the only organization that has the charge and the responsibility to handle this entire domestic investigation, as well as extend through our legal attaches to any other country that there is some cooperation.
Rick, when you look at the terrorism picture as you know it around the world, is it intimidatingly broad, or to you guys who deal in that world, is it finite? Are they known characters, elusive but known characters?
I think that it's largely known characters. Where we run into problems, of course, are cultural problems a lot of the time in different countries, where we may suspect somebody is involved at, say, a lower degree than the actual perpetrators or suppliers of money or weapons. And the governments in those countries are sometimes somewhat reluctant to cooperate. They, of course, have to conduct the investigation in those countries. We cannot independently go in on sovereign soil and conduct our own investigation. So getting the cooperation sometimes can be difficult, and we have to coax that out of some of these governments. But overall, I think we know who most of these people are.
Joe, do you have any concerns about civil liberties, specifically the kind of hyped up air there is in this country right now, for good reason, but it would be unfair if that were aimed indiscriminately at, say, all Arab Americans?
Well, certainly the FBI and the federal law enforcement communities in general adhere very closely to the Constitution, protecting everyone's rights and only conducting those intrusive measures, electronic surveillance, pursuant to court order and proper authorization. Now, I think that's not going to be violated. That's not going to be skipped. I think hopefully we'll not hear so much from the privacy advocates right now while the government and the community is trying to really get moving on collecting what information may still be out there relative to these particular acts.
And Rick, this final question may sound eerily like the "we always get our man" slogan back in the 50s and 60s, but we have called this an elaborately, some would say meticulously planned out effort to hijack these aircraft, to use them as flying bombs, weapons, really. It is a novel idea in its execution. But we are finding things left behind, calling cards, in rental cars, hotel rooms. It, I suppose, doesn't matter much that we know the identity of suicide bombers, people who are now dead men. But if it speaks to those who pressed the buttons and launched this attack, could it turn out that this was actually, in the details, a sloppy job?
I don't think we're going to find that it was a sloppy job. What I do think we will find, however, is that it was probably extremely broadly supported. As they're saying in the current reports, the number of co-conspirators may run as high as 50. That may be even a low estimate. What the FBI is doing at this moment and will continue to do for the next months will be to reconstruct each identified hijacker's past history for the past days, weeks, and months preceding the event here, and in so doing, hope to identify co-conspirators that aided and abetted in carrying out these acts.
Now, Joe, I have heard opinions all over the map, and Rick just touched on this, as to whether or not this is state-sponsored or a powerful cell of individual actors or one person with some help. What's your early read on this?
Well, only whether it's state-sponsored or not, there are indications that certainly lean in that direction. There are some things that just aren't typically compliant with Osama bin Laden's methodology and his purposes. But I think we're going to find out that at the very least there was some collective effort with probably his participation and support and the use of multiple cells, obviously covering quite a few cities.
Joe, if I gave you at-large status and made you a special actor within the Bureau and told you, go pursue whatever interests you about this case as an investigator, what would you go look into first?
Well, because I happen to have grown up in the electronic surveillance arena and know the value of records that in fact are out there, I would put a significant amount of resources into identifying and collecting, compiling and analyzing all of the data that supports those points that Rick mentioned before. What is the history of these perpetrators? Where have they been and who have they been associated with?
Rick, same question.
I have to go with Joe on that. That's how we find out exactly how they operated, who they relied on, where they went to get the resources that they needed to put this together, including the intelligence resources about how the aircraft industry operates in emergencies and security at the airport, things of that nature. It's going to come from those records and their associates.
And I guess you guys think alike for good reason. The FBI would contend it's just good training on display. Rick Hahn, Joe Canamesa, gentlemen, thank you very much for being here and lending us your expertise. Let's talk politics here for a few moments, more specifically, to put a finer point on it, public opinion in the wake of this nation-shattering series of incidents. We have the results of a very, very flash NBC News poll taken overnight last night. Let's start with Tuesday's attacks when compared to Pearl Harbor, and what respondents have said and some reasons why or why not these numbers are where they are. 66%, two-thirds of respondents believe that what happened this week is more serious than Pearl Harbor. And while in the view of any sober historian, it may well be, keep in mind the following things. So few people these days are of age to have taken in both incidents, truly realized the scope and gravity at the time of Pearl Harbor. As someone pointed out here tonight, Pearl Harbor was a black and white attack and was not near as vivid as what we have seen over and over, repeated in the kind of television videotape wallpaper we've been seeing. And as a pollster pointed out tonight, Hawaii was not even a state, so people did not feel the same type of American intimate connection as the targets in New York and Washington. Secondly, a question on the president's handling of the crisis. By most critical evaluations, he has set the right tone and done the right things once the situation settled down after some fairly anxious moments, mostly in the media and mostly yesterday. The approval rating 80 to 8. A quite overwhelming number there, as it's early in the conflict, and we've been pointing out over and over the American people are known for the reservoir of goodwill they grant chief executives when things turn south. And we talked about this in the piece by our Pentagon correspondent, Jim McLashevsky. Should the U.S. take military action? This is equally overwhelming. There is, I guess the word thirst would not be hyperbole in this country right now for retribution. I was corrected in my use of that word earlier tonight, and actually Rabbi Mark Gelman said, you use the wrong word, use the word justice instead of retribution. Be that as it may, 83 to 8% is fairly overwhelming. We heard from the Bush White House today in an unusual way. There was some commentary yesterday that carried over into some of this morning's papers, and it had to do with a period of time yesterday afternoon as it turned into evening. There were meetings on Capitol Hill, there were various commentators on television, and there were columnists writing pieces for today. This happened while the President of the United States was in a fortified bunker in Nebraska after a fairly circuitous day of secret flights on Air Force One. The voice of the administration for a time yesterday was an unelected official, Karen Hughes, counselor to the President, but a White House staffer nonetheless. The White House today came out and said that was all for good reason. That was because, unbeknownst to members of the public, Air Force One was a target for a time, as was the White House itself. Our report on all of this tonight from NBC News White House correspondent Campbell Brown.
Today, as the president gathers with his national security team to plan the U.S. response, administration officials make a startling announcement.
We have real incredible information that the airplane that landed at the Pentagon was originally intended to hit the White House.
According to military sources, the plane, which took off from Dulles Airport, first flew past the Pentagon, heading instead for the U.S. Capitol. The plane flew over the Capitol, then circled toward the White House. Officials say its intended target. What's unclear, why the plane kept going, crashing finally into the Pentagon. Officials also say Air Force One was a target. Information they learned as the president was en route from Florida to Louisiana's Barksdale Air Force Base. That's why they say the president was shuttled to yet another Air Force base in Nebraska, with fighter jets escorting the plane. But what exactly was the threat?
I'm not indicating what form it came in, John, and it will not.
Today, as new information about the attacks pours in, the president signals the administration's first priority to make sure the rest of the world supports the U.S. in whatever action Bush decides to take.
This enemy attacked not just our people, but all freedom-loving people everywhere in the world. The United States of America will use all our resources to conquer this enemy. We will rally the world.
At the White House today, security eases somewhat. Tourists are allowed back in. The First Lady visits with victims of the Pentagon attack at a local hospital. In a show of unity, the president invites congressional leaders from both parties to the White House and asks for their support in funding relief efforts. The nasty budget fight for the moment forgotten as Democrats pledge their help.
It is our strong desire to do this not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans.
Tom Daschle there at the White House. That report, by the way, from Campbell Brown. And this is the scene tonight in Lower Manhattan, a portion of the street there that used to house just some of the giants of the concrete canyons of Lower Manhattan. Now so many of them are gone. Those buildings that weren't done in the opening hours of this crisis have collapsed on their own because of weakening and fire. By the way, there's a CNN report tonight, broadcast report, that says that there's a tape of some cockpit tower conversations from one of the doomed aircraft yesterday in the cabin of the commercial airliner. It can be heard, captain can be heard saying, "Get out of here," presumably to the hijackers. And then in broken English, an announcement to the people on board: "There is a bomb on board." This is the captain speaking. "Remain in your seat. There is a bomb on board. Stay quiet. We are meeting with their demands. We are returning to the airport." Again, those words spoken over the PA in the aircraft in broken English. At 30 minutes after the hour, this is the news we are covering at this hour. The Boston Globe, in its morning editions, is running a piece that says that two of the alleged hijackers who left out of Boston had what is known in the airline business as a ramp pass, or can be known as a tarmac pass, that allows either vehicles or individuals access out to where the planes taxi, take off, arrive, park, catering, cleaning, maintenance, all of that. That would certainly help anyone hell-bent on doing any harm to an aircraft. The EPA has tested air from the plume at the World Trade Center, that kind of permanent cloud we showed you even tonight, the one in the graphic up in the upper left there. It contains, and this was a fear early on, it's why people are now being forced and told to wear masks. It contains elevated levels at the crash site of asbestos. But the plume itself contains little asbestos. We've had Con Ed main breaks and pipe breaks before in New York, and the asbestos levels have been just horrific. And that white dust evidently does contain asbestos, and of course can be fatal if inhaled in high doses over long periods of times into the lungs. And the financial markets, a story our colleagues over at CNBC have been covering so aggressively over this two-day period. The New York Stock Exchange may open as early as Friday, no later than Monday. They may decide to just go ahead and take the weekend. This is already the longest period of time on what were previously scheduled trading days that the market has been shut down. This sets a kind of sad American record. It is part infrastructure. Some of the circuitry is shot, gone, fried. It is partly because physically people can't get down to their offices. Remember, firms like Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, for instance, is now missing 50 floors of office space. A lot of so-called back office operations were located down at the World Trade Center and that surrounding neighborhood. So we have still two active crash scene investigations, and now the investigation goes on and takes off across the country looking for these hijackers. With the very latest on the investigation, here is NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams.
Federal agents respond immediately. More than 4,000 FBI special agents and 3,000 support staff already on the case, sweeping the nation for evidence from fragments at the scene of the attacks to any documentary proof of what the suspected terrorists were up to. Between 3 and 6 per plane, authorities now say.
The United States Attorney's Office's terrorism units and the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Forces are obtaining the passenger manifests, rental car receipts, telephone logs, videotape from parking garages, and pay telephone videotape records at all scenes for review and appropriate follow-up interviews.
Scrutiny of those passenger lists leads the FBI to this flight school in Florida, where officials say they believe at least 2 of the terrorists received pilot training during the past year. A man who worked at the flight school says he allowed both of them, who described themselves as Germans, to briefly live with him and his wife.
While they were here, I know that they had used this address initially, and I know that because I would get insurance renewals for them addressed to them at this address for that call.
In Boston, agents swarm area hotels where registration records match suspicious names from passenger lists of the hijacked planes, detaining at least 3 people for further questioning, holding them now on immigration charges. And in a hugely helpful break, the FBI impounds a car found at the airport after a witness says it was driven by 2 Arabic men. In it, authorities say they discover airplane technical documents. Federal agents also stop an Amtrak train in Rhode Island today, part of a frantic nationwide effort, the FBI says, to make certain no other conspirators remain at large where they could mount further attacks.
Our first effort is to identify any associates in the United States who might be related to the hijackers and to remove those associates, investigate, and arrest, given the evidence, those individuals, and to remove any threat to the air system in the future.
Among other searches today, agents descend upon this mailbox rental office in New Jersey, where some of the suspected terrorists may have received their mail.
Pete Williams on the status of the investigation, our justice correspondent, who for now is heading up our team of journalistic investigators on this story. A couple assumptions were made immediately following the crash, the forced crash of 4 separate commercial jetliners. Anyone involved with aviation jumped immediately to the conclusion that none of the pilots in charge were actually the pilots in charge, meaning they were all replaced by hijacker/pilots. That would account for them being plunged into population centers like the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, something very few, if any, commercial pilots alive on Earth would ever do. It is so counter to their makeup. So that would mean we had 4 pilots here, 4 hijackers who were also, at the same time, suicide bombers, willing to die for their cause. What goes into the mindset of such a character? We have a look at that dynamic tonight from the Middle East, and NBC News correspondent Martin Fletcher.
How does someone get to this, full of hate, ready to massacre so many and die in the process, turning your body into a guided missile? Allahu Akbar. Most experts agree suicide bombers are not lunatics. They're usually rational idealists who are prepared to die for what they believe is the greater good of their society. A typical candidate, a young man from a religious home, first approached in the mosque, then recruited, tested and trained to be a walking bomb.
They are acting, in their view, with the approval of God.
No country has more experience than Israel. Here, suicide bombers are a daily threat, at least 2 attacks a month for the last year. More than 60 Israelis killed, hundreds wounded. Terrorism experts say there are 2 types of motivation for the bomber. First, anger and a sense of hopelessness. Samir Tubazi, 19 years old, a Palestinian, caught by Israel with a 22-pound bomb, driving to a disco, ready to kill himself and as many Israelis as possible. I lost my job, my future, my hope, he says. Then Israeli soldiers killed my friend. I wanted to die. So Tubazi decided to become a suicide bomber. His goal, to kill Israelis, supported by many in the region, angry at Israel's treatment of the Palestinians.
War makes you hard-hearted. Death has become like a part of their daily life. They know that they're going to lose someone.
The second motivation for the bombers, a deep religious belief that a better life awaits in paradise. But Islam is divided on suicide bombers. The Quran, the Islamic holy book, forbids suicide, and many Muslims condemn the suicide bombers.
Islam has a philosophy that opposes attacks on civilians.
But others see them as martyrs, warriors committing not self-destruction, but heroic acts. Every death in battle with Israel fuels Arab anger, much of it directed against America, seen as Israel's chief ally, and in the minds of the bombers, both legitimate targets for terror. And events like today in the West Bank just keep the pot boiling. 9 Palestinians killed by Israeli soldiers who were trying to prevent more attacks by suicide bombers, but causing more anger in this cycle of Mideast violence that it appears has now come to the United States.
Martin Fletcher supplying that report today for us from the Middle East. All this time, this is the second night now this country is dealing with just a horrible and staggering loss. A death toll estimated in the thousands. Whether or not that is tens of thousands, we don't know yet. There is no credible estimate of just how high it could go. The videotape of the scenes now familiar to all. It is riveting. It is sick-making for some people. It is being repeated over and over again by all the networks, this one included, engaging in wall-to-wall, uninterrupted news coverage of this absolute tragedy, the greatest attack in American history upon this country. It leaves the people numb who are sitting in front of their television sets from coast to coast with several different emotions, with grief, with sympathy, and with anger. And with a look at it all as it played out across the country today, here is NBC News correspondent Roger O'Neill.
Church is a safe house, a place some see light shining on the darkness, a place where many find answers. Hundreds at noon Mass today, but the strain of the last 2 days on the faces of the faithful.
It takes care of my soul.
Gives you a feeling of peace.
But at another house of worship in Irving, Texas, an Islamic mosque, the peace shattered when 6 bullets are shot through windows. In at least 5 other American cities, threatening emails, phone calls to Arabs and Muslims. Denver Bishop Jose Gomez admits when innocent people die, faith in God is tested.
It's difficult for us to understand why God allows these things to happen. But we cannot forget that pain and suffering is part of our human nature.
Across America today, emotions still running very high, anger just below the boiling point on talk radio in Los Angeles.
Since these people want to be martyrs and want to sit at the right hand of Allah, we should oblige them and send them there as soon as possible.
Another emotion, patriotism. Flag sales soared across the nation. The world's biggest retailer, Walmart, saying 88,000 American flags sold Tuesday, 100 times normal. Yet another emotion, empathy. Giving blood. So much blood has been donated, officials say they need no more for now. Still, at the Bonfils Blood Center in Denver, 550 units of blood already sent to New York. 2,000 people giving yesterday, 2,000 more today, 4-hour waits. Donors say it's the only way they can help.
It just makes you feel better that you're doing something.
There has also been a dark side to what some Americans have done. In Toledo, Ohio, and several other cities today, gasoline price gouging. $4 a gallon at one station, $4.99 here.
I don't know who bombed us, but the American people are having a ball with it too. They're hurting their own people.
The action so outrageous, the government promising to prosecute those trying to rip off consumers. As fast as prices go up, they have since come down in most places. Perhaps only one other American city knows the pain and suffering of New York and Washington. That's Oklahoma City, where boxes of teddy bears were packed today. Doris Jones lost her daughter Carrie in the bombing of the Federal Building in 1995.
It just brings it all right back. You know, your heart just is aching so hard for those families because I've been there. I know what they're going through and what they're going to go through.
That report from Roger O'Neill. And now to the other dynamic at work here. We mentioned the nonstop television coverage. A lot of those televisions have children seated in front of them watching it all, hour after hour. To a child, this can look a lot like the world is falling apart, like the adults have lost their minds, and as if life has lost its value. How do you enforce a sense of security in children when there is 24-hour, around-the-clock coverage of aircrafts as bombs in 2 major population centers in this country? Our report tonight from Dateline NBC and Maria Shriver.
Around the country today, kids went to school with anxiety, fear, and terrifying images frozen in their minds.
Most vivid mental picture I can put in my head is walking down that street, walking through all the ash, the inches and inches and everything everywhere, and just thinking about body parts around and like a shoe. I saw a picture of a shoe, and it's really just so disturbing.
I saw on the news a
She looked like a kid who was maybe our age, and she was sitting in a van, and there was blood like all over her face and on her arms.
The plane was actually literally sucked in by one of the towers and then just diminished. It was gone. And that picture kept on replaying over and over and over.
Educators and parents everywhere are facing the daunting job of trying to assuage our children's fears, many of which have to do with those images.
Turn off the TV, especially for younger children. They cannot benefit and can be psychologically traumatized by continued exposure to scenes of explosions and fires and airplane crashes. And in particular, they aren't able to discern whether or not it's a replay or whether it's a new event.
Marlene Wong is head of Los Angeles' Unified School District Mental Health Services. As one of the nation's largest school districts, LAUSD has been on high alert since yesterday's tragedy. Today, a crisis team worked with kids in Granada Hills High, outside Los Angeles. Marlene, you worked with the kids in Oklahoma City. What did you learn from that experience that you and your counselors can apply here?
The first thing we learned is how do we create a calm environment in the school, despite the fact that there's chaos out in our world. How do we make a safe environment for children?
The images of airplanes hitting buildings, of high rises of flame, of firefighters and rescue workers injured and killed, affected children of different ages in different ways. Former Colorado Governor Roy Romer now heads the Los Angeles School District. In 4 different memos yesterday, he told parents, teachers, and school administrators to remain calm for the sake of their children, to role model, and to talk, talk, and talk about violence, freedom, democracy, and safety.
You got to be dead honest with kids. There's some questions we don't know the answers to yet. You got to admit that. But if you tell the truth and you're really supportive and you encourage them to bring it out, to talk about it, that gets rid of the psychological damage to some degree. But let me tell you, I think all of us are puzzled. How are we going to protect skyscrapers, from airplanes on suicide missions? I don't think we have an answer to that.
While everyone struggled for the right words, the one thing everyone from educators to the First Lady agreed with was limit the images your children witness.
It's a time for parents to make sure their young children don't spend a lot of time in front of the television to try to protect their young children and keep them from being fearful.
The nation's biggest school district and the one most affected by yesterday's traumatic events still remain closed today. Dr. Harold Kopowitz is the director of New York University's Child Studies Center and has been working with New York City school officials to prepare administrators and teachers for the damage these kids may start exhibiting.
There'll be a jitteriness. They may be more irritable. They'll have more trouble concentrating. And particularly, the children who are at most risk are ones who have lost their father or mother or a close family member. Those children are really having a trauma that all of us think is a nightmare, and yet they're living that nightmare.
But Koplowitz also cautions parents not to think that just because their children weren't there, they weren't affected. He says children around the country might exhibit physical symptoms ranging from stomach aches to headaches to emotional changes.
It wouldn't be unusual for a young child to want to sleep in a parent's bed or to want the parent to sleep in their room. They may hesitate about being adventurous and wanting to go to someone else's house. They might also have trouble concentrating and want to talk about this again and again.
And Wong says it's especially important to offer children constructive solutions.
At one school that I heard about, some of the kids decided they were going to have a blood drive for some of the victims in New York. Some of them decided they were going to write letters to kids in New York schools. A constructive action, it doesn't have to be something so dramatic or some huge project, but something, some gift.
Today, the victims of a tragedy once considered the worst act of terrorism in America reached out to children back east. Along with thousands of teddy bears, they sent the promise of survival and support.
I would tell them that the people in Oklahoma care for them.
These bears are to comfort the kids in New York City and let them know that it's all right and everything's going to be okay, and to give them hope.
All experts agree that support, patience, and love are the most effective tools to help children navigate these difficult times.
It's a terrible time to be a parent. I think, how do you explain to young people at Columbine High School, which is a wonderful community, a great high school, highly intelligent children. How do you explain that 2 of their classmates would kill them? How do you explain Oklahoma City?
Every parent says, I'm trying to make my child feel safe. Is that an impossible task in 2001?
No. I don't think so. I think we still, despite the fact that this has occurred, I still think, and when you listen to Mayor Giuliani, and when you listen to the president and different people in government, they still have the resolve that we're still in good shape.
That report from Maria Shriver. And as we did on this broadcast last night, we have called once again on the services of veteran child psychologist Robert Butterworth from Los Angeles. Robert, thank you for coming on again, and good evening to you.
Good evening, Brian.
Well, we have several problems here where children are concerned, but I knew that your words last night had some resonance because I received more than one email after the broadcast about them from anxious parents who are looking for something, some way to help ease this for their children who are going to see these images on television, like it or not. So specifically, what to do about the part of this that does look like any number of action-adventure movies. Not to trivialize it in any way, but when the planes pierce that building, it does look like it was concocted in a studio because of the state of the art in films we're seeing. And yet, how do you emphasize this is very real without scaring the you-know-what out of small children?
Well, you know, I think the kids are knowing it's very real because they're looking at their parents and are looking at us, and there's a lot of shell-shocked parents out there trying to come to terms with it. And when kids look at this, they really have trouble because they know their parents are struggling with it. Remember, Brian, what is the goal of the terrorist? The goal of the terrorist when it comes to kids is not to blow up buildings. It's to topple the psyche of kids. So they live in a world that they're afraid and fearful, and we're all at ease. So, you know, we have to go through this time, this initial time. It's going to be hard because, as you say, we want to protect our kids. We don't want to tell them what's happening in the real world, but these are kids in the real world, so we're all struggling. Like my wife, who's a teacher, the 10-year-old comes up to her today and he says, "Why do they hate us so much?" So we have these kinds of questions. We struggle with them. With some kids, we say we better not watch. Other kids are coming to their parents and saying, how do we solve it? How do we work together? And the human spirit, the American spirit that's always been open, I think we have to continue to move forward. And me, always an optimist, I think we'll get through this, but it won't be easy.
What about the, and we touched on this when you and I last spoke last night, the do as I say, not as I do factor. The fact that along with the horrific violence, children are inevitably going to hear the talk, if not at home, then on television, about retribution, about striking back, and how that can sometimes fight what they're only going to hear at Sunday school, perhaps on Sunday.
And we set an example, don't we? And I know that we're getting that, we're flipping now from the whole sense of depression and helplessness to rage, and we're hearing a sense of let's get them. And obviously we have to do something, but we have to be careful on who we get. We're hearing reports of, thank God they're only isolated, of people going after, or kids attacking Arab Americans. And I think it's really important to let youngsters know that I know you're angry and I know you're helpless, and all of us would like to do something, but we have to be careful because we're all Americans, we're all together, and hopefully we'll get through this. And sadly, we know that in a crisis, and we're seeing this, that we do pull together.
I have to say that the New York area may have a problem distinct to the New York area. A personal anecdote, if I'm allowed one, there is a young man missing from the street where I live. He was an office worker at a brokerage house headquartered at the World Trade Center, and this is happening in neighborhood after neighborhood here in the New York City area. That can really personalize a story like this, kind of 6 degrees of separation. Everyone has some sort of connection.
That's the hardest part, especially for those people that you don't know people, or even people that were in the building, and for those people that got out and for those that didn't. You know, there are a lot of people walking around saying to themselves, "Why not me? Why is it that my best friend died and I'm alive?" And I think besides mourning and going through the grief process, there are going to be a lot of people evaluating their lives, wondering how things happened that made some people live and other people not.
How do you convince children that this world is not, say, fundamentally evil? If a girl in her teens comes to her parents and says, "Remind me again if this kind of thing can happen, why it is if nations possess tactical nuclear weapons, they aren't using those. How long can it be until someone does something horrifically stupid?"
Well, I think it has to start with the family. I mean, what is the world evil? Is your family evil? Is your community evil? I mean, I think we learn early on that those people that we care about and we love are good to us, and we hope that that generalizes. But you're right, and in a sense, when teenagers especially, they're not the ones that are going through mourning, they're the ones that are angry and saying, "How?" And my 16-year-old looks at me and says, "How could you let me grow up in a world like this?" And in a sense, we fail them, and I think we have to say, well, maybe we have, but it's your responsibility now to help us make this a better world.
Don't mean to be tough or morose on this subject, at least overly so, but Robert Butterworth, these are the questions that are coming up at dinner tables and in dens across the country. And as always, we thank you for coming on and helping us help some people with potential answers for them. We thought we would, at this point, show people the side of New York that is tough, yes, but resilient and can be giving and forgiving, because today in the city of New York, there was time to say thank you for some newly minted heroes.
I just think it's people coming together. I mean, instead of just sitting at home, we're getting out and doing something and, you know, coming together and just showing that something like this isn't going to keep us down.
I'm not a medic, and, you know, I don't have a background in disaster relief, so, you know, I obviously am not going to be allowed into the site to try to help save lives, which is, you know, what of course all of us would really like to do.
You can't even get blood. They have so much blood that this is the only thing that I think that we can do.
We painted a big giant sign, and after we hung up the sign from the light post, I mean, there was probably 60 or 70 people came out and started cheering with us, and I mean, this is the best feeling I've ever had in my life.
I just joined the Police Cadet Corps last week, and I just feel like I need to be here and do something, because I can't believe it happened, and I don't understand why.
Did you guys find any more people alive?
No, never.
No? Pull anybody out?
There was really nobody that we found in one piece. They were under tons and tons of steel. It was like the center of the building is like a cauldron of fire in the center of the building. There must be 60 fire trucks that are totally destroyed.
My heart hurts. I can't imagine what they see. I just think that they're amazing people that they do this.
They should keep doing what they're doing. They're great, and they're wonderful.
It's tough then, man.
Were you there overnight?
We were there until 3 o'clock in the morning, but it's like Planet of the Apes. You got 200 guys dead.
Looked like apocalypse now. I mean, I was in Vietnam as a Marine, and I have never in my life seen anything even remotely close to what I saw there. Nothing like it. It was terrible.
They're going through a lot. I mean, it's just, they're not getting much sleep. I don't know what we would do without them.
I mean, they're heroes in the boldest sense of the word. Any comic book character you've ever imagined pales in comparison to the men and women in there risking their lives.
New Yorkers always get a bad rap, but I think we're just like this. We love each other underneath it all, underneath all the bickering. We really do stick together, and it's essential in a time like this.
Thank you! You always hear it can be cold, tough people, but here, I mean, I don't see that at all. I see a bunch of people coming together for support.
God bless USA! And we'll build them again, bigger and taller! Oh yeah! We thank you guys!
I want my daughter to see that
there are more good people than bad people, and we're all together here, and this is something we're going to overcome together.
We're here in this world to live and be peaceful and no fighting, no weapons.
And we will survive this, and we'll be better than we were before.
And finally, in this hour of our coverage, let's take you back to a period of high hopes, 1971. This is old film of the then brand new, not even yet completed World Trade Center, the different colors indicating that construction was still underway. There was a new product in the United States called the jumbo jet. People were thinking big, and while Chicago might have been the city of big shoulders, New York was bound and determined to be the city of big buildings, and they were new and gleaming and the source of much pride. They transformed Lower Manhattan. Contrast that, high hopes, high buildings, with the scene tonight. They are gone, taken away by terrorists in a single act one day, and that's all that remains. NBC News Live coverage will continue here. Forrest Sawyer takes the baton from here on out on MSNBC. Don't forget complete live coverage tomorrow on Today, and for some of you, your late local news on your NBC television station. Again, Forrest Sawyer just around the bend. For now, I'm Brian Williams, NBC News.
Deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war.
A huge cloud of gray came and everyone started running and stampeding and everyone was falling on the ground. But I fell down, I just covered my head. I prayed that a building would fall on me and I really thought I was going to die.
Ripping a 200-foot wide gaping hole in the Pentagon.
Oh no! Oh my God!
It's a scourge not only against the United States, but against civilization, and it must be brought to an end.
And a very good morning to you. It is 2 a.m., 1 minute past 2 a.m. East Coast time. And there the picture which we have seen all too often now, that skyline of New York City, the cloud of dust rising. A cloud of dust that was caused, of course, originally by the collapse of the World Trade Center towers, then 7 World Trade Center as it fell, and then 1 Liberty Plaza, and now the Millennium Building is teetering, and all of this house of dominoes that fell because of the terrorist attacks, the airlines that flew directly, unthinkably, into those Trade Center towers. Now, here is what we know this evening, this morning. One of the hijackers had a ramp pass in Boston. Now, a ramp pass meant that this automobile, which has now been impounded by police up in Boston as they go through this, meant he was able to go into a number of places at the airport. And in fact, it appears that he did, casing the airport before finally choosing to buy those tickets and move on. We know a little more about how many hijackers were there. We'll tell you about that in a moment. But first, you must know that New York City has already requested 6,000 body bags. 6,000, and it is expected that more will be requested. Some people are saying the death count may rise as high as 20,000. Let us hope that that is not true. Now, the FBI, fanning out into a number of places, crime scenes all across the country, have identified at least, they say, 12 hijackers. They believe that they are associated with Osama bin Laden. An NBC News poll finds that 83% of the country, while they believe this was an act of war, also want military action in response. And it is certainly clear that the United States government is considering precisely that. And as for the search for bodies, and you remember the first 24 hours are so important. Collapses of those buildings that I just told you about, 1 Liberty Plaza is teetering. They are concerned about the Millennium Building. These possible collapses have caused the searchers to pull back. It has hindered the search, and time is running out. And as for flights, as you know, the FAA has grounded most flights. They are allowing a few of those flights that have been stuck in various places, and only those few are being allowed to pass through. Let us go now to Jeannie Ohm right here in New York City to give us the latest on what's going on in South Manhattan. Jeannie?
Forrest, we saw something new just a little while ago. Because this thick white smoke that's been billowing from what used to be the World Trade Center is being pushed from the wind in an easterly direction, we saw a helicopter circling several times with a spotlight, and we got a first real good glimpse now that the smoke is cleared, pushed over, of that tall building there. You can see there is extensive damage to the top of that building, and for some reason they've been concentrating, shining that spotlight on that building. Now, I'm not quite sure which building that is. Two different people told me it was two different buildings. I don't want to name it at this point, but we're seeing for the first time there's been quite a lot of damage to the top of that building. And as you mentioned, there's a lot of concern for some of the structural integrity for some of the surrounding areas. So it is a very unstable situation out here for rescuers. I can tell you, unfortunately, at this hour, there has been no word of any additional survivors being pulled out from the rubble. Of course, earlier today, they did bring out 5 survivors, including some firefighters. But, you know, everyone out here says they will be out here as long as necessary until they can be absolutely sure there is no longer a chance of survival. Now, among the missing are 200 firefighters and dozens of police officers, not to mention the thousands of people who showed up for work on Tuesday morning and the visitors who came to the World Trade Center. Now, since this all began, the area hospitals have been flooded with patients. We're now told that the U.S. Navy has activated the USNS Comfort, which should arrive here in New York by early Friday. Now, it's a hospital ship with 1,000 beds and 12 operating rooms. Obviously, they felt there was a need for more additional medical resources. But of course, the grim reality is, and the reason why you see all these trucks out here, is that they know there is still so much they have to get to in the area that we're all now that's now known as Ground Zero. Now, let me point out to you again that you have all these large dump trucks. It seems like they're at a standstill, but what a Department of Transportation supervisor told me is they're coordinating it so that they can get the larger dump trucks in first, because they're cutting the steel beams in there. Those are the real big pieces that they need to move first before the rescuers can really get a closer look and try to get to the survivors that they are hoping are still back there. Forrest?
Jeannie, let me just be clear. What is the degree of concern about a potential collapse of One Liberty Plaza and the Millennium Building, as well as the rest of the portions of the World Trade Center?
Well, we did hear earlier today that the remaining portion of the South Tower did collapse. But in terms of what's going on with some of the other buildings, there's been some conflicting reports. At one point we heard that Liberty Plaza did collapse, and someone else said no, that it was a crack. But I guess it's safe to say that they are concerned about the structural integrity for some of the surrounding buildings. And if we can go back to that one, you can see now that the smoke is pushed over that way. We didn't get to see that before. Now you can see there's extensive damage to the top of that building. So that's what they're dealing with in this area. For the past 2 days, there's just been so much smoke and flames that they really couldn't get a good close look. Now that the smoke is pushing, the wind is helping to push it away, they're getting a better sense of what really happened out here.
I would assume that all the movement around there, the construction that's going on, deconstruction I suppose I should say, and the pushing all this debris away actually causes the concern to rise, doesn't it?
And that's why they're being very careful about what they take out of here. Earlier there was a big caravan, they were going by pretty quickly, and that's because they were taking away the cars that were crushed. But this is, after all, a massive crime scene, so they want to be very careful about what they remove. And they tell me it's a logistical nightmare, but they're trying to get it all together because there's so many different agencies they're working together with and coordinating this effort. 5
survivors found in all, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's what we're hearing. You know, at one point, we did hear that there were possibly 7. That number's fluctuated, but now we're told it was 5.
As you actually talk to the people there, do you find that there comes a point when they continue on and they know in their hearts that there's not much hope? Have we reached that point yet?
I don't think so, Forrest. And you know why? Because they're getting so much support out here. Earlier tonight, outside of this staging area, there was a gauntlet of people. They were cheering every time rescue workers came out. They said, keep going. They were holding up signs saying, you are our heroes, we're here with you. And they were getting buoyed knowing that they have so much support and that they really desperately want to find survivors. So at this point, they are not giving up. And you know, if you talk to search and rescue crew members, they say people can survive a few days being trapped in rubble. We've seen it time and time again after devastating earthquakes. So, I mean, granted, there are several variables involved, including if the person has been injured or not, but they have not given up hope at this point.
Jeannie Ohm at the World Trade Center area. Thanks so much, Jeannie. Well, of course, the investigation is on everyone's mind. The FBI has literally thousands of people working on this case. They are focused on Florida. They are focused on Newark, New Jersey. They are focused on New York City, obviously. And most critically, they are focused on Boston because they're making some breakthroughs there, and they do believe that this may have been a base of operations. Here's Pete Williams' report.
Federal agents respond immediately. More than 4,000 FBI special agents and 3,000 support staff already on the case, sweeping the nation for evidence from fragments at the scene of the attacks to any documentary proof of what the suspected terrorists were up to. Between 3 and 6 per plane, authorities now say.
The United States Attorney's Office's terrorism units and the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Forces are obtaining the passenger manifests, rental car receipts, telephone logs, videotape from parking garages, and pay telephone videotape records at all scenes for review and appropriate follow-up interviews.
Scrutiny of those passenger lists leads the FBI to this flight school in Florida, where officials say they believe at least 2 of the terrorists received pilot training during the past year. A man who worked at the flight school says he allowed both of them, who described themselves as Germans, to briefly live with him and his wife.
While they were here, I know that they had used this address initially, and I know that because I would get insurance renewals for them addressed to them at this address for that call.
In Boston, agents swarm area hotels where registration records match suspicious names from passenger lists of the hijacked planes, detaining at least 3 people for further questioning. And in a hugely helpful break, the FBI impounds a car found at the airport after a witness says it was driven by 2 Arabic men. In it, authorities say they discover airplane technical documents. Federal agents also stop an Amtrak train in Rhode Island today, part of a frantic nationwide effort, the FBI says, to make certain no other conspirators remain at large where they could mount further attacks.
Our first effort is to identify any associates in the United States who might be related to the hijackers and to remove those associates, investigate, and arrest, given the evidence, those individuals, and to remove any threat to the air system in the future.
Among other searches today, agents descend upon this mailbox rental office in New Jersey, where some of the suspected terrorists may have received their mail.
Now, they certainly believe that was Pete Williams' report on the investigation, and investigators believe at this point that all roads lead to Osama bin Laden. We have heard so much about him. He is an exiled Saudi multi-millionaire who it is believed is somewhere in Afghanistan, supported by the Taliban, the group that now controls Afghanistan, and he is the leader of a group called Al-Qaeda, which means basically the base, a group, shadowy sort of network of people, not unlike the group of people that we've been hearing about, that is scattered across 20 different nations and that is involved in a number of other radical groups, all of which believe that the United States is behind forces that are inimical to their interests. And so therefore they believe that the United States is in fact the Satan of the world. Thus, the kind of attack that you've seen is warranted. Dan Garay is a military expert and an intelligence expert, has been with us on a number of occasions looking at these kinds of things. A different day than yesterday. We were talking yesterday. Now that you've had another day to think about it, Dan, anything come to mind?
Well, I think one of the things that's interesting about it is, about all this now, is the evidence of the duration of the plot, if you will. It went all the way back almost a year just for the kind of training that some of these people went through. That suggests a couple of things. One is very deliberate planning going back even before that. That is, before the Intifada. before, maybe even around the time of the embassy bombings. It may be part, therefore, of a larger, a continuing plan. We may have seen in the embassy bombings phase 1, in the current attack phase 2, and now have to worry if somebody wasn't working on phases 3 and more in the meantime. Which, this may be a bigger, more complex, at least plot or effort, multi-phase, than we were led to sort of believe or could ever have imagined.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. And as I've had more time to think about this and the shock has begun to wear off, it seems to me that one of the things that's going to happen here is that more and more we will realize that there has been a very real lapse in security. That's the FAA's security. It is the kind of watches that we should have had on the border, which allowed people who were on the watch list to pass through anyway, and that allowed this kind of plot, this kind of extraordinarily complex plot, to develop right underneath our noses.
Well, it's quite amazing when the FBI sort of gets the name of one of these alleged hijackers and says, "Oh yeah, we know this person. We have a long sort of record of him going way back." How that person was able to get into the country, stay in the country, et cetera, is a major question in its own right. So the kind of border security question. You have the intelligence question. Why didn't we pick up any indications of what was going on? Since some of these people were coming in from overseas, we know, through Canada, and I assume before that from somewhere else in the Middle East. Some of them have backgrounds in, recently, that is, they were in the Middle East. And then you have the simple question of airport security. How do box cutters, get through security? And whether we're not having really, in that sense, a real false sense of what the metal detectors and the chemical sniffers and the pat-down things are all about. I mean, it may be even less secure than this event indicates.
Yeah, it's not only how can people who are on the watch list get across the border, which is one question. It is how can people who are on the watch list buy a plane ticket and cheerfully fly around the country.
Absolutely, and even a third question, which is, if these people are have been engaged in this, why aren't they picked up? Why aren't they not simply on a watch list, but in a sense on a arrest on sight list? And if they are, then truly we've had a breakdown across the board, not just in intelligence or airport security, but in the whole, if you will, counterterrorism operation in this country and abroad.
One of the things I had some people ask me this question. Clearly, airplanes, commercial airplanes, are supposed to hit various points as they move toward their goal. And if they move away from that point, then all sorts of alarms are supposed to go off. And in fact, they often scramble fighter planes to see what's going on. In the event that the pilot has fallen asleep or has had a heart attack, they'll shoot it down rather than have it land in a population center, and that's standard action. Here you had these planes which were moving for a number of minutes, and while fighter planes could have scrambled, they were not in position to be able to scramble properly. They didn't really feel they had enough time given where they were, and so they were able to fly with impunity into two high population density areas, and that seems to me to be not a lapse but a problem in the system itself.
Well, it's a problem at two levels. I mean, we do worry about things coming at the United States. We're much less alert, if you will, for actions taking place that originate in the United States and stay in the United States. The other problem, of course, is the timeline involved. And there's a last problem, which is you always hesitate, you are going to hesitate to actually take military action or shoot a plane down unless you have a real sense that, in fact, it is being operated in a hostile manner. Now, there was indications of this, but it turns out they were from the cell phone calls that were being made. So you now have this problem of do you have the time even to get the kind of communications going between the recipients of the cell phone conversations, the police, to the FAA, to the military? That's a difficult chain to go through in time, even if we were sort of set up for that in an effective way.
It's not unpredictable that by day two that the anger is beginning to rise in the country, and you hear a lot of things like, all right, that's it, we're just going to have to go get these people. A poll says 83% believe there should be some kind of military action. It seems to me, having wandered through a few of these engagements, and some of them have been real boondoggles, it's easy to say and hard to do. And if you're talking about Afghanistan, throwing cruise missiles at the problem is going to get you nowhere. An all-out assault, I believe the Russians tried that and found themselves really in a quagmire. And as for a Delta Force action, Jimmy Carter tried that, and it helped cost him the presidency. So there's no easy solution here.
Well, I mean, part of it is we may not even want to, at least early on, go after the man himself. One of the things that's quite clear is there's a network here. The idea may be to take apart that network. I mean, we want to be at war not simply with Osama bin Laden, assuming he's the mastermind behind this or the leader of this. Whatever organization is responsible for this, and it has to be a fairly large one, we're getting numbers like 40, 50 people, you go after the entire organization. You know, we didn't just chase down Adolf Hitler, we went after, or had to go through the Wehrmacht to do it, and we did. Took out the entire German military. That's
and Dan, would you be willing to do a lot of covert action with, as they say in the trade, a little wet work along with that?
Absolutely. I mean, look, this is a case in which...
You know what I mean, but
yeah,
by wet work I mean assassination.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, I'm not even sure I'd call it, an assassination. You can call it that. This is, in fact, taking out it's called a sniper attack, which we do in the military. That's what. Yes, I mean, the other thing is, I think even going after bin Laden himself, he is not under the presidential order because he's not a head of state or a government official. He is simply a criminal, or if you will, the head of a gang. So yes, I think if you have to, you take these people out one by one or in groups. You go after the facilities that are behind him. I would suggest we get on the internet and go after his bank accounts. I think you go after him every which way you can, continuously from top to bottom, and dismantle the organization.
Now that strategy would take place in the shadows, and there's a political element here, which is the outrage in the United States has grown so large that there may be pressure on this administration to do something more, shall we say, visible.
There's going to be. Look, I mean, if you want to take it from a psychological perspective, there's the need for national catharsis. More practically, we have to demonstrate that, in fact, we will respond at a level and with a surety, if you will, that is unmistakable as a message to the next potential terrorist as well.
So what does that mean? Bombing Kabul? What are you saying?
I'm not sure it's bombing Kabul. I'm not sure that it's, that's even the right place to go. It may be, in fact, as the Israelis have done, you use military force to take out the lieutenants, the captains, the majors, and that may have to be done fairly visibly. It may be that you actually send commando teams into other countries. It doesn't have to be Afghanistan, where the other parts of the organization are. Now, the real interesting question is going to be if he, in fact, had substantive help from other than the Taliban in Afghanistan. If this was Iraqi-backed or Iranian-backed, pick your country, any of those, and we are at war with terrorism, what do we do about those kind of cases?
Well, they certainly seem to be pointing toward Osama bin Laden, which means that they are focusing on Afghanistan. And I would assume, here we have Colin Powell, we have Dick Cheney, we have Donald Rumsfeld, who were there coalition building during the Gulf War. I have to believe that there are some intense conversations taking place with both Russia and, more critically, with Pakistan, which is a supporter of the Taliban.
Oh, clearly. And then, of course, with the Saudis and a few others. The Pakistanis are in an interesting position and a very delicate and dangerous one because, frankly, if they don't do the right thing here, we're going to drop them like a rock for India. I mean, we've tilted increasingly in India's favor anyway, and this will just push us over the edge. So whatever their support for the Taliban, Pakistan is going to have to think twice and three times before they cross us on this one.
What would you do if you were the Taliban at this point?
Frankly, if I was the Taliban at this point, I would find a great excuse to simply tell bin Laden to leave the country. And then I'd invite in the Americans, get him out. I wouldn't do it officially, but he's got 24 hours to pack his bags and go, and we don't want to know where. And then you invite the Americans in and say, see, the rooms are empty. He's not here anymore. Don't know where he went.
That seems a nice Western point of view, but I believe from their point of view, that would be seen as an act of weakness.
Depends. If you simply say it's too hot for you here, or they're going to target you sooner or later. Now, if I was the Taliban, what they're likely to do is believe that in fact, they've stood up to the Russians. They've had their own civil war going here for 15 years or so, and as a result, they may be willing to simply say there's nothing much we can do to them, and ignore it in effect.
The old way that the CIA would do things is send a bunch of arms and a bunch of money to the Northern Alliance, which is fighting with the Taliban, and I presume somewhere they're probably doing that.
They may be. I mean, we certainly may be in contact with this because we've got no love lost for the Taliban whatsoever. The problem with, of course, that is it doesn't really get you at your Osama bin Laden problem, and while, you may stimulate one great civil war, or recurrence of a civil war in Afghanistan, he may be doing his thing on the Kabul side of the border perfectly freely. So you sort of have to look between the covert action operation, a military operation. I mean, we've had bad ones, Desert One being the case you were pointing out. On the other hand, we've had good ones, and this may be a case in which you take the risk, including the risk of casualties, including the risk of failure. That's what war is about.
military and intelligence analyst Dan Garay, acting director of the Lexington Institute, and our own analyst. Always good to talk to you. I'll talk to you some more later.
Good.
Thanks, Dan. Well, of course, we're all focusing on the suspects. These are the small fry, as they say, and as you try to make your way up the ladder, you'll find out who the people were that were pulling their strings. But first, you've got to get a good look at them. And Kerry Sanders has a look at how a couple of them were trained at a Florida flight school.
33-year-old Mohammed Atta on the flight manifest of one of the suicide flights. One of those who the FBI suspects took the controls of the hijacked jet. Where did he learn to fly? Venice, Florida. Visited today by FBI agents who carted away at least 8 boxes of records. NBC News has learned those records show Atta and his cousin, Marwan al-Shahi, spent 7 months in training here. Employees at the flight school say money never seemed to be an issue for them. The cost? $25,000 each to get a commercial flight rating. The plane Atta and his cousin flew to get their FAA certification. The FAA's designated pilot examiner says he barely remembers either man from their 3 flight tests late last year. Dave Whitman says while neither could fully command a 757 or 767 with their flight experience, they could take control in the air and easily direct a jet like that into a target.
As far as just flying the airplane, such as driving it around the sky, it's not that much different.
Were Atta and his cousin legally in this country? That's something the FBI is now tracing. But flight school owner Rudy Deckers says he was suspicious.
We don't think that these people came in a normal way, not that we can know that. But the normal way is that they get a permit to enter. And a few of them are in reviews in the last couple of years, and that's okay by us. These people came at our door and wanted to get training done. And you know, what can you do? I mean, for us, it's a customer.
The FBI today visiting an apartment in Coral Springs, Florida, where Atta once lived.
Can you tell us if you found anything?
No, ma'am, no comments today.
At the same time, in Hamburg, Germany, another address used by Atta. Police there leaving with evidence. By all accounts, in Germany and in Florida, Atta and his cousin kept to themselves, except for last Thursday at this bar in Hollywood, Florida. It's believed both men came in, drank heavily, and then refused to pay the bill. FBI agents showing Atta's passport photo to bar staff and listening to the manager recount the argument.
If there's an issue where you can't pay your bill or something, just tell me, okay? Let's stop, you know, let's cut to the chase here. And the guy got like very, very offended, and he said to me, he said, "Oh, I can pay my bill. I'm an airline pilot." And I was like, "Okay." And that's what I told the FBI agents, and they were like, "Oh, really?"
Oh, really? That's Kerry Sanders reporting on the behavior of some of the suspects in this case. Well, New Jersey's Newark International Airport has partially reopened. Newark, of course, where one of the 4 planes hijacked in Tuesday's terror attacks took off. The airport concourses and parking lots virtually deserted, but it is now accepting some 18 flights that had been headed for Newark at the time of the attacks and were diverted to other airports. So at long last, they'll be able to come on home. That's been a tough time for everybody who has been trying to fly around the country during all this. Mary Schiavo is with us once again. She's the former Department of Transportation's Inspector General, and she's an MSNBC analyst, and for years has been a lonely voice saying there's something terribly wrong with our airports. Think Newark's opening too early?
Actually, I do, but it's for this limited purpose of getting these flights in. But in opening this early, we have no way of knowing if the threat has been stopped, if it's been stemmed, and we don't have the security done at all the other airports. And airports are only secure as their weakest link. We have almost 400 commercial service airports in this country. It's impossible to have them swept completely and know that all the threat has been removed at this point.
Mary, answer this kind of layman's question that I have here. The flight plan is placed, and the airlines have a certain place to go. They've got these set points that they have to hit, and alarms should go off if they don't hit those set points. Clearly they didn't. Not only that, they turned almost 180 degrees and headed back in another direction. Why didn't all manner of alarms go off and planes scramble, and at least there was some warning that this was about to happen?
Well, for a couple reasons. We have a piecemeal system. The FAA's air traffic controllers do the air traffic control. These people were fairly savvy in that they turned off the transponder, which would have given more information other than just a blip on the screen that would have allowed them to see altitude.
You could still track them without the transponder, though, right?
Absolutely, but then the air traffic controllers would have to make the decision of what to do at that point. They had indication that it was hijacking, and they had been trained to take a low-key approach to hijacking based on information from the 70s. Well, the world has changed since the 70s, and it's no longer people taking the plane to Cuba, but the government really didn't change in response to a very changed world. The 2001 is very different than hijackings in the 1970s.
So the answer is that we're always fighting the last war, and they were sort of set for that one and hadn't anticipated anything like this at all?
Well, that's right. They didn't anticipate this at all and openly voiced that. They said, look, we haven't had an attack, a terrorist attack on domestic aviation, and therefore we think the threat is very low. Instead of thinking just the opposite, we are not prepared, we haven't taken precautions, we have lax security, and therefore we're ripe for an attack. Instead, it was a lulled sense of security, and they totally dismissed the possibility, and most of our security measures are based on reactions to previous attacks. We are not very proactive, even things like the screening of the passengers based on previous terrorist acts. So until they happen, we just don't react.
All right, here's another question. We have at least one of these suspects who somehow managed to get across the border, although he was on a watch list and should never have been allowed through here. And then this same person who was on a watch list was able with impunity to buy an airplane ticket and get on the plane. How could that happen?
It was a domestic flight. Again, we have a lot of measures that people assume are in place across the board for all aviation, but in fact, for domestic aviation, there's very little scrutiny. We supposedly check against the watch list for international flights, but for domestic flights, literally, you can walk up to the counter. If you plunk down a credit card and buy a round-trip ticket, you don't set off a lot of bells. If you bought a one-way ticket with cash, you'd set off the alarm bells. These people were obviously savvy enough not to do that. And in that case, even though they were known associates and literally on a watch list, there was no mechanism to check. Once again, it's the FAA is a civilian agency. Airlines don't check unless there's a heightened state of security and information that says they should check. And the FAA is a civilian agency. They don't have the FAA watch list. They don't have counterterrorism information. That is one of the biggest breakdowns in our system. We have a civilian agency that is really in the business to watch out for the financial well-being of the carriers and do air traffic control, not to deliver us a secure air system. That is law enforcement.
You know, you are describing an air security system that looks like Swiss cheese.
Well, it is Swiss cheese. In fact, that's what I compared it in a book I wrote on the subject. I said air safety is like Swiss cheese. Ordinarily, the holes don't all line up, but occasionally they do, and if you're very savvy, you can get through the holes, and that is exactly what has happened here. The holes in the Swiss cheese lined up for very evilly savvy persons who were able to make it line up and slip right through.
Well, here's the problem. We're already teetering on the brink of recession, and this could all very well push us over into recession anyway. And if we slow down the air traffic in this country, it is just going to be a nightmare, economically speaking. And if we speed it up, it is a potential nightmare in terms of security. Is that right?
Yes, but there is a way out. I mean, everyone says, well, we have to go back to business as usual, but we can't go back to business as usual because people won't accept the system. The only way out, and we haven't heard this yet, I mean, I'm astonished at the lack of leadership on the aviation safety issue. We must have very strong leadership, someone stepping forward saying, we have done this, we have swept the airports, we know exactly the threat, we have limited all the packages, we won't put parcels that were in the system when the system was compromised onto the planes. If we did step forward, and again, we have the trust fund, probably upwards of $15 billion or up in that trust fund, we have the seed money to start this effort. It takes some leadership to get it done, and certainly ways to start are well known. They've been known since Pan Am 103 and the Presidential Commission after that tragedy.
But you are describing what is a long and difficult process, aren't you?
Well, it is a long and difficult process, but unfortunately, it's a long and difficult process that everyone has found reasons in the past not to do, and literally some of this you can do overnight. And if the Federal Aviation Administration cannot deliver, I think that law enforcement or even the military could. And literally at this point, that is what we need. We need assistance. And if you would put in extra effort, extra forces, military, FBI, Customs, FBI is very busy now, but you could put in other security forces to help us through this, we would be much more advanced. And it's a long system to put in the infrastructure. That is going to take a long time. We have not built airports. In some places, major airports in this country, we are doing security with makeshift check stations, 2 or 3 security clear points for whole airports. Of course, we're going to have delays, but we're going to have delays not because we have increased processes. Your actual contact with the security screeners is, 2 minutes. The delays are simply people standing in line to go through 3 checkpoints. We have not made the infrastructure investment. The money is there to get this started. We just have to use it.
Mary, if you were made queen of airport security and you were able to do anything that you wanted to do, how long would it take before you felt absolutely secure and the planes could fly and we could get back to conducting business and be secure?
Well, actually, I think you could have some of this done in a few days if we used other forces besides the FAA in this piecemeal effort that they're doing. We literally have 400 airport security policies, since each airport is largely responsible for their own security plan and the security system. The FAA has left it up to each airport to do their own system. We now have 400 aviation security policies. So what I would do is do a nationwide policy under law enforcement standards and literally start with the big 19 Category X airports. That's how we do things anyway. It's a trickle-down effect. We do things for the biggest airports first, and I think those you could secure. But some things are going to happen. You're going to have to keep the mail and the parcels off the planes, start with the passengers and security, check everything that goes on that plane. The technology is there, by the way. The technology has been there for 10 years to have either embedded chip technology or tracing and tracking of all parcels through a variety of technology that is just not even new any longer. And that could be done literally within, you could get it started immediately. Within a few weeks, you could have some of the airports completely secure.
Mary Schiavo, Inspector General of the Department of Transportation at one time, now an MSNBC analyst. Good to talk to you, Mary.
Thank you.
Let us check in now with Campbell Brown, who files this report.
Today, as the president gathers with his national security team to plan the U.S. response, administration officials make a startling announcement.
We have real incredible information that the airplane that landed at the Pentagon was originally intended to hit the White House.
According to military sources, the plane, which took off from Dulles Airport, first flew past the Pentagon, heading instead for the U.S. Capitol. The plane flew over the Capitol, then circled toward the White House. Officials say its intended target. What's unclear, why the plane kept going, crashing finally into the Pentagon. Officials also say Air Force One was a target. Information they learned as the president was en route from Florida to Louisiana's Barksdale Air Force Base. That's why they say the president was shuttled to yet another Air Force base in Nebraska, with fighter jets escorting the plane. But what exactly was the threat?
I'm not indicating what form it came in, John, and I will not.
Today, as new information about the attacks pours in, the president signals the administration's first priority to make sure the rest of the world supports the U.S. in whatever action Bush decides to take.
This enemy attacked not just our people, but all freedom-loving people everywhere in the world. The United States of America will use all our resources to conquer this enemy. We will rally the world.
At the White House today, security eases somewhat. Tourists are allowed back in. The First Lady visits with victims of the Pentagon attack at a local hospital. In a show of unity, the president invites congressional leaders from both parties to the White House and asks for their support in funding relief efforts. The nasty budget fight for the moment forgotten as Democrats pledge their help.
It is our strong desire to do this not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans.
And so the questions continue. Exactly what should be the response of the United States to this, both in terms of establishing security and in terms of striking back at those who have struck at the United States? And it will most certainly require international cooperation. And remember, people like Dick Cheney, who was the Vice President, Donald Rumsfeld, who was the Secretary of Defense, and of course Colin Powell, Secretary of State. These gentlemen were with the president's father back during the Gulf War. They were involved in coalition building. They know about this kind of problem. Our own Kiko Itasaka is in London right now, and she has been following international reaction. Day two, what have you heard, Kiko?
Well, Forrest, it's very interesting. All of the members of NATO have expressed a willingness to have Article 5 invoked. This would be the first time in 52 years if it is invoked. But all member countries, according to Article 5, will assist any other member if they have suffered an armed attack. And basically, the other NATO members, all 18 of them, have indicated that they are willing to consider this as a terrorist attack. Tony Blair, for example, yesterday said to the British people, and really to the whole world, that he considers this to be an attack not just on America, but on democracy overall. I think that basically you find all of the Western European leaders gearing up the public to be prepared to participate in whatever reaction the United States decides to take. You can see this morning in the headlines here in London that, of course, it is the front page story, the tomb in the Daily Mail, war in the Mirror. And in the Financial Times, basically, they say that NATO will back all military action. Again, I think all of Europe is trying to prepare themselves, not just Europe, actually, Japan and other allies. Everybody is trying to prepare themselves for what will happen and what they can do to help America. On a more personal front, in terms of what regular citizens are doing, it's very interesting that you see spontaneous vigils taking place outside of U.S. embassies all around the world. Italy, Germany, the UK. And I think what you're seeing is an outpouring of sympathy and support in a way that you've probably never seen. As you're aware, Forrest, there has sometimes been anti-American sentiment regarding America's political stance regarding the Middle East and other countries. But this time you do see, especially in Western Europe, full support of everything that America is going through and plans to go through.
Well,
Forrest?
I'm certainly struck by how very quickly NATO came around to the idea of invoking Article 5. As you point out, Kiko, it's never been done before, so it's really an unprecedented action. Do you have any sense whether this was done with some political arm twisting, or whether they saw it in their own self-interest and decided to move quickly?
Well before the United States even made any contact with the Western nations, apparently the NATO leaders had all spoken to one another, and the Western European leaders had all spoken to one another, saying that they would provide unconditional support. I think what you're seeing is something that's probably for the first time in history where you see all of the nations uniting. It isn't just NATO, also members of the Security Council, including China, where there has often been very strong anti-American sentiment. All of the countries of the Security Council, too, have expressed their support. You are right, Forrest, this is a first.
I wonder if this is in part because things are rather different than they were 10 years ago with the Gulf War, in the sense that the economy of the world has become increasingly interwoven. And if you have an attack of this magnitude, which could potentially upset the world economy, could strike at the very center of the global economy, which is to say Wall Street itself, then that threatens everyone.
Indeed, and actually today in the Tokyo markets, things were a little bit calmer than they were yesterday, where you had a precipitous drop of 6%. Today, trading was more or less flat. The market was up 2.99%. That's only 0.03%. But I think the thing to keep in mind is that that means that the market didn't drop. It was stable. The London markets will be opening in approximately half an hour, and hopefully the same will be true there. The biggest fear is that there could be global panic in the markets, and so far that seems to not be happening.
I actually just decided for no good reason to go back and look at various kinds of crises, like when President Kennedy was shot, that sort of thing, and see how the markets react. There usually tends to be panic selling and then either an uptick or a flat market afterwards. So it seems the public does not respond with mass panic except perhaps in the first day.
Well, I think that's true, but as you said earlier, Forrest, right now the markets are all interlinked in a way that they never used to be. When you have trading going on, it's not just each separate nation's markets. They're all interlinked, and so what happens in America often has a profound effect on Japan, all of Europe. This time, it's very important, I think, that we see that Japan and the Western markets remain stable, and so far that's happening.
So what you're saying today is basically a flat market?
A flat market. The dollar was up ever so slightly against the yen. It had dropped significantly yesterday. And I think you also see, and this does happen in times of crises, of course, oil and gold are up significantly. What will be interesting to see in the next few days is what the dollar does, because normally in the times of international crises, the dollar is very strong. That hasn't happened yet because nobody knows what will happen in the United States and because the U.S. markets are closed. But again, that's something to watch.
So many questions, so little time. Kiko Itasaka in London. Good to talk to you again, Kiko. Thanks. Let us go on now to the Middle East, to Donna Friesen, who is based for us in Jerusalem. Are you, Donna? Is that where you are right now?
I'm in Tel Aviv this morning, Forrest.
In Tel Aviv this morning. Good to talk to you. You know the power of television, and here in the United States, over and over again, we have seen these pictures of Palestinians in the streets celebrating and being terribly happy about the bombing of the World Trade Center towers. Would you put that in perspective for us? What is the percentage of the Palestinian community that seems to be pleased, and how widespread were these celebrations?
Well, it's not clear unless you're in each of the communities in the West Bank and in Gaza and in Lebanon and other Arab countries as well, where there was some celebrating. We're told it's difficult to get an accurate gauge of how many people were out there, but we're told by Palestinian officials the numbers were very small, and that the pictures, the images, caused deep embarrassment and shame to many Palestinians, including the leadership of the Palestinian Authority, Yasser Arafat. He condemned the attacks within hours after they happened, and militant Islamic groups connected with the Palestinian Authority have denied any involvement in the attacks. So the images of people celebrating certainly is not what the Palestinian Authority wants to project to the world today, and it doesn't help the public relations cause, certainly. They've been trying to internationalize their struggle, trying to get the world on their side, and seeing people celebrate and hand out candies when there's such mass destruction of, in the United States and death of American citizens certainly is not what the leadership wants. There is a lot of anti-American sentiment, though. It's impossible to ignore that, both among Palestinians and in the Arab world, largely because they see, in the case of Palestinians, they see the U.S. as completely on side with Israel. They believe the U.S. has a complete bias towards Israel and therefore against the Palestinians. Every time they look up in the air when there's an attack, they see the Apache helicopters, which they know are American-made. When I was in Gaza, and Gaza was attacked, I was with one of the commanders, the Palestinian commanders. He took me on a tour of his office and picked up one of the missiles and looked at it, and it said, "Made in the USA." They make a very clear connection. What's happening to them is being done to them in many ways by the United States. So there is anti-American sentiment, though people are very sophisticated in their thinking for the most part, and recognize that though it's the American government that is supportive of the Israeli military, the American people aren't perpetrating anything against the Palestinians. So the level of anger, I think, probably exists among young people, among those young men especially who have grown up in the West Bank and Gaza, who throughout their life have been living very difficult situation, lots of poverty, not a lot of opportunity. Right now, the West Bank and Gaza are completely closed. Palestinians cannot move. They cannot get beyond checkpoints, and that's something that they've had to live with for a long time, so especially in the last 11 months of this intifada. But I want to tell you, Forrest, that there's a very different image that came out of here today of the Palestinian Authority. Yasser Arafat donated blood for the victims in the United States. He did this very deliberately as a symbolic act and called on other Palestinians to do the same. There were candlelight vigils last night outside the American consulate in East Jerusalem. Some of the placards reading, "Terror is our common enemy. We are victims too." So certainly there are Palestinians who are deeply sympathetic and completely saddened by what's happened there. In Tel Aviv as well, Israelis began laying flowers and lighting candles, saying prayers at a memorial on the beach near the American embassy. People in Israel also donating blood to the victims.
Let's have a look at the Israeli government view of this. I know that there have been some recent actions yesterday and today as well. Do you think that they are flying under the radar, so to speak, to accomplish these?
Well, that's certainly what the Palestinians believe. Last night there was a lot of activity here on the ground. It was a terrible night for Palestinians who lived in Jericho, or live in Jericho and Jenin. We're told as many as 20 tanks went into Jericho, which is Palestinian-controlled territory. The Israelis have no legal right to be there. The Palestinians have no way of defending themselves against tank fire. We're told 4 Palestinians were killed. The Israelis were there for several hours, destroyed a number of buildings, and then did withdraw back into their own territory. They also went into Jenin, which the Israelis call a hotbed of terrorism. They say that a number of the suicide bombers who have attacked Israeli targets in the last 11 months have come from Jenin in the West Bank. Tanks have been converging, have been surrounding Jenin for the last couple of nights now, and they moved in 2 nights ago into Jenin, then pulled back. Last night they moved in again. There's a lot of gunfire, Palestinians trying to fight back as best they can against tanks, and it was not a good scene. The Palestinians are absolutely furious about this. They say that, in fact, they believe the Israelis are using the terror attacks in the United States as a kind of shield, that while the eyes of the world are so focused on the United States, Israel can get away with doing whatever it wants against the Palestinian people. That's the view of the Palestinians. So it's hard to know whether Israel will come under criticism for this, because certainly the United States is incredibly busy with its own affairs at the moment, and it's interesting to see whether, in fact, Israel will take advantage of the situation. Also important to note whether there will be retaliation, because in the history of this Intifada in the last 11 months, every time there has been an Israeli incursion into Palestinian territory, there has been a backlash from the Palestinians, some kind of suicide bombing or drive-by shooting or something like that. In the current climate, one would assume that the Palestinian Authority, the leadership, is going to do everything they can to stop any more suicide bombings and terrorist acts, simply because the world doesn't have an appetite for that right now, and I think would be so widely condemned that it just wouldn't be in the interest, certainly, of anyone in the Palestinian population.
Let me draw you out on a little bit of an analytical limb here. For the United States, there's a kind of war fever that's beginning to rise up. The anger you can already feel bubbling. And the focus appears to be on Afghanistan and Osama bin Laden, because it is believed, as the government is saying with a 99% assuredness, that it's Osama bin Laden who is behind this, and his organization Al-Qaeda. The United Nations and several foreign aid organizations have already withdrawn from Afghanistan, and certainly the United States is involved in gathering an international coalition. That coalition must include the moderate Arab states and must include a strong lever with Pakistan, for Pakistan is going to be a linchpin in dealing with Afghanistan. How difficult do you think it will be to pull that kind of organization off?
Well, I think the indications of NATO's very quick support, as Kiko was talking about, invoking that Clause 5 of the NATO treaty for the first time in the history of NATO, was, I guess you could say, a surprise in some sense, in that it happened so quickly. There are big efforts underway now among the EU. EU's Security Chief Javier Solana on the phone yesterday to moderate Arab leaders trying to gather their support. King Abdullah of Jordan has said that he is on side and is supportive and will do what he can. It's not clear yet what other Arab leaders are saying, though. There were official words of condolence and condemnation from people like Muammar Gaddafi of Libya yesterday and Mohammed Khatami of Iran.
But what about Pakistan?
I think, as we talked, to be honest, I'm not clear how difficult that will be. I think Pakistan is one of the few countries, I think 3 countries in the world, that recognize the Taliban as the official government in power in Afghanistan. So clearly they have some allegiances there. They're involved in helping the Taliban in terms of supplying food and supplies into the country. So Taliban, if in fact they are accused of harboring Osama bin Laden, Pakistan will have to make a clear choice between whether to go ahead with supporting that or side with the Western world. You would think that it would be in their best interests and larger best interests in long term to side with the rest of the world and with NATO and with the United States, but it's anybody's guess at this point whether that would happen. I think we can safely assume that overtures are being made to Pakistan to try and get them on side.
I think we can assume that, and we can assume lines are being drawn in the sand. Donna Friesen in Tel Aviv tonight. Thanks so much for talking to us. Well, what about here in the United States? How are people thinking? We decided to check in, as we occasionally do with some radio talk show hosts. They keep their hands out there on the pulse of the country. With us is Ray Taliaferro, who is a radio talk show host in San Francisco. He's on KGO out there, and also Larry Elder, who is in Los Angeles. He's in our NBC News Bureau, and he's with KABC Talk Radio, also a syndicated columnist and author of the 10 Things You Can't Say in America. And since you can't say them in America, you can't say them on our program either. So we'll drive on and ask you, Larry, what are your listeners saying?
Well, the reaction has been pretty consistent with your polling data. People are angry. People want something done. This is day 2. I think day 1 was shock. Day 1 was anguish. Day 2, people are beginning to collect their thoughts and they want something done. The problems, of course, are the ones that you've raised. This language, this is an act of war, is being thrown around. This, I think, typifies how most Americans feel quite properly. But against whom? Whom do you strike? This is a very shadowy organization, and when you begin to ask the questions, as our listeners are beginning to do and callers are beginning to do, who, where, when, how do you strike, at what level, what force, when, under what circumstances, people are becoming increasingly more angry, but increasingly more confused as to exactly what to do.
So I think what I hear you saying, Larry, is that this is not irrational rage. People are angry, but they are saying we need to do this wisely.
That's right, and this is a multi-ethnic city, Los Angeles, as are many cities in this country, and many people are suggesting that, look, while we do have enemies, Osama bin Laden appears to be enemy number 1, if the evidence proves out that way, we have to understand that we're not at war against Muslims, we're not at war certainly against the American Muslim community, and I think cooler heads have to prevail here. We have to strike, but we have to strike intelligently, and that's how I think most people are now beginning to feel.
Ray Taliaferro, there is at least some possibility that in our distress and anger about this, it's happened before in the United States, we might go a little too far in reacting either against people of Arab descent or against those nations that we feel have been against us and act in a way that is not wise. Are you hearing that among your viewers, your listeners?
Oh, there's no question about it, Forrest. But what is an even greater bitter irony, and something that really hasn't been pointed out before for all of us up here in San Francisco, and that is all last week, Forrest, we celebrated with the Prime Minister of Japan, the Defense Minister of Japan, all the Japanese cabinet officers were in San Francisco with thousands of U.S. officials to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the signing of the peace covenants that brought about the lasting peace between the United States and Japan. This we did right up to last weekend, and the irony is that most of the speeches given, the officials would end the speech saying, well, that was 60 years ago, that was in 1941, it could never happen again. And within 48 hours, we woke up to the news, to the pictures on the screen, to the greatest attack on the United States in our history. And so for those of us who have been involved in that previous celebration, and now to come up to this one, most of the questions on our talk shows have to do with 2 things, really. One has to do with the identification, as you say, and the prejudice against Arab Americans, which should not exist. Certainly, as we have already gone through that whole period with the Japanese American citizens and what happened out here on the west coast of the United States nearly 60 years ago. The other question is, when people say that it could not happen again, we ask ourselves, why have we paid over $30 billion a year to create sophisticated high-tech intelligence agencies only to find that we didn't have a clue? So that's what generally our callers are talking about.
Let's take that second part, Larry. It does seem to be a fair question to ask how in the world something like this could have happened without any warning whatsoever, particularly given that we had some opportunities. I mean, one of these fellows was on a watch list after all.
That's right.
Are your listeners asking that question?
You know, not only has our sense of security been just completely shattered, you then step back and you go, not only have we been attacked, but one of the principal symbols of financial power in this country has been leveled. The World Trade Center in New York. The White House, apparently a target. The Air Force One, apparently a target. The Pentagon was struck. I mean, this is just mind-boggling for us. It's beyond anybody's imagination. That's what's frightening to people. Absolutely no security anywhere. If you can hit the White House, if you can hit the Pentagon, if you can target Air Force One, you can target anything. That is an overwhelming sense of almost hopelessness that some people are beginning to feel.
Larry, I know a lot of people who are in the trading game are wringing their hands and saying, Lordy, Lordy, this could mean that we're going to go directly to a recession, and consumers are going to hide underneath their bed and never emerge again. Are you hearing that kind of concern among your listeners?
Oh,
yeah,
there's no...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Larry, you try it first, and then Ray, I'll come to you.
Oh, okay, very good.
Well, yeah, we're seeing gyrations in the stock market. We're already seeing price spirals for gasoline. Anytime there's war, anytime there's anything like this and there's uncertainty, the financial markets don't like it.
Well, I'm asking what your listeners are saying.
Okay, well, people are concerned. People are concerned about the economy already, and people feel that perhaps this might push it over. Housing values are beginning to level off and fall a little bit, and anything like this can cause some economic jitters, and people are quite concerned about that.
What about it, Ray?
Well, in my neck of the woods up here in Northern California, of course, we were very concerned about the economy prior.
Oh, you haven't got much of an economy left, I don't think.
Well, that's exactly right. And when you look at what NASDAQ has gone through over the last few months, and certainly the few weeks, and when you look at the layoffs in Silicon Valley, for example, we really are feeling an economic recession here in Northern California. And that's one of the main topics of conversation that we've had up until this ferocious attack. And the truth of the matter is that if you look at what happened after the announcement of the Gulf War, we went into a recession. Every time people feel less confident that they're going to hang on to the little marbles that they have, and you can't blame them, in order to try to pull themselves through until such time as they see some stability. So when you see that we are such an open, such a large country, and with all of the high-tech apparatus we have that could not pinpoint a clue to this kind of an attack, it really has caused a great deal of unease, and the lack of confidence, I think, will evidence itself in forcing this economy into a recession.
Just a couple of seconds left. So if I were to listen to the bellwether that you are, Ray, you would say there's a recession on its way.
No question about it.
And Larry, do you agree with that?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know that anybody can predict recessions. The business cycle seems to have a life of its own. I think tax cuts are good, whether the economy is up or economy is down. I would urge George W. Bush to cut taxes even further.
There you are, the voice of moderation here in the early morning hours.
Yeah, right.
Gentlemen, thanks so much for talking to us.
Well, thank you.
And, of course, we will be watching the markets when they finally do open. It looks like they might not be open until Monday. Never before has that happened since the Depression. It has been a long time. This time, of course, it was knocked out because the landscape was destroyed. We'll be back in just a moment.
The deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war.
A huge cloud of gray came and everyone started running and stampeding and everyone was falling on the ground. But I fell down, I just covered my head. I prayed that a building would fall on me and I really thought I was going to die.
Ripping a 200-foot wide gaping hole in the Pentagon.
Oh no! Oh my God!
It's a scourge not only against the United States, but against civilization, and it must be brought to an end.
And a very good morning to you. Day 3 of, as it's being called here, Attack on America. It is 3 a.m., a little after 3 a.m. on the East Coast, midnight, of course, out on the West Coast. And as you see, all that dust from all of the work that's being done around the World Trade Center is still being kicked up. The wind will be blowing back toward the city. It has been good winds for New York so far, blowing the wind to the south, away from the city, but now it's going to turn back over Midtown, so people will have to struggle through that as well. You see how very quiet it is there. Here is the latest that we're following. You've been wondering when the planes were going to be flying. Well, a few of them will be flying very soon. Newark's International Airport here in New Jersey is going to be taking off soon, at least allowing some flights. We'll be paying close attention to that. New York City has requested 6,000 body bags. More to be requested, most likely. At least 12 hijackers have been identified. They believe that these are the hijackers. They are the suspects, and they are watching them and trying to find out who on the ground was supporting them. A new poll, an NBC poll, says 83% of Americans want military action in response to all this. As you saw just a moment ago at the World Trade Center search site, collapses there, the collapse of the World Trade Center building, the last bit of the South Tower. Worries about collapses of other buildings have been hindering the search. It is very quiet around there. And there is this word, a fairly new word as a matter of fact, that President Clinton did have an indication in the waning days of his presidency, specific intelligence in fact, where Osama bin Laden might have been. And he weighed a military plan to strike at his location. The administration ultimately opted against the attack, but there was a high-level debate inside the White House in December 2000 about whether they should have gone for it, punish Osama bin Laden while Clinton was in office. A fateful decision was made. Let's check in now with Alex Witt, who is at the site down there in South Manhattan, where it is a little quieter than it might otherwise have been because of concerns about the shifting ground underneath them. Is that right, Alex?
Indeed, that is true, Forrest. However, you were just talking about the skies above us and how quiet they are and when things might resume there. For the first time, rather an eerie sound, we heard the sound of a loud jet, which could mean only one thing, something of a military presence up in the air. And just a short while ago, we saw circling around the damaged area there below, beneath me, we saw the lights of what was probably an F-14 or F-15. I will say that yesterday, or rather I have to correct myself, I guess now Tuesday morning when this all first began, I was at one point on the top of the MSNBC roof, and the only thing we were hearing in the skies at that point were the F-14 jets that were doing reconnaissance flights, and that was it. And this sounded just the same. To the best of my knowledge, as best I could see from here, that was an F-14 that was just circling overhead doing some sort of reconnaissance. So that's the only thing out of the skies. But getting back to what you were talking about, the actual site itself, behind me, we're a little bit further than we were last night. Last night, our staging point for the media, and we were as close as you could possibly be then, was about 2 blocks to the south of us. They have moved us back just a bit for tonight, but much lining the streets the same as last night. We have dump trucks, we have ambulances, fire trucks, police cars, so plenty of activity going on, all focusing on that area right there in the middle of the World Trade Center. All the dump trucks getting in there to remove that heavy debris, the same kind of equipment we were seeing last night, again, pulling out fully loaded dump trucks with concrete, metal, plaster, all sorts of things like that, as you would expect as a result of the 110-story building collapsing. In addition, we have some pictures that we sent in a short while ago. I hope we can roll those now. You will see the hotel, that is right next to what used to be the World Trade Center, that last night we saw was a fire at different points during our coverage. And indeed, the pictures that we saw were of, because of those shifting winds that you referenced, we've gotten better vantage point of that hotel. And it's just an eerie sight. If you're seeing anything what I saw here in our truck feeding it back to you, there was a helicopter that was put up into service to highlight that so that firefighters and engineers on the ground could assess the damage. There are precarious things sort of poking out of the hotel, and I can only assume that they're wondering if they may indeed fall off that hotel and endanger those in rescue efforts down beneath. But the shifting winds have taken the huge plume of dusty cloud, which was heading south last night. Today, as you said, it's been heading north over the city, but it has given us a better vantage point to see that hotel, which sits in a very precarious state, along with One Liberty Plaza in an equally precarious precarious state. They say engineers have little to no confidence that that thing will be able to remain standing with all the heavy equipment going in there and pulling out the concrete and just all the pieces of that 110-story towers that have collapsed in addition to other buildings there. One other thing, fires. There are no fires that we know of with regard to gas leaks at the moment. There is one fire that still remains burning within the rubble of the buildings, which is what you can attribute much of the smoke to. I did speak with some Con Ed workers that I saw who are very busy trying to seek and find out any gas leaks. Now, what they're trying to do is on each city block in Manhattan, gas lines run, and there are valve points at either ends of the blocks that need to be shut down in order to close off that gas. Keep in mind, these are pipes that were installed in New York City back in the 1920s, the 1930s, so they really are concerned about the efficacy of getting those valves turned off and also about suppressing the leaks. That truly there are gas leaks out there, but no fires at this point as a result of those gas leaks, Forrest.
I'm not quite clear how they make the minute-to-minute decision of where to work and how strongly to work, given their concerns about the solidness of the buildings around them.
You know, Forrest, I don't know that there is anybody who can make that definitive answer because there are hundreds of people down there working, and it's almost like one person can make that decision, but then it's the trickle-down effect. They have to get the word out to the workers, and they're not all just, you know, right there in front of them. I mean, they're in piles of rubble, there are bunches over there, around backsides of the building. So I think it's a matter of each person just completely keeping their wits about them and looking and dealing with that 3 square foot area that each firefighter approximately is assigned to dig into and look and search for what remains, this search and rescue operation.
We're almost heading toward 2 days now that since the original attack. Do people begin to lose faith that they might find anyone alive?
Interesting point, Forrest. Last night I met up with a group of Bronx firefighters, and I saw a couple of the same guys fortuitously earlier this evening when I was just pulling in. And we chatted for a minute, and I said, last night you guys were actually pretty hopeful. That's what was keeping you going. How about tonight? And the one whom I recognized from last night said, he said, it's just a hellish war zone in there. I can't imagine how anybody has survived, although we know there were reports of miraculous recoveries earlier today. So I think their spirits are a bit more downtrodden than they were last night. Certainly fatigue has got to have a lot to do with it. These guys just, I know I used the word last night, but they look haunted. They are so exhausted. They have circles under their eyes. They've gotten off of 12+ hour shifts, and most of them got maybe 3 hours of sleep at best because, you know, the pictures are playing out in their minds. They try to put their head down in the pillow, and how can they shut their eyes and really get to sleep? I know even for us in the news media, getting to sleep for me last night or this morning or whenever it was I tried to go to sleep was really hard.
Alex Witt, down there in South Manhattan. Thanks for talking to us, Alex. As she talks about, you know, there are a lot of bodies that are involved here. We know that there are going to be thousands of them. There are morgues scattered around New York, and likely there will be in need of more, and the mayor of New York has requested 6,000 body bags. Now, you've seen these pictures all around that area, but it is changing daily as they do work around there. Lester Holt took a tour of the area that they're calling Ground Zero. Let's see what it looks like.
This is as close as any camera has gotten. Early Wednesday evening, the fire's still burning. A section of wall, the only recognizable piece of a New York landmark. This was Tower Number 2, the second to be hit, the first to fall. Walking on a velvet-like carpet of ash and paper in the place that's become known as Ground Zero, what we see doesn't look like a battle zone. It is. And beneath the equivalent of stories of rubble lie the casualties of war, including perhaps hundreds of heroes, New York's bravest and finest.
Look at the ambulance. An ambulance on its side, just buried in rubble. Another fire truck, there's a van, totally gutted out. Another ambulance. Look at this. These are the rescuers who were among the first on the scene.
It is as much a story told in twisted metal, dust, and debris as it is in the faces of those who have seen the face of hell.
If you don't think this is personal, look at some of the messages that rescuers and volunteers have put up. I have seen war today. This one says, "Hey Bush, how about a little action?"
This man, a retired detective, used his credentials to get into the area to rescue a friend's dog.
He was in the apartment, but the apartment is directly facing this tragedy, and it's just, you know, he said he was going to die.
This man once helped build the World Trade Center. On this day, he arrived from Pittsburgh to help dismantle it. Another man, a searcher from Ohio, brought his dog to unearth those who never made it out.
Yeah, we have search dogs, we have rescue team members that do concrete breaching and breaking, we have riggers, search specialists.
Steel workers have come by the hundreds, their cranes standing at the ready, but all they can do for now is wait until the precarious skeletal remains of the Twin Towers and weakened buildings around it either come down or are declared safe. In the streets, the spent missiles of war, cars that flew through the air, sheet metal, glass, street lights contorted, paper, the fabrics of life and business in this once bustling district still floating through the dust-choked air.
So many personal things in the street, and many of them poignant. There's a group, who knows, maybe this was a group of office workers here. This is somebody's happy retirement cake. There's a printout from Merrill Lynch office. It's all lying here in the streets as testament to the lives and the businesses that once made this the most vibrant place in New York City.
But amid the destruction, an American flag, a defiant reminder that America may be down, but not out.
What a mess. Well, you should know that they did find 5 survivors, and so those 5 people are great cause for celebration. Whenever people risk their lives going into these kinds of circumstances, they struggle, they work, they fight to find anyone in that rubble. They find one life, and you have no idea what that means to them, and certainly what it means to the person who has been found. The preliminary death toll now stands at 82. It will rise well up into the thousands before it is all over. Now, what about the actual way these buildings fell? They kind of pancaked right down. Fascinating thing that they fell that way, because it could have been much worse if they had tilted over. Behruz Imam is an architect and civil engineer and adjunct professor at the University of Washington, Department of Construction Management in Seattle, and knows a good bit about these kinds of things. Ben, tell me about that. Why wouldn't, after the tower had been hit by an aircraft, which gave it all this sort of horizontal force, why would it fall straight down, pancaking, as though they had been planned to fall that way?
First of all, good morning, Forrest.
Good morning.
Well, you know, buildings are designed for 2 kinds of forces. When we design buildings, we're looking at forces that are permanent loads in the building. These are like weight of the materials that we build buildings from. We call those dead loads. And then we have live loads that are transitory forces like people moving in the buildings, wind loads, seismic loading, and also weight of snow on the roof of buildings. Now, those kinds of loads are work on the structure of the building. And what happens when you have a force like this, when you have an airplane attacking or hitting a building at such a force with a lot of fuel in it, you're affecting 2 things with the building. One is that initial shock and hitting of the building is going to cause some damage to the structural system. It's going to take some of the columns out. It's going to damage beams in several floors where the plane comes into the building. But also the fuel that is involved is going to create such a large, horrific fireball that is going to affect the characteristics of the materials that are used in construction of structural elements. Steel facilities like these, when are approaching fires that are at really high temperatures, are going to start to deform. They're going to start to get affected, and so a portion of that building then becomes dislodged, and weight of that portion, or upper portion of the building, now is falling down on the lower parts of the building. Now the floors below can't take that load, so they start to fail one by one, and that we call a start of a failure. We call progressive failure. Progressive failure, basically what happens is that load coming down and affecting each floor below it, and that continues till the building is collapsed.
Pancakes its way down, as they say.
Right, right.
Now, I know you've been watching with interest as people work in and around these areas, and there's all this talk about One Liberty Plaza and the Millennium Building, and the fear that these buildings may come down as well. How dangerous is it for those workers right now?
Well, I would guess that it's pretty dangerous, although I think there is quite a few engineers out on site. I know that the rescue teams each have a structural engineer on staff, and they do look closely at these buildings, and they make sure that they know how the structure is set up, and they wouldn't remove any pieces of the structure unless they have some confidence that they are, in some level of safety. Although on the other hand, it's because of darkness and level of debris that is involved, it's difficult to see all the damage. In fact, one of your reporters earlier talked about how they had brought a helicopter so they could, with lights, they could see the building and be able to make some judgment on that. But there is a lot of danger.
I think that's the point. No matter how good an engineer you are, there are so many different factors at play here. How could you possibly predict what's going to happen?
Exactly. It's very difficult. Building structures work really, really well under service loading conditions that we're used to. This is not the kind of loading buildings are supposed to see. We have very good design and construction techniques in the U.S., probably the best in the world, and but they're designed for loading under conditions that we expect. These are not obviously conditions that we see in building loading, and you couldn't expect buildings to behave any other way.
I would expect that as a civil engineer and an architect, you love buildings, yes?
Absolutely. It's devastating, really horrific to see these kinds of, structures. In fact, the two towers were designed by a company in Seattle, a very fine structural engineering company, Skilling's office in Seattle. They're one of the best structural engineering companies in the world. And it's just tough to see those kind of structures that are symbols of our country be destroyed.
Well, thank you very much, Behrooz Imam with the University of Washington, the Department of Construction Management there in Seattle. Good of you to talk to us tonight.
Thank you.
Let's go back down to the site itself. Jeannie Ohm is there and has gathered up some folks who are doing some work, I think, there. Is that right, Jeannie?
That's right, Forrest. As we've been talking about, this is a huge undertaking, the massive search for survivors. And all of this is made possible not only by the emergency personnel, but volunteers from all over. Some came from as far away as California and also right here in the backyard. Joining me right now is Nikenja McMoore, a student from Brooklyn. You were back there for several hours tonight. You said it's been an amazing sight to see all these strangers come together, all working together, trying to find survivors.
Yes.
And describe for us what it's like back there.
Everybody's working together. Everybody, we just don't care what goes on. We just want to search for survivors.
And describe the mood. Are people giving up, or are they still encouraged that there are still people back there?
Everybody's encouraged. Everybody's encouraged. All we just want is just search for survivors. And we're trying to help out as much as possible all over. I met a lot of people from different states that's trying to help as much as possible to just encourage the firefighters, the EMS workers, the police officers. They encouraged.
And when I first stopped you right here, you were quite shaken. Tell us some of the emotions about what you're seeing back there and how you're feeling.
It's scary. I've never in my life seen anything like this, and it's scary. You can't even explain how everybody is just working together. We united. This is New York City, and this is where everybody come visit all over the world. And this is our own backyard and our front yard too. And we want to try to build New York back together. And hopefully that everybody in the world will understand that, even in the United States, everybody will understand that we're one. And we shouldn't let anything like this happen again.
Nikenja, do you plan on going back there and helping out?
I'll be back tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. I'm just going to go home, get a couple hours of sleep, and I will be back early in the morning.
Nikenja McMoore, a student from Brooklyn, thank you very much for joining us. And as you heard, Forrest, you know, it's after 3 o'clock this morning, but there are people still lined up outside of the staging area, and they are still cheering on all these emergency workers, rescue workers, every time they go out. In fact, Nikenja said he was out there yesterday, and he then wanted to come in and help out here today. This has touched so many people, and of course, not just in New York and Washington, D.C., but all across the country and around the world. And there are several vigils taking place. In fact, there is one tonight at Washington Square Park where hundreds of New Yorkers gathered for a candlelight vigil. And they also paid special tribute to the firefighters who bravely risked their lives to save others. The same thing was happening in Washington, D.C. tonight. In the nation's capital, about 1,500 to 2,000 people gathered along the Potomac, the White House, as well as the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol, where politicians gathered to remember the victims. As one woman says, this did not affect just people in America, but it infected everyone around the world.
What happened yesterday was not only an attack against America, it was a crime against democracy. It was a crime against decency. It was a crime against humanity.
Now, similar impromptu vigils have been taking place all across the country as well, including in Texas, Massachusetts, and Atlanta. People are truly deeply moved and disturbed by what happened here in New York and in Washington, D.C. on Tuesday. Forrest?
Jeannie Ohm there at the site in and around the World Trade Center. Thanks very much, Jeannie. Interesting little note. I don't know if you have heard this, but they are looking into how much fuel there was on these planes and whether there may have been any other weapons beyond the fuel that was on the planes, the impact that it made, and so on. Because they question whether a case could be made that the airplane used in this fashion could be classified as a weapon of mass destruction. If that is so, that would raise the level of the act to true crime against humanity of the worst sort, and would warrant very significant actions against those who had perpetrated this act. And so you can see that the administration is doing all that it can to lay the groundwork for pursuing the people who are responsible for all of this. A lot of questions being asked, questions that will not have answers for a very long time. Most particularly the questions are, what about our security system, our security along the borders that would allow people who are on watch lists to pass through, our security at airports that would allow people who are on watch lists to get plane tickets that would allow them to take sharp objects of the kind that they had onto the planes and to succeed, that would allow them to fly the plane outside its safe route all the way back to New York City and to Washington, D.C., where they would virtually come out of the sky in an unwarranted and unexpected attack. How could that have occurred? Let's check in with Andrea Mitchell, who looks at some of the questions.
How could the terrorists operate right under our noses? And why didn't billions of dollars spent on intelligence give us an early warning? As they hunt for the culprits, Bush administration officials are also asking tonight, was this a colossal collapse of intelligence?
So we did not get the cueing we needed. We did not get the intelligence information needed to predict that this was about to happen or be aware of this kind of event coming our way.
Tonight at headquarters of the top secret National Security Agency, analysts review hundreds of millions of pieces of information intercepted before yesterday's attacks, searching for an overlooked warning, a pattern of activity.
It isn't just simply information that predicts operations. It's information that talks about meetings among suspicious people, traveling activities, movement of finance.
The problem, experts say, too much information, too little smart analysis.
We're getting to the point where our ability to collect information far exceeds our ability to analyze it. We need some help.
And terrorists speak in codes on the internet, use chat rooms, instant messaging, emails, and rarely, if ever, an explicit threat.
You just don't pick up a phone call saying we're going to blow up the World Trade Center tomorrow. That's not how it works in reality. It's far more complicated, and that's the difficulty.
It is not cheap. Before the attack, the counterterrorism budget request for next year, $13 billion, more than double what it was 6 years ago. And today, the president talks about spending billions more.
This morning, I am sending to Congress a request for emergency funding authority so that we are prepared to spend whatever it takes.
And tonight at Langley, CIA Director George Tenet goes on closed-circuit television to rally thousands of demoralized troops, telling the nation's spies, quote, "Though we did not stop the latest terrible assaults, you, the men and women of CIA, have done much to combat terrorism in the past. Put some spirit in your steps, square your shoulders, focus your eyes. We have a job to do." And, say experts, that job is getting a lot more complicated and more dangerous.
There are groups out there that really are no longer just trying to get publicity and make a political point. They're trying to kill massive numbers of people.
That's an understatement. That is, of course, former Senator Sam Nunn from the great state of Georgia. We have the covers in from the special editions of Time and Newsweek. This is what it looks like. You knew that was coming. They don't have to put a word on there, do they? They just show you that picture, and it is indelibly locked into your brain. I expect there'll be a considerable amount of interesting reporting inside that. What does the Newsweek cover look like? Same thing. Basically, the moment in which that plane struck the second tower. We've all seen that video of the plane sort of disappearing inside the second tower and then the explosion taking place. Looks like a special effect from Washington, but no, it is not. That's what reality looks like. Rick Hahn is with us from the NBC News Bureau in Los Angeles. He's a terrorism and a bomb expert who was the on-scene crime commander during the World Trade Center explosion and the Oklahoma City bombing. He's been through a few of these, and Rick, you've been hearing all these questions. Seems like as every hour goes by, there are more questions like, how in the world could that have happened? It looks like a complete mess in terms of the security system.
Well, Forrest, I think that what we're looking at here is the questioning of the security system in terms of how we missed this as a terrorist event. And I think part of the answer to that is in a much broader sense that we weren't looking for this type of terrorist event.
Now, wait a minute. I appreciate that we weren't looking for this type of terrorist event, but Tom Clancy wrote about this type of terrorist event. Ramzi Youssef had talked about stealing some planes and flying them into various kinds of things. It's not like this was an inconceivable kind of idea.
Well, you're certainly right. But nonetheless, I think that the intelligence community was still looking for, and I'm not saying the event in terms of the aircraft being used. I'm talking about the fact that it was not your typical politically motivated terrorist act. Your typically politically motivated terrorist act usually takes into consideration the concept that you don't want to galvanize a country, its government, its people against the terrorists. You simply want to apply enough pressure to force them to capitulate with whatever demands you may have.
Well, I don't think we're doing that. And you know, if these guys were coming over to shoplift, you'd like to know about it. And we have one guy who was on a watch list who managed to get right across the border and then promptly went over and bought himself a plane ticket before he flew a plane into one of the buildings. This seems to me ridiculous.
Well, again, what we're looking at here is certainly some failures in the system itself. For somebody who is on a watch list to get across the border is certainly not a happy event. It's probably a human failing. You ask somebody to look at the faces of people crossing the border for 8 hours, and eventually they're going to make mistakes. It's just they're looking at a morass of information, just as the National Security Agency is looking at a morass of electronic information.
Well, you've led a number of multi-agency task forces pursuing terrorists. Are you impressed with how this investigation is going so quickly?
I am indeed. The fact that the FBI has put the 35 to 40% of its resources, of its agent resources into this, I think is the reason why you're seeing the quick results that we are seeing.
The trick, it seems to me, and tell me how hard this will be. I imagine it's not so hard to round up the small fry, the folks who were in the plane or the ones who were on the ground actually supporting them, whether it be renting the car or renting the hotel room or buying the meals, whatever it may be. But as you move up the ladder to the ones who are really pulling the strings, that seems to me where it is going to get more and more murky.
You're absolutely correct, and part of the job that the FBI is going to confront is putting together how the conspiracy worked, who was involved, who played what roles in the conspiracy here, and that's going to be a time-consuming thing, and that's going to rely largely on either cooperation from co-conspirators or on electronic intercepts and other records that may exist.
Just based on what we know, and I understand that we know very little compared to what they've actually uncovered at this point, but we do know something about that car in Boston. We do know something about some of the apartments that have been raided and so on. Just based on that, is it surprising that these terrorists left such a trail behind them?
I think it displays that they, being humans, also were somewhat sloppy in the execution of their duties, if you will, as terrorists. I'm given to understand the LA Times is now reporting that there were suicide notes left in one of the cars that's been recovered. So that's certainly a very sloppy sort of a thing for a terrorist, a member of a clandestine organization to do.
That's actually news to me. A suicide note saying I'm going off to go flying and I won't see you again, or?
Apparently so. Left for their parents.
Left for his parents? Left for his parents, you're saying?
Yes. One of the hijackers left a suicide note in his car, according to the LA Times.
Well, that was thoughtful. What would you be looking for right now, Rick? If you were leading this investigation, where would you be pushing it?
Two areas. One, the FBI right now is trying to reconstruct everything that they can about what these people did in the days, weeks, and months before this event occurred. And they're doing that through contacts of, at the places they lived, their phone records, whatever credit card or bank records they have, and also through whatever electronic media there may be out there in terms of intercepts, phone cards. Timothy McVeigh, for example, had bought some prepaid phone cards, and when we identified those, we were able to go back and pick up all the phone calls he made from various places, just based on the phone card identification.
By the by, if you were just joining us, this is NBC and MSNBC. You are watching coverage of the attack on America, and the coverage will continue on through the morning. This, of course, is not only a domestic matter, it's a matter that extends presumably to a number of places around the world, and that means that it's an interagency effort and an inter-country effort, so it's going to get complicated in a lot of ways, I presume.
Absolutely. The U.S. government, the FBI in particular, has legal attaches in embassies throughout the world, and their job is to interface with the law enforcement agencies in those countries to solicit their cooperation in conducting investigation. We do not go into sovereign countries and conduct our own investigation. We rely on those law enforcement agencies or intelligence agencies in those countries to do that for us and provide us with results.
Now, the lead agency here in the United States is the FBI, yes?
Yes, sir. The FBI has responsibility for all terrorist events in the United States.
And they will be working with which agencies, do you imagine?
Oh, there's too many, innumerable. Certainly here domestically, the FEMA is working with us, NTSB, the FAA, ATF, the state and local emergency agencies, and in terms of the law enforcement community, there's all of those agencies that I just named, plus there will be specialist groups from the bomb community, for example, will be involved. People that are involved in weapons of mass destruction will be involved. So there's just innumerable. Even the Department of Defense will be actively playing a role, I'm sure.
Certainly the DIA, and I would assume the CIA and the NSA would, and particularly the NSA, would be playing a critical role here.
Absolutely.
Where do you see it going? How long is it going to take, Rick? A long time, do you think?
I anticipate that will take quite some time. What we can do here in the United States, I think, will get wrapped up relatively quickly, probably within 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. Most of the things that can proactively be done here will have been done, with the exception, of course, of the search and rescue at World Trade, which may go on for a month or more. But what becomes a sticky issue is how fast we are able to get results out of foreign governments, how cooperative they are. It's again, you're dealing with cross-cultural issues sometimes here.
You notice how quickly and forcefully Rick answered my question about the FBI being the lead agency. You will not be surprised to know that he has had a 32-year distinguished career with the FBI, and so He knows what he's talking about. Rick Hahn, awfully good of you to talk to us.
My pleasure, Forrest. Have a good night.
Okay, you as well. Let us review what has happened. We all have this blur of what took place, and we remember that it happened in the morning. We remember some things happened as the morning went on. But let's walk through it one more time. Here's Stone Phillips with what in the news business is called a TikTok.
Today, the unimaginable happened. At the start of a busy workday, New Yorkers heard an explosion, then looked up to see a symbol of America's economic power, one of the World Trade Center's twin towers, billowing smoke and flames.
The glass, just flames exploded out the front of the World Trade Center. Glass flew everywhere.
Minutes later, literally from out of the blue, an even more horrifying sight. A jetliner bearing down on the other tower. It was a direct hit.
A second airplane, a 727, just ran into the building.
Before the hour was out, the symbol of American military power, the Pentagon, was also in flames. It too apparently the target of a new weapon, a passenger jet hijacked and turned into a guided missile. Across the country, shock, sorrow, fear, outrage, and the realization that America was under attack. About 8:45 this morning, the sky over Manhattan was clear following a night of violent thunderstorms. In the city's financial district, the very heart of American commerce, thousands of workers were already at their desks. Moments later, in the upper reaches of the 110-story North Tower, sudden impact.
As Matt just mentioned, we have a breaking news story to tell you about. Apparently, a plane has just crashed into the World Trade Center here in New York City.
1 second after the sound started, there was gray smoke and what looked to be like confetti flying all over the place.
Fire and death above, confusion below, as some 10,000 people streamed out of the building.
There was a lady had a big gash on her head, so it was people stampeding one over top of another.
Witnesses reported a horrifying scene. Desperate people jumping from the burning skyscraper. Bloody clothing and body parts scattered on the streets below. As emergency crews rushed to the southern tip of Manhattan, the immediate thought, could it really be happening again? In 1993, the same building was hit by a truck bomb, Islamic militants hoping to topple the one tower into the other. 6 people died in that attack, and 1,500 were injured. But within the first minutes today, it was clear that the toll this time would be much higher. Then, at 9:03, less than 20 minutes after the first strike, with police and rescue personnel still scrambling to respond, this.
There were many people in the building.
Oh, another one just hit. Something else just hit. A very large plane just flew directly over my building, and there's been another collision. Can you see it? I can see it on the shot.
Live cameras trained on the first stricken tower captured another huge explosion, this one on the South Tower. Only this time, the attack was documented. This indelible image to be replayed again and again, seared into the American memory.
And here it comes right there.
An American Airlines 767 with 92 people on board hijacked on its flight from Boston to Los Angeles, becoming the implement of mass murder. The impact was devastating, the airliner punching through the skin of the huge tower, another rain of glass, concrete, and terror.
It's like this unbelievable ball of fire, and the whole street, which is now awakened, everyone's like, whoa. People start crying, people start running.
It was now clear that this was no accident. The first tower had also been hit by a hijacked passenger jet, a United flight that had also taken off from Boston, bound for LA. The attacks left New York virtually paralyzed. Tunnels and bridges linking the city shut down, subways closed, telephone lines jammed, cell phones overloaded as frantic callers tried to contact loved ones. At 9:30, President Bush, in Florida to talk about education, addressed a nation reeling and in need of reassurance.
Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
But even as the president pledged to hunt down and punish those responsible, Another attack, this one even more audacious. The target, the Pentagon. Another American Airlines jet bound for Los Angeles had been hijacked, this one taking off from Washington's Dulles Airport. It was another direct hit. NBC's Pentagon correspondent Jim Miklaszewski suddenly found himself on the front lines of a war that had come home.
I don't want to alarm anybody right now, but apparently it felt just a few moments ago like there was an explosion of some kind here at the Pentagon.
9:43 a.m. With concern that the White House could be a target, President Bush boarded Air Force One bound for a special secure command post at a military base. At 9:49, the Federal Aviation Administration announced it was shutting down the nation's air traffic. In a world turned upside down, hundreds of passenger planes crisscrossing the country were now potential terrorist weapons.
The Federal